Mr. President,
The Senate will come to order. Senator Benson.
Mr. President, I impose a call of the
The
Senate.
Senate is under call. Senator Benson.
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in absent members.
On that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The Secretary will close the roll. Members, please stand for the prayer. Today's chaplain is Amanda Luneman from Grace United Methodist Church in Burnsville. Following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I invite you to join me this morning in the power of the pause in whatever tradition or practice that you may have with pausing. Guiding wisdom, we come before you this morning, embraced in humility for a world, a nation, a state, and communities inevitably changed by the events of the past 2 years. We gather as both weary and empowered citizen servants of Minnesota, ready to fulfill today, once again, our vow to serve our public. Be our compass, O wisdom, and shepherd us in the ways of stewardship and human compassion, where the care for the community stands above the care of the individual, where the common good stands above the uncommon privileged few, where the silenced and invisible are given voice and visibility. O God of inspiration, where our words may fail, may the actions of our governance today reflect our integrity to help shape a landscape of well-being, justice, and inclusion for our fellow human beings and our state, where we dare to imagine a society more just and more equal than the one that is currently offered today. So where party allegiance and self-righteous moral authority may paralyze us, may your spirit break through and activate us to pursue a vision that brings our constituents together for the livelihood of us all. O God of diverse names and sacred vision, where the temptation reigns to grip tightly to our individual beliefs, guide us instead back to our sacred call as elected officials, where we drink deeply from the well of community more than the well of individual rightness. As instruments of change, mold us into the elected officials worthy of our community support. Empower us to be courageous servants and prophets for a future groaning for justice and well-being. Render our egos, dissolve our apathy, connect us in our diversity, and unite us in our differences, so that justice and goodness may flourish today and into our future as citizens and servant leaders of the state of Minnesota. It is in humility and hope that we pray to you this morning, O ground of our being. Amen.
The Secretary will take the roll.
Senators Abeler, Anderson, Bach, Benson, Bigham, Carlson, Chamberlain, Champion, Clausen, Coleman, Swazinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Duckworth, Dietzig, Eaton, Eichhorn, Eakin, Fate, Friends, Gazelka, Goggin, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Ingebrigtsen, Isaacson, Jasinski, Johnson, Johnson, Stewart, Kent, Kiffmeyer, Klein, Coran, Kunish, Lang, Latz, Limmer, Lopez, Franzen, Marty, Matthews, McEwen, Murphy, Nelson, Newman, Newton, Osmic, Pappas, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rest, Rosen, Rude, Senjum, Tomasoni, Torres, Ray, Utke, Weber, Westrom, Uyghur, Wickland.
Pursuant to Rule 14.1, the following members intend to vote under Rule 40.7. Senators Anderson, Clausen, Duckworth, Gazelka, Ingebrigtsen, Tomasoni, Torres, Ray, and Westrom. A quorum is present. Beginning under the third order of business, messages from the House. The Secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file as amended by the House, in which the amendments, the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate file number 2677, a bill for an act relating to unemployment insurance. Senate file number 2677 is herewith returned to the Senate. Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate do not concur with the amendments by the House to Senate File 2677, and that a conference committee of 5 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with the like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
Discussion of the motion. Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. Moving to the fifth order of business, Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee reports printed in the agenda be adopted.
To that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. We move now to the seventh order of business, reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file number.
House file number 4366.
House files been given its second reading. Moving to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Moving to the ninth order of business, motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motion in one motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a brief recess for a purpose of appointing a conference committee.
To that motion to recess, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the Senate is in recess. Senate will come to order. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there a privileged report at the desk?
There is. The Secretary will read the message.
Senator Miller from the Subcommittee on Conference Committees recommends that the following senators be and they hereby are appointed as a conference committee on Senate file number 2677. Senators Pratt, Rarick, Kiffmeyer, Kent, and Putnam. Senator Miller moves that the foregoing appointments be approved.
To that motion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills made special orders for immediate consideration. Members, the list is on your desk.
First bill under consideration is Senate File 4410, number 105 on general orders. Senator Abeler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to celebrate spring and my allergies that came yesterday, so I'm going to sound like a bad lounge singer here. And I won't sing, Mr. President, but apologize for that. Before you have a bill that spends $1 billion and change to make a difference in the long-term care industry in Minnesota. Long-term care industry sounds so bland and dry until you realize there's more than 100,000 individuals with very profound and challenging needs who are served in this industry. Some 200,000 individuals have chosen to engage in their lives to serve these individuals, and they are truly the salt of the earth. We were celebrating last year that we could get them up to $15 an hour, which used to be a success story, and then all the crazy inflation popped up where people can get 20 bucks at Culver's for keeping their hands much cleaner. And it's been a real challenge. There are no less than 40,000 individuals that we need to fill in the gaps in the services. And in fact, many of these places are closing on short notice and leaving some of these very fragile and special individuals in just harm's way. And so I just want to commend the Senate for their commitment to these individuals. We can debate life and all those other questions, but how you care for these individuals really is how you define the value you put on life. And I'm just so pleased that already as a bipartisan effort, we can put this kind of money into this priority and make such a difference. So I'm just really happy about that. As you read the bill, and I encourage you to go through every page, it is great reading, Mr. President. 462 pages plus repealers. You'll see there's hardly a partisan bone in here. It's all about the policy. How do we make a difference to serve those people who we've decided as our kind of our social moral contract that we really are going to care about to serve. You'll see a bunch of department bills in there. We tried to work very hard with the administration to clean up some of the language they needed to run the departments. We worked with many members of this body. I won't even bother to tell you who, but there's all kinds of names on the bills in this bill, and I don't think you would be able to tell what party is in charge by all the people that have contributed to this bill in one way or another. So I'm personally really proud about that. And there's a time, Mr. President, for us to have a debate about what our priorities are. But in this kind of matter where it's people like this, we have worked really hard to keep it at the service of the individual. And so I'll just give you a few highlights, and then Senator Housley will go through a little bit more on the long-term care side. But in our committee, we spent a lot of time talking about workforce and challenges. We've been doing interim hearings since September. I think we had 6 hearings about it, trying to call attention to it, and I think we're moving the needle. The governor had an initial budget of a pretty small number and then doubled it, still a pretty small amount, well under $300 million, to at least to address some of these challenges. But I see it as a positive direction. His comments at the State of the State are sounding like he wants to actually get after this. He really needs to. The House is a little more generous, but they're barely under $400 million. And I just want to remind you, like, how much money this takes. If you wanted to give $1,000 to these workers, and they would say, oh, great, $1,000, it costs $200 million. And that's the equivalent of 50 cents an hour for 1 year, one time. That's the mass of this work. And this is the challenge it is on the money. And so we worked really hard to make the billion go as far as it can. And I can state with some confidence that if this bill can become law, it will make a difference on the erosion of services and actually the long-term success of this niche. It takes a number about that big, Mr. President and members. We also, in the bill, we talked about more efficient use of staff, ways to need less staff, ways to increase capacity of some of the group homes. We talked about how to handle crisis closures. And each of these could be a 10-minute discussion, but Mr. President, I'm not going to do that to you. And we talked about encouraging work from individuals who are kind of on the sidelines a bit, people in substance use treatment and people in homeless shelters, encouraging them, the operators, to see if there's some way they could help these folks become in the workforce and be successful. We also did some Tanf, which is some of the temporary aid for needy families. Right now, if you are on programs and you get a job and you get above a number, you have to give back half your money, and it's not always rewarding. I was hoping to get to only pay a quarter out of that, but we were able to get to you keep 60 cents. That's the easy way. I hope we can even do some more, but we have to draw people back into work to serve these individuals. And so that's the point of the bill. And then just to wrap up on some of the numbers, I think you'll find them really impressive. In the world called DWRS, which we could spend a long time talking about, again, Mr. President, we're not going to do that. That's the group homes, the day services, and those kinds of operations. They get about an 8% increase, which is really going to make a difference. And these are ongoing. The nursing facilities, Senator Housley will tell you some more, but they're in the range of 12 to 15%. And that's $2 an hour for every worker there, at least. The PC rate increases, we doubled the governor's number to get 11%. And then the people that have the high needs, and there's some people, Mr. President, who need a PCA more than 12 hours a day and 10 hours a day. Those folks are going to get like a 40% increase. They're going to get to over $20 so that nobody has to lay in bed all day without somebody to come after and get them out of bed. And there were some tragic stories, Mr. President, about that, where they said, no, I'm fine, I don't need any help, and no help came, and they woke up and they were dead on Monday. And so we just don't want that. And then home care, it's about a 1/3 increase. Some of those folks get not much money, but that's really the front line of keeping people out of places if they can be served in their home. Technology has gone a long way there and to attract individuals. Senator Tomassoni had a particular interest in Homemaker Increases, and they're in the bill, and they got a significant increase. They're one of the lowest paid services we have. The people that have intermediate care facilities, known as ICFs, they're all going to get at least $50 a day, and some will be getting $150 a day more. That's going to make a real difference for them to serve some of these people with the highest needs. Some of the needs, Mr. President, are simply profound. Then finally, on the non-emergency transportation, we're going to buy some gas for them and increase their rates $6 million a year, which I'm trying to figure out what that rate is, but it's something on the order of more than 20%. Mr. President, I could probably talk all day about this, but I'm not going to. And so with that, I will stop talking. Thank you.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Abeler, for this very good bill. My provisions in the bill have to do with continuing to care for our older adults. Long-term care, we all know that they have struggled over the last couple of years, and even before that, they were struggling. So what we have in this bill is there's language that will recategorize the non-direct care costs as non-direct care costs. Currently, nursing facilities are not able to report the care of non-direct costs for rate reimbursement purposes, so that this section would fix that. We also have language in there that implements a known cost factor for nursing facilities. This provision would help bridge the gap between the passage of this bill and when the providers would actually be able to reimburse or report their new rates, which is 18 months. We also have some elderly waiver framework modifications and implementation. This updates the base wage indices on January 1st of each year, and it implements a partial rate adjustment beginning in July 2022 and fully implements the new framework by January of 2023. And then also we have the nursing facility rate increases. This we've been lobbied a ton, and we've had so many committee hearings where we've had folks come in and tell us how this is really, really needed. This temporary rate increases for the nursing facilities. The committee has held several hearings between the interim and regular session on the topic of providing long-term stability to nursing facility workplaces. The advocates argue that one of the best ways to do this is by increasing wages through the rate increases. So that is the continuing care for older adults in Article 2. Senator Utke.
Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will wrap up this with a little report or catch the high points of what came out of our Health Committee. And like a lot of the things that have been covered already, a lot of what we've done in the policy side does affect our workforce. And of course, that always is the topic that's on the front page for everybody. So just quickly, under health care, it's the Article 3 of the bill. We touch on the MA dental utilization report. This is a report that we're asking that be provided. It actually has been requested, but following up on it so that we see how those services are being provided throughout our state and being reported back in a way that wouldn't identify dentists or providers that might be not living up to what they're supposed to. We've got article in there on pharmacist practice modifications. We also address the internal nutrition and supplies rate. This prohibits DHS from adjusting those rates paid through June 30th of 2023 so that our providers, again, are receiving the rate that they currently are getting and deserve. There's a temporary telephone authorization to continue that as long as the federal health emergency is in place or until July 1, 2023. Article 13 is the Department of Health. And the first thing up there is the closed-loop heat exchangers, geothermal type operation that is in a water well. So the language was adjusted to accommodate those heat exchangers in a water well type situation. It's a closed loop. It's a good deal. It's research and discovery by the University of Minnesota, and we would like to put that into practice here in the state. Background studies, efficiencies, just trying to eliminate some of the duplicative studies between the agents, licensures, licensing groups, and DHS. One thing that comes from northern Minnesota, this is one of Senator Bach's bills, recreational hot tubs. We want to make sure that the resorts that rent cabins can have a hot tub on their deck, just like those that are renting the VRBO and private homes to people traveling throughout our, well, I guess throughout the whole state, but in particularly our lakes country. Another thing that it covers the whole state, also brought to us by Senator Bach, was our critical access hospitals, their swing beds. If you've got a hospital that's first of all, it's publicly owned. There's 11 of them in the state, and if they're under 25 beds and they have a nursing home attached, it allows them to adjust those beds, called swing beds, so that they can bill for those beds. It helps for the revenue in those small hospitals. It's all MA provided, and it's just something that basically it's an accounting system so they can count the beds differently or serve their people and keep those little hospitals alive in our remote areas. Children's Hospital here in St. Paul, there's an moratorium for 22 pediatric beds to help serve the children mental health issues. JV1 visa waiver addresses a situation in St. Cloud for Senator Howe. It involves doctors that have been trained in Canada, have come down here, reached the time limit where they need to go home. With a waiver, we can keep them here, and that falls right into the workforce. So we need those doctors, and they want to stay, so we want to make sure that they can. We have stuff in here addressing the EMS RB board from Senator Lang, following up on the OLA report, changes to their management and their operation and reporting there. Some of the compacts that we've added, audiology and speech language pathology, interstate compact, a nurse licensure compact, interstate counseling compact, dental hygienist collaborative practice, to help all of those become more efficient, get more access to the workforce. We also addressed the medical gas wholesalers fee. We had a loop or a group that was included in the opioid bill from a couple years ago that were getting assessed a higher fee than they really should. And lastly, an expedited re-registration of lapsed nursing licenses. Again, trying to get some additional nurses back into the system, and these would be nurses that were working in nursing homes and assisted livings. If their license lapsed, basically they backed away from working in 2019 going forward, so we get into the 2020 and the COVID times. This is a way for them, if we can convince them to come back into the workforce, that we can get their license reinstated with an application. So with that, Mr. President, I will stand for any questions as we get to that point, but that's a quick coverage of what we have in the health side.
Senator Abeler.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I just neglected to talk about one thing that I have an amendment to offer. Just one of the main topics we also spent a lot of time on was substance use and mental health. And I want to thank Senators Eaton and Bigham and Franzen and Rosen for working with me to restructure DHS to actually make a meaningful use of all the money and the policy focus to try to raise a Department of Behavioral Health out of the basement into being a parallel agency. That's still under discussion. The governor has reacted already in some very positive ways to our work, so I see that as a really good sign. So may not be able to bring back a whole new department, but we will be bringing back more attention to this area. And we are spending all this effort and losing ground. Every year, more people die from opioids, more people die from substance, more people die from mental health issues, and it's just a challenge. And so, Mr. President, I'll offer the A65 Amendment.
Senator Abeler moves the A65 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Abeler moves to amend Senate File Number 4410 as follows. Page 15 after line 27, insert this is the A65 Amendment.
To the A65 Amendment, Senator Abeler.
And thank you, Mr. President. As I offer this amendment, this is a kind of a technical amendment, 7 pages of technical. That's how Human Services is, Mr. President. That takes that long to clear our throat, even when it's gravelly. But I also just want to take a mention to, without specifying anybody's names, the incredible staff who is behind that. Our Senate nonpartisan and the partisan staffs on both sides have been exceptional. The department staff, I get emails from them at 10 at night. I'm not sure they told them they'd be working that long. We've tried to accept a lot of their technical advice. And let me just walk through this amendment, Mr. President. It's a little long, but I just think it's appropriate to mention it. Lines 1.2 to 2.10 is technical advice from DHS regarding the consumer-directed supports, budget exceptions. That's probably all you want to know about that. There is more. Mr. President, lines 2.11 to 13 are technical. 2.14 to 16 are more TA from the department about the CDCS budget exceptions. And then we did, on line 217, we deleted an unworkable section that we really wanted to do, but it just wouldn't work. Line 2.18 to 3.5 is a drafting error. That section was dropped when they codified the bill. And it's amazing there's not more of that. There's so much content, and they know every word of this stuff. It's so impressive, Mr. President. Line 3.6 to 324 is technical advice about the elderly waiver rate floor, where we're trying to help reward companies that have a high percentage of elderly waiver clients, because they spend down to poverty, where are they going to go? And some of these sites are just gifts from God, the way they are so caring, so good for them. Line 325 to 4.9 was just moving language to another section at DHS's request. Line 410 is a change to fit the appropriation. So we had targets in our bill, budget priorities, I don't know what they're called anymore. And so we kind of backed into the numbers. That's what that's about. 4.11 to 4.26, it just moves the language. 4.27 is technical, as is 428, and is 4.29. 4.30 to 5.9 is a drafting error, and they reinserted language. 510 to 511 deletes some background study language that was just far too controversial to try to solve. We tried really hard to work with some background studies, and some things was just unworkable and had to give up. That's us giving up on that. 5.12 to 517 has to do with case manager performance assessments. That's from Senator Fate. 518 to 522, no more dropped language. 523 to 529 is a DHS technical, as it continues over to 6.6. And then line 6.7 to 624 corrects a drafting error related to the mandated report on the self-directed caregiver grant program. If you want more details about it, Mr. President, I'm happy to offer that. Maybe not. 6.25 is an appropriation line about a project. 6.26 is technical. And that's the amendment, Mr. President. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Discussion to the A65 Amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the A65 Amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator
Mr. President,
Abeler.
can I offer the A69 Amendment, please?
Senator Abeler moves the A69 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Abeler moves to amend Senate File Number 4410 as follows. Page 443, line 21, delete. This is the A69 Amendment.
To the A69 Amendment, Senator Abeler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this has to do with the appropriations article. There is nothing that interesting or new in here, but all those numbers really matter. You'll see some of them change by $500,000 here and there, and different numbers to balance out the spreadsheet with some late-coming fiscal notes. With that, I'll stand for questions, Mr. President.
Discussion to the A69 Amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the A69 Amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion does prevail. Discussion and amendments to Senate File 4410 as amended. Senator Lang. Senator Lang, I saw first. Senator Eaton, you're up next. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A62 Amendment.
Senator Lang moves the A62 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Lang moves to amend Senate File number 4410 as follows, page 304 after line 10, insert. This is the A62 Amendment.
To the A62 Amendment, Senator Lang.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment is something that we worked on last year. We actually passed it off the floor, and it was not included. I was unaware of this until just a couple of weeks ago. So here it is in front of you again. It's something you've already voted for. But this amendment would increase the training dollars for initial EMT class from $600 to $900 and from $275 to $375 for the refresher course. Currently, members, we do provide $361,000 annually to the EMS or regulatory board to provide this reimbursement to the ambulance services. So the program has left overfunding at the end of every budget cycle since I've been here. The amendment would allow us to increase the reimbursement to those ambulance providers. And the amount reimbursed has not increased since the program began, so this is a much-needed step. There is no additional money, like I said, $361,000 you've all voted for. This does, it's fully utilizing the current appropriation, which would be nice. And many of our ambulance attendants still volunteer and have limited funds. So we're seeing a large decrease in EMTs and young kids getting into the EMS services. And this is one of many steps to trying to increase that number as we roll forward, and has been a focal point of mine for several years. So with that, Mr. President, I'd stand for questions.
To the A62 Amendment, Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lang. We would definitely accept this as a friendly amendment and encourage a green vote.
Further discussion of the A62 Amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the A62 Amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move the A54 Amendment.
Senator Eaton moves the A54 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Eaton moves to amend Senate File number 4410 as follows, page 312, delete section 13. This is the A54 Amendment.
To the A54 Amendment, Senator Eaton.
Thank you. This amendment would remove the nurse licensure compact from the bill. The language already passed the Senate floor, and including it only exacerbates the caregiving workforce crisis that we're ready to address. Instead of listening to nurses' reasonable request for conditions that would alleviate the staffing shortage, the employers created the nurse compact. And the Nurse Council of State Boards of Nursing and the Minnesota Board of Nursing are instead moving forward with surveys and legislative pushes aiming at bringing the union-busting interstate nurse licensure compact to Minnesota. This bill stops the compact because the compact puts the patients at risk. It allows nurses from states with lower nursing standards and qualifications to practice in the state of Minnesota. It transfers more power to an unelected, privately run organization to make decisions over nurse standards, compensation, and working conditions without public accountability. Used as a union-busting tactic by making it easier for hospitals to fill nurse positions with out-of-state nurses during a strike. And it gives hospitals more excuses to not invest in safer staffing. Improved working conditions are needed and higher compensation for Minnesota nurses. It takes resources away from Minnesota communities and workers. Nurses are leaving the field because they're getting burned out. They're not able to practice up to their standards, up to the standards of nursing practice that are taught in our nursing schools and that we are so proud of in the state of Minnesota. It's demoralizing to not be able to provide the care for a patient that you've dedicated your life to doing. This is not a job that someone does for wealth. This is a job that someone does because they have a calling. And it's pretty demoralizing when the standards that we hold so dear are being compromised. And I urge you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I would ask for a no vote or a red vote on this amendment. Just a couple things on the nurse licensure compact. Statistics that we run into, I guess, first of all, the licensing is not second rate. They are passing this standard test that we have all across the nation. But the big thing, and I'll start kind of from the beginning, we have a nursing shortage across the whole country, not only in Minnesota, but we need to make Minnesota's providers, help them be competitive with filling those open spots. Across the nation, we are going to be needing 200,000 new nurses every year. That's what we're going to be losing through retirements and et cetera. Our schools across the nation can only train 180,000 currently. So if everything's at capacity, we're still going backwards 20,000 nurses a year. And then here in Minnesota, we are training those nurses, but we have a lot of those newly trained nurses that don't even stop in our state to get a license. They go right to a compact state where now they can work in 39, 40 different states, but the biggest thing is they can follow their patients. If that patient, and we've got a mobile society, and they want to call their nurse and get some advice, currently our Minnesota nurses are not able to do that unless they're licensed in a specific state that that person happens to be in. We need to make or allow our nurses to be in a more competitive field. We want to retain those new trainees that have just graduated. We want them to stay in Minnesota, or at least have that option. If they can get the license through the compact, they've got the choice to stay here and work, or they can go to a different state. Right now, I'm hearing a number of them that just pick a different state and they're gone. We have to do everything possible to help staff our providers. I've gotten calls from nurses, and their biggest thing is, we need help. We need help. We just don't have enough people. This is one thing that will help put more active working nurses in our facilities, and we need to keep it in. Thank you.
Senator Eaton.
To that point, Mr. President, I'd like to state that, yes, the nurses need help. They need more staff. They need more control over the ratios of patients that they're required to care for. And they need the support of the state to make sure that the people that they have working with them understand the unit and the issues on that particular floor that they're assigned to. You bring in somebody new from out of state who doesn't understand how to use the Minnesota Pyxis and how to get the meds, how to get where the different supplies are kept, how the different unit works. It's almost as much work to have to train somebody in than it is to actually have another person there who isn't already hired. Minnesota has more nurses per capita than most states. I think the exception is California. And so it's not a shortage of nurses, it's a shortage of nurses who are willing to work in the current conditions. And Mr. President, I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call is requested. Roll call granted. Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I rise in support of Senator Eaton's amendment. I am concerned about this being included in this bill. I don't think that this is the way to address our healthcare workforce crisis, and our the unions that support or that represent the workers, the healthcare workers, are also in agreement. I have a letter from SEIU Healthcare indicating their lack of support for inclusion of the Nurse Licensure Compact because they think it's the wrong way to address the healthcare workforce shortage. I am in agreement with concerns raised by the Minnesota Nurses Association that we have to do more to address the workforce issues that nurses are facing and causing them to wish to leave the workforce, such as the staffing and staffing ratios and having access to the right kind of leave and mental health care support. So for those reasons, I support Senator Eaton's amendment to remove this language from the bill. Thank you.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also support the Eaton amendment. As she pointed out, this has already passed the Senate as separate language. Putting it in this bill is unnecessary, even if you support it. But I want to speak basically against the amendment, against the Nurse Licensure Compact, because it keeps saying, Senator Utke gave this new argument today that somehow the young people going through nursing school are all of a sudden deciding, you know, because I might be able to get multi-state licensure if I move somewhere else, I'm going to move there because of that reason. The reality is we're not losing new nurses because we don't have it. The reality is, as Senator Eaton pointed out, we're not short of nurses here. We have 30% more than the national average in terms of nurses per capita. We're doing very well in that regard. The trouble we're doing, the reason the hospitals are short-staffed, is because they're scheduling it that way. They're opposed to anything that would require them to put more nurses on duty. And then the nurses get burned out because they're working 2 shifts without notice. They're working through their lunches without a choice. They're working that way inappropriately, which is denying patients the quality of care that Minnesota should be proud of. The only voice, the only patient advocacy group, all the hospital corporations, everybody were supportive of the compact, but the only patient advocacy group that spoke out on it, Elder Voice Family Advocates, spoke out against it because of their concern that the Nurse Licensure Compact is going to make care worse. Everybody else who was favoring it were those who have financial interest in doing differently. Minnesota nurses are there, they're ready to serve. We just got to make sure they're treated fairly and that they're staffed adequately. And the hospitals who've been short-staffing are now complaining that we need to do this. It's not a fix, it's not even a partial fix to the nursing shortage we're talking about. The fix is to make sure hospitals are required to staff fairly for the good of their patients. I urge you to support the Eaton amendment and take this provision out of this bill.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I just wanted to rise and mention who supports this initiative. It's 39 other states. 39 other states are part of this compact, and I believe it's a half a dozen other states considering joining. So when we look at support for an idea, concept, let's look to other states too, and I just want to remind members of that. Thank you.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This Nurse Licensure Compact is essential. It is supported, you would recall, as we debated this on this Senate floor, from which this bill already passed. This licensure compact is supported by your hospitals, by medical associations. Most importantly, it's supported by the nurses. 80% of the nurses, licensed nurses, support the Nurse Licensure Compact. And if a nurse does not want the multi-state license, they do not have to have one. There is a choice. The Nurse Licensure Compact offers a choice to Minnesota nurses. They can choose a multi-state license that allows them to practice and follow their patients wherever those patients might be after they leave our great medical facilities here. They might have telemedicine, and they want to keep those nurses. The Nurse Licensure Compact allows our excellent nurses to take advantage of telehealth, something that we relied on greatly during the pandemic. And to think that we're going to go backwards now and not allow Minnesota nurses to participate in telehealth would be erroneous. It would be a backwards decision. And as was noted, the vast majority of other states already allow their nurses to have a multi-state license. And as you will recall from our discussion a few weeks ago, our nurses are trained to the National Nurse Licensure Exam. It is safe, it provides opportunities for our Minnesota nurses, and it makes sure that the patients can continue to have access to our great Minnesota nurses. I speak strongly against the amendment to take out the Nurse Licensure Compact. And one last thing, members, there is one group, there is one entity that was opposed, and that was the Minnesota Nurses Association, which has a very small membership compared to the large number of licensed nurses in our state. I encourage a no vote on this amendment.
Senators Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to talk about this until a point was made that I think is really important to note. The folks who are the experts at being nurses oppose this. Just so we're clear about that. The folks that actually are nurses, and this is a classic problem we have in the legislature, is we think we know better than people on the ground doing the jobs. And the nurses oppose it. Minnesota Nurse Association, who are, in my opinion, the word on how we should be thinking about nursing, because that's what they do for a living. It just boggles my mind that would be cited as a reason that this is somehow bad. We need to support this amendment, folks. Thank you.
See no further discussion. The Secretary will take the roll on the A54 Amendment. I call on Senator Hur to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Hur.
Aye for Senator Torres Ray.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Hur.
Thank you.
I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Tomazzoni votes aye.
Senator Tomassoni votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Western votes no.
Western votes nay. All members having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 35 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Further discussion to Senate File 4410 as amended. Senator Marty.
Mr. President, I'd like to impose the call of the Senate.
The Senate is under call. For what length of
For
time?
the duration
Senator?
of the bill.
Duration of the bill. Senate is under call.
Left you hanging on that one, Ken. Sorry.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move further proceedings in the roll call be dispensed with and the sergeants be instructed to bring in the absent members.
To that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion does prevail. The Secretary will close the roll. Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A56 Amendment.
Secretary will report the A56 Amendment.
Senator Fateh moves to amend Senate File number 4410 as follows. Page 180 after line 6, insert. This is the A56 Amendment.
To the A56 Amendment, Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment concerns the recovery community organizations here in our state. Addiction recovery is a lifelong journey that does not end with rehab or outpatient care. Minnesotans in recovery are more likely to succeed with support of an RCO, which is a non-clinical entity that provides peer support and community. In the past, the number of RCOs in our state were small, and they were certified by an organization in Washington, D.C. And currently, there are 17 RCOs in the state, and that number is growing as we expand the access to these vital support services. This amendment would bring the certification of RCOs back from D.C. into the purview of Minnesota, of the Minnesota Certification Board, an organization that's trusted by RCOs and Minnesotans in the recovery community. This will allow us to pursue the expansion of RCOs in Minnesota more independently so that every Minnesotan has ongoing access to the peer support they need to succeed in recovery.
Senator Abeler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Fateh, for being such an engaged member of our committee. We did a lot of work on this topic. We actually had quite a bit of hearings about substance use, and just so happy that Senator Fateh took this topic and ran with it. These recovery community organizations are very important. It's become an issue with approving them. Back then, there weren't very many, and there was an organization which is kind of small and perhaps a little, well, whatever, perhaps biased. And so we're trying to open it up so more can get it. And this is an excellent amendment. I urge people to vote yes. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A56 Amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the A56 Amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. One moment, please. I would like to offer the A25 Amendment.
Senator Fateh moves the A25 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment. We do not have an A25 at the desk, Senator Fateh. If you'd like, Senator Hoffman.
A61, I apologize.
A61. Senator Fateh moves the A61 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Fateh moves to amend Senate File number 4410 as follows. Page 15 after line 2, insert. This is the A61 Amendment.
To the A61 Amendment, Senator Fateh.
Thank you. So this amendment deals with the need for consistent, predictable, and fair policy making when it comes to customized living in small settings. This amendment is in two parts. The first deals with provider input into assess needs and care management. Our work on this committee has identified an area of improvements in terms of coordination of assessed needs and services. Our language, as it appears in the bill prior to this amendment, would require assessors to consider provider feedback and explain where, if, and when they disagree. This amendment would mirror the language for coordinated services and support plan, which is downstream from the assessment, where case managers work on and authorize the detailed care plan for the clients. What this means is that case managers must take the provider feedback into consideration and provide explanations as well. And this amendment also requires the departments to include its expectations for documentation standards in case manager trainings, and allow clients an avenue to appeal the decision of the case manager to deny or limit necessary services. The second part is dealing with our language to provide an exception to the customized living moratorium. These situations where providers move. The amendment cleans up and clarifies our language, which was heard in committee, so that it explicitly deals with assisted living licensure, where there is no moratorium, to ensure that customized living providers are able to obtain a new license if they move. This work is incredibly important to the folks in our disability community, and I'm grateful to have the partners in our committee, Chair Abeler, as well as our lead, Senator Hoffman, helping on this. Thank you.
Senator Abeler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Fateh yield for a question?
He will yield. Senator Abeler.
I don't remember what month it was. Was it January or something? We had this meeting with a whole bunch of folks.
Yes.
And I've been working on this ever since, and I'm really happy about that. Would you say that you and the department have got a meeting of the minds, or you're still getting close?
Senator Fateh.
We got pretty close, yes.
All right.
Senator Abeler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I have come to realize that the only way things happen in some of these departments is where you get a really engaged member who works with the department the best they can and continues to push them to do things better. This amendment will make things a lot better for I don't know how many people, but a significant number, and I would urge members, it needs a little work, I think, but I will keep working on it. And you get my full support, Senator Fateh. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A61 Amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the A61 Amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I have in front of you the A41
Senator
Amendment.
Hoffman moves the A41 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Hoffman moves to amend Senate File Number 4410 as follows. Page 222, before line 7, insert. This is the A41 Amendment.
To the A41 Amendment, Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Minnesota's cost of care policies currently require counties to bill families in an attempt to recover costs of caring for their child in an out-of-home placement. While that may be a well-intended practice, Mr. Chair, it truly is a significant waste of taxpayer dollars, and it makes it harder for families to reunify with children, adding financial strain to families at a time of crisis. And so this amendment is brought forth to give counties discretion regarding collection of payment for the out-of-home placements. This is based on the legislation that has been heard in committee, Senate File 3647. As well, Mr. President, as our good member from Becker, Senator from Becker, Matthews would say, it went through his committee as well, Mr. Chair. And just to alert Senator Matthews, Senator Abeler and I took adherence to your sticky note that said you shall not mess with this when it leaves my committee. So, Mr. President, we did that. But here's why this is important. 80% of the folks that are billed in Minnesota under the current law make less than $10,000 a year. So they're already, you talk about judgment proof, unless you want to get into a discussion of the Fair Debt Collections and Practices Act, Section 805, we can do that here. But if not, Mr. Chair, I would just like to see members, it's a good amendment, vote yes, please.
Senator Abeler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I always hate to lose the opportunity to discuss the Fair Collection Act on the floor. But rather than that, I would just urge members to vote yes. It's a good amendment. It's a project that should be solved, and thanks, Senator Hoffman.
Further discussion to the A41 Amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A41 Amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. To have in front of you the A63 Amendment.
Senator Hoffman moves the A63 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Hoffman moves to amend Senate File 4410 as follows. Page 227, after line 2, insert. This is Amendment A63.
Senator Hoffman will wait for just a second while that gets up on the screen. We're having double duty with Mike. Should be on the screen now. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mike. Under our current system, if a child is in foster care and qualifies for supplemental security income, the financially responsible agency or permanent caregiver can apply for the child's money. Basically, what they're doing is they're taking the money that should go to the kid. And so what we believe that the child should be notified. We believe in our committee that the child should be notified, as this is a resource of theirs that is being utilized, and they should understand that this funding exists, that it is or at least should be spent on them for their care. So it's something that we can happen in the background, and a child foster care already has the weight of the world on their shoulders, and so the system needs to change a little bit, and this is the way to do it. And Senator Abeler and others, I would ask for a yes.
Senator Abeler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if you can't tell, some of the level of work we've done through the year is deep in the weeds on the policy. I didn't think we could get this attacked as a problem. This is a great amendment. It's all about fairness and what's right for this child. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A63 Amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A63 Amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A47 Amendment.
Senator Kunish moves the A47 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Kunish moves to amend Senate File 4410 as follows. Page 279, after line 29, insert. This is Amendment A47.
To the A47 Amendment, Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment allows for the reinvestment to our counties that are responsible for upholding federal and state ICWA laws. Those are the Indian child welfare laws, and it educates those who are responsible for upholding and implementing family preservation efforts of our Native families. Minnesota has the highest rate of child removal for our Native kids, and I've handed out to you a handout that shows the disproportionate number of Native kids that are removed from their families and are continued to be kept in foster care. It has a devastating and historic effect on our Native communities. But I believe that we can trace a lot of this problem to the lack of understanding and the efforts to practice ICWA laws. In a recent report from MDH, we see that nearly half of Minnesota counties that border reservations are in non-compliant status in enforcing the federal rights and to our vulnerable Native children and their families. And when those counties are not in compliance, there's financial repercussions by withholding funding to those non-compliant counties. And sometimes that creates a surplus in state funding. So right now, that funding is slated to go into the state's general fund. This amendment will be used toward specific training at the University of Minnesota Duluth to help those counties and social workers follow the law and help our Native kids and families stay together. And so I ask for the acceptance of this amendment and would ask for everybody's support.
Senator Abeler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. We were just talking about if this affects the forecast, and I don't think it does. So this is a really bad problem. So many of the tribal families have a disproportionate share of out-of-home placement, and we've done a lot of work on training. And actually, Senator Kuhner showed me this earlier, and I think it's a good idea. We'll flesh it out in a conference if there's any details about if it does cost money. But it appears that the money that she's moving drops to the bottom line, but it's not estimated to drop to the bottom line ahead of time. So it wouldn't have a state impact at that level. So I think it's a good amendment. I think that it shows some creativity. And the more we can put into training, actually you reduce out-of-home placements, especially in this, both in the tribal and the Native American groups, particularly, and African Americans are really disproportionately affected. So I like it. I'm going to vote yes. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A47 Amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the A47 Amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Further amendments and discussions to Senate File 4410 as amended. Senator Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the, the number changed. I'm sorry. The A68.
Senator Eaton moves the A68 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Eaton moves to amend Senate File 4410 as follows. Page 93 after line 25, insert. This is Amendment A68.
To the A68 Amendment, Senator Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would put some requirements on sober houses. Currently, most of them do not have naloxone or any way to deal with an opioid overdose. And this bill would require training and access to naloxone. It would also require that they are allowed to take the medications that they're prescribed, even if they are a form of opioid. Some of them are Suboxone, some of them are different kind anyway. And then it would require a system for which there's accounting so that everyone would know that the meds that were missing are the ones that should have been missing, so that they would have to do that at least once a week. The other parts of it are that if someone's going to be evicted, they need a 48 hours written notice, and they need to have a proposed alternative living arrangement as recommended by the assessment under Minnesota law. And let's see. And alternative living arrangements to meet their needs as recommended under the assessment. Anything else that I need to bring up? I think that's the gist of it. It does do some language that requires the definition of the landlord as the owner of the real property, contract for deed or whatever, and it'd be, it also makes it unlawful to require a waiver in the lease contract or policy that would remove any of the options that I've listed before this. So I'd appreciate support. We had over 1,000 people die last year from opioid overdoses, and several of those were in sober houses because they just act like they don't have anybody with drug addictions there.
Senator Abeler.
Well, thank you. And Senator Eaton, I wish you would have brought this to me a little earlier. We had some hearings about this last year, and I was committed to doing something with sober homes. This might serve as a placeholder. There is a task force, which has been delayed, Mr. President, and Senator Eaton was supposed to get going, and just didn't get started on time, probably because of COVID and staffing. And so what I'm happy to do is use this as a placeholder for something that we could try to get going. Without any guarantee it'll come back in any shape that looks like this. But the issues with sober homes, Mr. President, are really bad. There are some really great ones and some horrible ones. And they're kicking people out and keeping all their goods, and some are simply places to go they're a hospice for people who are chemically dependent, it seems like, while they let them keep using. And so, Senator Eaton, if you'll help me work through this and talk to the other body about what might get going, I think I would be willing to vote yes on this.
Senator Klein.
Thank you. And I have a question for the author. Will the author yield?
She will yield. Senator Klein.
Thank you for the amendment, and I agree that this is an important target for sort of combating opioid-related deaths in our state, and a simple solution. And it sounds like the chief author of the Omnibus is going to consider this and work with you on this. As it goes forward, can I ask what the reasoning is for the 48-hour notice before eviction? Because I think in certain cases, there are individuals who may be disruptive or violent or a threat to other residents who need to be sort of removed from a sober house urgently. And is that something you'd be willing to look at and work with? Thank you.
Senator Eaton.
Thank you. Usually the eviction is due to part of the symptoms of addiction, which is they've used and had a positive UA. But if they've been violent or such, the police have been called or they've been removed that way, they would probably, they would probably sit in jail while they were being evicted. But otherwise, I have no idea any further details.
Senator Klein.
Well, thank you. I think it's a great idea. I'd love to work with both parties as we move it forward. Thank you.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I appreciate the amendment. I do have one comment, and I know that this will continue to be worked on, but if the author would yield for a question, please.
Senator Eaton will yield. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Eaton, my question has to do with the mandate regarding that a proper amount of naloxone must be on site. I believe right now there may be sober houses that do not have naloxone or other similar drugs, but this is a mandate to all sober houses that they all have proper, I'm not sure how you would define that, but they must have naloxone on hand. And I'm just curious about placing such a mandate on sober houses, and if that was your intention, and if you have had some feedback on this from perhaps, I'm not sure, but perhaps there are sober houses that don't have naloxone or don't choose to. Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the question, Senator. I can't imagine why we would not want to mandate naloxone at a facility that houses people who are suffering from substance use disorder. It's a safe, effective way of reversing an overdose, and if somebody is not overdosing and given naloxone, there are no side effects or substantial problems with it. It is a very safe drug. The only thing it does is kick the opioids off those sensors in the brain. So, yeah, I definitely intend to mandate it.
Further discussion to the A68 Amendment. Senator Nelson in response.
All right, Mr. President, just to follow up. I do recall, Senator Eaton, that there was I'm not saying that it ought not be mandated, but it must be considered that there is an additional cost to maintaining a naloxone and I just remember that a discussion when we were working on this issue several years ago. So we just have to be cautious that there could be an additional cost and how that might be paid for.
Senator Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. President. To that point, Senator Nelson, there are numerous resources for free naloxone. The Steve Rumler Hope Network, for one, is more than happy to provide it. They provide it for treatment centers and emergency departments, and I'm certain would be somewhere they could access it for free from a sober house.
Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Eaton, could you, on page 5, walk through sections 61 and 62, please?
Senator Eaton, to that point.
Thank you, Mr. President. 61, well, basically what we're talking about is, number one, defining landlord. Sometimes a lot of these sober houses are rental properties, but the waiver of tenant rights is that the what we don't want is for a landlord or the owner of the facility to say that in order for someone to come in there, they have to sign a waiver that they won't use their prescribed medication, which could be Suboxone, which could be an opioid. And that's why there's language in there for the counting and supervision of those medications. I don't see them as any different than your blood pressure meds or whatever else. It's a medication for a prescribed illness. That's basically what it is.
Senator Benson.
So, Mr. President, if Senator Eaton could talk through the waiver prohibited, where do we get did the Housing Committee hear it is unlawful for any landlord or owner to include in lease contract policy waivers or remedies provided by state, federal law, local ordinance? I'm not sure. Did Housing have an opportunity to look at this language, Senator Eaton?
Senator Eaton will yield to that question. Senator Eaton.
Thank you, and thank you. I did not get a hearing on this bill, and so no, the Housing Committee did not hear it.
Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to amend the Eaton Amendment by removing sections 61 and 62.
Senator Benson moves to strike on page 5, line 8 through line 5.19. Is that your motion, Senator Benson?
Mr. President, I move to strike lines 5.8 through lines 5.22.
So the Secretary will report this oral amendment to the amendment, oral amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Benson moves to amend the Eaton Amendment to Senate File 4410 as follows. On page 5, delete lines 5.7 through 5.22.
Mr. President, that is my amendment.
Senator Eaton, to that amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Eaton.
To the amendment to the amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Returning to the A68 Amendment. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A68 Amendment as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Further amendments and discussion to Senate File 4410 as amended. Senator Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A51 Amendment.
Senator Eaton moves the A51 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Eaton moves to amend Senate File 4410 as follows. Page 298 after line 3, insert. This is Amendment A51.
Senator Eaton to the A51 Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would authorize natural organic reduction in the state of Minnesota. We have many options for burial in this state. A few years ago, we passed alkaline hydrolysis. This one would allow for the human body to be composted. And I have sent out a handout. It is legal in Washington, Colorado, and Oregon, and it's up in several committees in other states. But what this is as you can see, it's a more environmental way, and it's bringing you back kind of the ashes to ashes, except we're not doing cremation. Cremation requires fossil fuels. It also puts lots of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and it's becoming more popular, increasing the amount of carbon dioxide. And we also consume a lot of valuable land, burying people in cemeteries, and we leach chemicals into the groundwater from when people are when their body breaks down in the soil. But I would like to, I guess the most important part to me is it's a way that the body naturally in a, usually it's about a 7-foot long tube type container. They put straw and wood chips and stuff in there and control the temperature and turn it, and it takes about 30 days for the body to convert to about a cubic yard of soil. And then many places they donate the soil to a conservation area, or the family can take it home with them. It has 0 CO2 emissions and enables our last act to be one of ecological connection, regeneration, and beauty. It's probably already legal here. There's no law that says you can't do it, but I can't get any of the organizations who, or the businesses who provide this to come here without legislation that says that they can't do this because they don't want to invest the money and not be able to do it. So the soil is the same as any other compost. There is a part of the bill that I kept that was in Colorado's that you cannot use this on land that produces edible crops, just because that people get uncomfortable with that. So this is a new innovative business, and it keeps tax revenue in the state, and I would encourage support.
Further discussion of the A51 Amendment. Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Eaton. You have supplied information to me over the last month or two, and I have learned a fair amount on this. But at this time, I would ask that we do not add this to the bill, and we do a red vote on it, only because I think it's something that we will look at, but we need to look at it some more and have further discussions. We haven't weighed in with the department. We haven't weighed in with a lot of the other people that we would need to before we would make a change like this. But again, I have looked at it. It's an interesting idea. You know, I know there are some states already that are doing it, but I think we need to do our due diligence here in Minnesota before we would add this to our current health bill. So at this time, members, I would ask that we vote red, but with the understanding we will continue to look at it and see where it goes in the future. So thank you.
Members, the President's going to call a brief recess. We have a medical situation we need to deal with. So without objection, the Senate... Will someone move a recess, please? Senator Benson.
Mr. President, I move the Senate recess to the call of the President.
To that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, Senate is in recess. We are currently on the A51 amendment. Further discussion to the A51 amendment. Senator Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I neglected to mention that I did meet with the funeral home operators and Dr. Mike Osterholm, who assured me that there was no concern for any kind of contamination or anything like that with this. In fact, he said I could use his name to say he supported this. So I would like a roll call, and I urge support.
Roll call requested. Roll call is granted. Further discussion to the A51 amendment. Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A51 amendment. I call on Senator Hurd to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report nay for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes no. Senator Hurd.
I'd like to report aye for Senator Torres Ray.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Hurd.
Aye for Senator Johnson Stewart.
Johnson Stewart votes aye. Senator Hurd.
And I'd like to report aye for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes aye.
Thank you.
Calling Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebretson votes no.
Ingebretson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes no.
Tomasoni votes nay. Senator Rest, for what reason do you be recognized?
I move that those not voting be excused from voting.
On that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 27 ayes and 35 nays, the A51 Amendment is not adopted. The motion does not prevail. The A51 Amendment is not adopted. Further amendments. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A52. A52, sir.
Senator Klein moves the A52 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Klein moves to amend Senate File Number 4410 as follows, page 309 after line 23. Insert. This is the A52 Amendment.
To the A52 Amendment, Senator Klein.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. First, let me say thank you for your grace in calling a recess. This is a controversial amendment, and I was going to give a speech and take a roll call, but I don't think anybody's in the mood for that. You know, we've been through a lot these last couple of years, and we're sergeants and staff and senators, but we're all human beings under God. And I know we argue on this floor and we fight, and sometimes we get pretty angry at each other. But I think we all care for each other pretty deeply. That's what matters today. Just want to speak very briefly about the amendment. Regrettably, during these last couple of years, there have been medical practitioners who have spread misinformation about the COVID-19 virus. They have led people to believe that masks were ineffective. They have abused their medical license to deceive Minnesotans. They have told people that the vaccine was more dangerous than helpful. They have told people that remdesivir was dangerous when it was one of the few tools we had in the toolbox. They've told people that a horse parasite medication named ivermectin was effective when it was a canard. The things they have said were false, and they were demonstrably false to anybody who had picked up a medical journal or spoken to an infectious disease specialist, to anybody who held their medical license in any sort of dignity or respect. I don't know why medical practitioners in this state did that. I don't know what incentives of television exposure or instant fame would lead a person to exploit their license in that way. But I do know that we need it to stop. In other states, practitioners have been punished and their licenses removed when they spread canards such as the ones we have encountered. We should do the same. Mr. President, I withdraw the amendment.
The A52 Amendment is withdrawn. Further amendments? Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I would like to offer the A53 amendment.
Senator Wickland moves the A53 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Wickland moves to amend Senate File Number 4410 as follows, page 128 after line 9. Insert. This is the A53 Amendment.
To the A53 Amendment, Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is related to Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and it would expand eligibility for the SNAP program from the current level, which is equal to or less than 165% of the federal poverty guidelines for the family size. It would increase that to 200% of the federal poverty guidelines for that family size. I bring this forward because we know that hunger and access to essential items is still an issue in our communities, and the fact that we see inflation affecting costs of our groceries is no doubt affecting families even more at this time. What this amendment would do would allow us to increase the ability for more families to participate in the SNAP program and allow existing families to not see their eligibility disappear when they have a small income change that brings them over the 165% level. It would help over 3,200 households in Minnesota access food support, and it would be paid for with federal funds that we need to implement a small administrative change, which would cost approximately $14,000 over 3 years. But again, it would leverage millions of federal dollars that could be going to families who are in a situation where they don't have enough to pay for their food and groceries, much less other essential items. We've brought this proposal before for the body before. I think it's really a common sense thing that we should be doing to help families that are in a situation where they don't have a great deal of extra money at the end of the month anyway, and if their job situation changes by a matter of just a few hours, they can be ineligible for the funding. As an example, someone who makes an hourly wage of $17, they work 40 hours a week, their eligibility level is under the threshold, so they are eligible for SNAP. If they were to take on 5 more hours a week, their gross income rises above the SNAP eligibility threshold, and they are no longer eligible for over $650 of food assistance. So I think that we, and most of these people are working people who are trying to get along in the best way they can and to make good use of government programs as they need them for a period of time. But I'm sure they want to be in a position where they are self-sufficient. This just gives them a way to take on extra hours of work and still be eligible for SNAP benefits. So I urge you to support the amendment, and I request a roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call is granted. Senator Benson.
Mr. President, I have the A64 amendment.
Senator Benson moves the A64 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Benson moves to amend the A53 amendment to House Senate File number 4410 as follows, page 1, line 6, after all insert. This is the A64 amendment.
To the amendment A64, Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Wickland, first of all, I want to thank you for taking the funding out of operations instead of out of the general fund. There is plenty of flexibility in the operations fund, and so I think this is a better use of those dollars. The A64 amendment members support Senator Wickland's message that these are working people. And so we're just going to make sure that counties are verifying that they're working as they access this resource. And I'm happy to take comments, Mr. President.
Senator Wickland to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Benson. I am opposed to the amendment. I believe that the program as it is in place today is utilized by majority of people who are working. And your amendment, basically, it would say that we have to add and ensure government time and effort goes towards work verification, which I believe is counter to the efficient use of the federal government resources that we can draw down. 19 other states have done this already and raised the income threshold. I think that this amendment as it was straightforward. We have people who fluctuate, and to add another level of expectations for them that they are going to have to go in and report work changes of just a few hours to stay eligible, both from a time tax on people who are participating in the program and in the government work to track that. This is not an effective use of our resources, so I would oppose the amendment.
Senator Benson.
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call granted on the amendment to the amendment. Further discussion? Senator Herr.
Mr. President, I was going to speak in support of Senator Wickland's amendment earlier for the SNAP program, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. But hearing Senator Benson's amendment, I think might be good for me to stand up and speak this time. We are blessed to have a country that feeds the hungry, and to put like limitation as restriction in it, we are not fully helping those who are hungry, especially area where there's food desert, you know. And I'm gonna shift a little bit to talk about the SNAP program. You know, it had many prong of our success, many success area in the SNAP programs, you know, and it really helped all group of people, and I can attest to new Americans like myself, where the SNAP program can add extra money into my pocket, whether it's just $50, $80, that I can put in the bank and save. And this is the importance of the SNAP programs. I'm just feeling so blessed that this country and our state have SNAP program, have program like this for the working poor and those who are maybe facing food shortage. You know, the two prong of progress that I can name of is provide nutritious food for families that are in needs. At the same time, also help the growers, the farmers, whose only means of earning is through growing food and sell it at the farmer's market. So that's what I can see as the two prongs of success, but there are many other prongs of success that are involved in this program. And I would hope that Senator Benson do see it this way, that we should not limit to help those who are hungry. So thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion to the amendment Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm really sorry to see this amendment, which I can only view as damaging to the underlying effort of Senator Wickland to provide much-needed food assistance to those who need it. I'm very, very sorry to see that brought forward. And, Mr. President, the paradox, the irony is that SNAP is already largely a worker assistance program. More than almost 15 million workers who simply aren't paid enough or are underemployed are on SNAP because they're not paid enough. They need that kind of food assistance. You know, these strict monthly worker tests don't do anything to help people conduct effective job searches or get what they need to have safe, stable, secure lives. And in fact, it's been shown that in those states that haven't allowed some variation and some waivers and some responsiveness to individual circumstances, those, and many of whom, like I said, are already working but are underemployed, something on the order of 600,000 people lose this nutrition support. So members, this may be a popular provision that Senator Benson has offered, but it has no real practical, tangible benefit in real people's lives in getting them what they need in terms of work, and it certainly denies them in the order of hundreds of thousands of people the kind of food support that they need. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, I'm joining Senator Dibble and Senator Herr and others in opposition to this amendment to the amendment, because the hassle for people to go through one more work requirement. Again, these are the folks that are being added by the Wickland Amendment. They're all either retired or they're working people, because it's only adding people over 165% of the poverty line. That's people who are working and not making enough, which is the vast majority of the problem here. We have a situation here where the federal government is paying virtually 100% of the program. And I always thought it was kind of ironic how many members of the Senate have advertised broadly about their support for a local food shelf effort, asking all of us to donate. And that's good, and I applaud those efforts. But Senator Wickland's amendment will probably do literally 1,000 or 2,000 times as much to address hunger in our state as those food shelf drives are. Something like the WIC program currently already provides about 10 times as much as all the combined efforts of all the food shelves and all the efforts we have here. It's a huge effort to help people. And whether people are retired or struggling with work and not making enough, if they've got a health condition, usually mental health or other things that they're not able to get qualified for disability because they're not able to go through all the hoops they have to get disability. And they're not able to go through all the hoops to qualify for food stamps under this. And the reality is I think Senator Dibble mentioned that in the states where they do have the work requirement, you have huge losses of people who are not getting the nutrition they need. The fact that we in this wealthy state have so many people who are hungry right now, we're not willing to do this simple thing. I strongly urge your rejection of the Benson Amendment, which will make more people hungry, not fewer people hungry. And nobody chooses to go hungry. Nobody chooses to go hungry. Oh, I'm lazy. I don't want to work, so I'm going to go hungry. I don't know who is that way. Have you ever gone without food and when you're hungry, put your kids to bed hungry? That's not the reality. This work requirement is a hassle and nothing more that drops people from the program. I strongly urge you reject this amendment and then pass the Wickland Amendment. And again, for those who have been sponsoring food shelf drives, please continue doing it, but recognize that's not even a drop in the bucket compared to what this amendment of Senator Wickland's would do if we don't add this destructive amendment on top of it.
The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. I call Senator Hurd to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report nay for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes nay. Senator Hurd.
Nay for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes nay. Senator Hurd.
Nay for Senator Johnson Stewart.
Johnson Stewart votes nay. Senator Hurd.
And nay for Senator Torres Ray.
Torres Ray votes nay.
Thank you.
I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes aye.
Tomasoni votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 37 ayes and 28 nays, the amendment to the amendment A64 is adopted. Returning to the base amendment A53 as amended, Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to take a moment and show my support for this amendment, Amendment A53. And I speak to this from my own life experience. I myself was a recipient, I think I've shared this with you, a recipient of WIC and the MFIP, as well as, well, back in the day it was food stamps. Right now it's SNAP. And I can't tell you what a difference those kind of safety nets made in my life for a short amount of time. If I hadn't had that assistance from the state of Minnesota, I could easily have lost not only my home and not been able to feed my children as well. And even though I was receiving those benefits from the state, I was also working. I did child care, and I was a waitress, but I had to fine-tune exactly how much I was making and how many hours I could work outside of my daycare in order to be able to keep those benefits. And while I appreciated those benefits, it also kept me back. It didn't allow me to maybe afford some of the extras for my own children. It meant that I wasn't able to send my kids to summer camps. It meant I wasn't able to buy them certain things that they were looking for that their other friends had, maybe a new bicycle or a specialty kind of pair of jeans. And so when I look at the opportunity here for us to invest in our families and help them get the resources that they need to grow strong, healthy families with the appreciation from our state, amendments that add extra bureaucracy and extra hoops to jump through really kind of breaks my heart. And so we are asking for a very small amount, a very small increase in the ability for those folks that are getting those resources to continue to invest in their own families and invest in Minnesota. And at this time, I would ask you to support Senator Wickland's A53 amendment.
Further discussion to the A53 amendment as amended, Senator Abeler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I plan to vote yes. People can vote however they like. It's not up for me to tell them what to do. Thank you.
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, I strongly support the amendment as it was originally, but with the work requirements and what we've seen from other states when they put them on, the number of people who drop from the program, and it's not because they're not working, it's because of the hassle. And people who are struggling to keep their heads above water and trying to feed their families, putting one more burden in and making more hassle for everyone. The reality is you drop people from the program. So I'm not sure I can support this amendment with the addition on it. I think we're going to make it worse for people. I think we're going to make hunger worse in this state. I think that amendment we just passed is shameful. I think it's absolutely shameful because it sounds like we're trying to make sure somebody's not lazy. And I challenge any member here to show me somebody who's been hungry, who refuses to work when they're able to work. Those requirements are not making more people go to work. It's not incentivizing it. People who are hungry who aren't working, it's because they got other reasons they cannot work. And it's not a reasonable way to do it, and I'm really troubled with that amendment on. I don't see that this is going to reduce our hunger in this state, even though the feds were paying for something, even though, as I said, it's thousands of times more important than our individual efforts for food shelves. But putting that requirement on, I think we're going backwards if this amendment passes, and I want to vote against it because of that. And again, I'm deeply disappointed at that amendment. I don't know. I want you to introduce me to somebody who says, yeah, I'm hungry, but I'm not going to work because I'm lazy. Because that's not the way the world works.
Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the amendment that has been applied to my amendment certainly wasn't a direction that I would choose to go with this offering. I believe that it makes sense that we look at our eligibility level because we could be utilizing further federal funds to make lives work better for Minnesotans as they struggle with food insecurity. I have received some additional information, and what I would, while I do not support having a work requirement to be able to receive this additional funding, I do want to see us progress in terms of accessing what 19 other states are already doing. So with that, I would like to withdraw my request for a roll call and proceed with a vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Request for the roll call has been withdrawn. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A53 amendment as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. Motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A73 amendment.
The Secretary will report the A73 amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend Senate File number 4410 as follows. Page 262 after line 9, insert. This is the A73 amendment.
To the A73 amendment, Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the A73 amendment helps make a few changes in the bill to what was originally introduced as Maya's Law. This was Senator Rosen's bill that she'd worked on and was inserted in the bill along the way. And the original language was a little too broad and had raised some questions to some pro-family groups, homeschool groups and such I'm a part of. And so I've been speaking with Senator Rosen, Senator Abeler, Senator Hoffman on this, and actually got all the proponents of the bill and some of those that had some concerns together and worked on a solution that can make everyone happy. And so this is going to tighten it up where it accomplishes the goal of the bill by stating the requirements for interviewing children apart from their parents when they're the alleged abusers is when it is possible and the report alleges substantial endangerment or sexual abuse. So I believe this is a good amendment that helps make the issue better, makes this tighter, and still accomplishes the underlying part of the bill, and I'd urge members' support.
To the A73 amendment, Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I too would like to stand in strong support of this Maya's Law, and thank you very much, Senator Matthews, for working on this amendment. And we did try to give it an attempt in finance, and it wasn't quite right, so he definitely brought all the stakeholders together, and it is a very good compromise going forward. Minnesota is the only state that does not grant children the right to be interviewed separately from their guardians when reporting abuse. So this definitely takes care of this issue. We are on the right path, but we still have a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done when we're dealing with our child protection system. So again, thank you, Senator Matthews. And I ask for a strong support.
Senator Utke. Oh, Not Senator Utke. Senator Abeler.
Well, thanks, Mr. President, and Senator Rosen spoke for me. This is actually a really interesting and complex topic, and I'm just happy that both the senators weighed in on this, and through the course of good collaboration, it's a pretty good amendment now. It'll actually make a difference for some of the kids, so I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the A73 amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Further amendments and discussions. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A72 amendment.
Senator Coleman moves the A72 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend Senate File Number 4410 as follows. Page 72 after line 2 insert. This is the A72 Amendment.
To the A72 amendment, Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A72 amendment is a pretty straightforward and I believe friendly amendment. It involves the Rare Disease Advisory Council. This bill has made its way through higher ed, HHS, as well as state government with unanimous support through all three committees. What it does is it moves the Rare Disease Advisory Council from the University of Minnesota, which is okay with the move, to the Council on Disability so that they can more effectively influence what they would like to see happen with rare disease-related legislation.
Discussion to the A72 amendment. Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And Senator Coleman, we've talked about this. It's a bill that we have passed, and like Senator Coleman said, it's tracking on its own, and she'd like to bring it into the Omnibus bill, and I'm happy with that. So I'll take this as a friendly amendment and ask for a green vote.
Further discussion to the A72 amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the A72 amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Further amendments. Senator, everybody raised their hand at the same time. Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A55 amendment.
Senator Lopez Franzen moves the A55 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Lopez Franzen moves to amend Senate File Number 4410 as follows. Page 381 after line 2 insert. This is the A55 amendment.
To the A55 amendment, Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this amendment, members, is about rescheduling of the controlled substances for cannabis. And as you may know, we are moving in the direction of legalization from many parts of our country. And we've debated this in this particular body in committee many times already, and we're moving in that direction. This is just a simple amendment. It doesn't legalize cannabis. It just changes it from Schedule 1 to Schedule 2. The difference between those two different categories is that substances classified under Schedule 1, like heroin or LSD, have been determined to have no currently acceptable medical use. As we now know with our medical program in Minnesota, we know that medical cannabis has medical use. So it is not the appropriate schedule for this particular substance, and we are trying to make that adjustment at the state level. This does not change federal law, of course, but certainly makes it a lot easier for managing medical cannabis. It also does not allow for prescription by doctors for cannabis. It just simply changes the schedule in the treatment of that particular area of law. Finally, I would say it's had bipartisan support both in the House and in the Senate, and I stand for any questions. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will a good senator from Edina yield?
Senator Lopez Franzen will yield. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is a wonderful, wonderful amendment. I love this. I'm wondering if the good senator from Edina would answer. Does this then allow, is there any room for it to allow Delta 9 or Delta 10 in this state? Because right now, Delta 9 cream is illegal in the state of Minnesota. Folks that are suffering, I hate the word, but people that are having chronic pain have to go to Illinois to get this Delta 9. But then it would be illegal to drive across the state of Wisconsin. That's if you were to drive across Wisconsin with this. So, Senator from Edina, does this open that, please?
Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hoffman, I am not sure what the difference is between those different cannabis types, but I will tell you that this amendment fixes the issue of taxes and deducting business expenses from federal taxes, and that could be done at the state level to seek this exemption. It would also allow for, again, to be able to fix other issues when it comes to how the substance is treated in the criminal justice system as well. So, Mr. President and Senator Hoffman, I owe you the answer because I am not the expert on the different varieties of cannabis.
Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would state under 35.2 in our rules that this amendment is not germane. We have nothing in our health bill related to cannabis or any of the things that are being talked about here. So I would ask that you rule this not germane.
Senator Utke rises to a point of order of germaneness under Rule 35.2 that the amendment is not germane to the underlying bill. Advice, Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator Utke, I will point at least one section, one complete article, Article 14. In Section 26, we talk about controlled substances for intractable pain. It references Schedule 2 to Section 5 of Section 152.02. So it does talk about, in this bill, it deals with health. It is a broader subject matter. It's clearly part of this, this bill. And I would argue that it is absolutely germane in many instances in this bill when it talks about the Schedule 2. I'm looking at the bill. I see it many times written down, Schedule 2 on page 383, and it goes on multiple times. So if this is not germane, I'd be surprised what would be in this bill when it literally says Schedule 2 on the bill itself. Thank you.
Senator Lopez Franzen, can you identify the page numbers you just referenced for the president so I can make sure I'm looking at the sections you're trying
Thank
to
you.
make a
I
reference on?
am, Mr. President, I'm looking at Article 14, Section 26, and Section 26, Subdivision 2. And the subsequent page also talks about Schedule 2. You know, I'm looking at it once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times in one page. And so it's absolutely in the context of the underlying bill.
Mr. President, advice.
Senator Benson, advice.
Mr. Chair, the rescheduling normally goes through both health and judiciary. If you look at the sections, the pages, I believe the current bill, page 382.8 is one of the references to Section 152.02. None of that is rescheduling. It's referencing current law to treat intractable pain. It's not talking about rescheduling a drug. Rescheduling is a completely different subject than saying that there's a category of drugs that are allowed in the treatment of intractable pain.
Further advice? Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also argue it is an omnibus bill, so it is a broader subject matter, and it doesn't need to fit neatly into the actual language of the bill, but it does have a strong correlation, and the actual issue of a scheduled substance is in the underlying language of the bill. So again, members, I would strongly argue that this is germane to this bill, and I ask for the support of the President.
Additional advice, Senator Benson.
Mr. President, rescheduling drugs is a purview of judiciary. Bringing a judiciary matter into the Health and Human Services Omnibus bill violates the very boundary of an omnibus bill. If you're going to reschedule a drug, it is the purview of the Judiciary Committee as its final say with the advice of the Health and Human Services Committee, but this would expand it to a judiciary matter.
Further advice, Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And further advice, last year, this body, Mr. President and members, last year passed raw cannabis right from this same Health and Human Services lane, if you were to speak. And so it absolutely is germane to the conversation, because last year this body said yes to getting raw cannabis when it came to doing supports and services to people that needed it. So, Mr. President, my advice to you is this is germane because of that issue. Thank you.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, the fact that a judiciary-related content is in this bill only emphasizes how broad the jurisdiction is in this bill. If it didn't belong in this bill, if it should have been in the judiciary lane only, it would have stayed there. Clearly, it's related to Health and Human Services bill. That's why it's here. The fact that it's in this bill supports germaneness.
Mr. President,
Senator Benson.
to Senator Hoffman's point, that was under the limited purview of medical cannabis. It wasn't for broad access, which is what Schedule 2 would allow when it comes to marijuana usage in the state of Minnesota.
Further advice, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, I would remind us and remind you, as you're considering how you're going to rule on this matter, the reason we have different classes of drugs on particular places on the schedule. And the definition of Schedule 1 versus Schedule 2, et cetera, is because of a determination by whomever, whether those are medical or legal professionals, that that particular substance has no known redeeming medical or health-related value, which is clearly, of course, not the case when it comes to cannabis, as this institution and this august body has agreed. Hence, we have the medical cannabis program. And the issue of having it on Schedule 1 means that it makes it extremely difficult to access the substance for valid medical research purposes. Hence, the effort in the Health and Human Services context to move it from Schedule 1 to Schedule 2 so that it can be made more widely available for purposes of health inquiry and research. And I will just mention that this bill is rife with subjects around the dispensation of pharmaceuticals, the practice of pharmacy research related to that practice, et cetera. So this is a very consistent amendment with the underlying intent and purposes of the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further advice, Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, looking at this statute, I'm very familiar with it because many of the drugs on this rescheduling were my bills that I carried through judiciary. This is clearly in the lane of judiciary. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Klein.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And as you consider this, first of all, it is not our capacity to decide where bills pass, but it certainly is within the purview of this Health and Human Services Omnibus. As Senator Hoffman pointed out, that last year in this identical bill, we passed leaf cannabis as a medical application. To say that this is different from that is simply not the case, Mr. President. This is moving a pharmaceutical from a Schedule 1, which has no known medical application, to a Schedule 2. Similar Schedule 2 medications are things like Dilaudid and fentanyl, methadone, things that need to be carefully observed and regulated, dosed appropriately, but not banned altogether from applicable uses. So this is an absolutely appropriate and judicious entry into the Health and Human Services Omnibus bill, and I urge you to consider it germane.
Members, after listening to the advice, the decision of the President is that the point of order is well taken. The amendment is not in order. Senator Lopez Franzen.
Pursuant to Senate Rule 14.4, I appeal the rule of the President and request for a roll call.
Senator Lopez Franzen appeals the ruling of the President. Roll call being requested, roll call granted. The decision is, shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate? A green vote upholds the decision of the President. A red vote overrules the decision of the President. The Secretary will take the roll. Calling Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes aye.
Tomasoni votes aye. Calling Senator Hur to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hur.
Mr. President, I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Hur.
Nay for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes nay. Senator Hur.
Nay for Senator Torres-Ray.
Torres-Ray votes nay. Senator Hur.
That is for now. Okay. And
Senator Hur.
Mr. President, nay for Senator Johnson Stewart.
Johnson Stewart votes nay. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 37 ayes and 28 nays, the decision of the President is upheld. Further amendments. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A67 Amendment.
Senator Rosen moves the A67 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rosen moves to amend Senate File Number 4410 as follows. Page 83, after line 19, insert. This is the A67 Amendment.
To the A67 Amendment, Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is dealing with the addiction and overdose crisis in Minnesota that we are dealing with currently. And in 2020, overdose deaths jumped by 32%, much higher than the national average, which is 20%. As I mentioned yesterday, there was 1,500 overdose deaths in 2021. Minnesotans lose someone every 8 hours in 2020. That's staggering. The good news is that we do have 2 new FDA-approved treatments for both substance use disorder and opioid use disorder. These are the first in their class, and they've been approved by the FDA first time in 60 years, and they're called prescription digital therapeutics. It's a treatment that combines conventional cognitive behavioral therapy with technology to allow treatment that is used through your smartphone. It's a treatment that's found in the FDA clinical trials to be much more effective than other traditional treatments in helping the SUD and the OUD patients stay in treatment and overcome their addictions. So this amendment directs DHS to conduct a pilot testing with these new treatments, and it'll be one clinic or practice site located in the 7-county metro and one clinic outside the 7-county metro, with incorporating a minimum of 1,000 patients enrolled in the MA program. It's voluntary, and of course, an informed consent needs to be provided for that patient. There is a report to the Commissioner of Human Services as of July of 2024, which would be a description of the clinic or practice site and the demographics of the patient population. It would also have the success and challenges of the pilot program and the impact on the health equity issues, and a comparison of hospitalization rates for the pilot program patient population. There's nearly a dozen states that have completed or in the middle of a pilot program. In fact, Massachusetts and Oklahoma have skipped this pilot and have gone straight ahead to adding the PDTs to their Medicaid benefit set. So this would basically, the goal is to determine if the PDTs would be effective with our medical assistant population and to add these treatments as a MA benefit. With that, Mr. President, I believe this is a very good amendment. It is, I'm hoping that, I know that Senator Abeler approves of this amendment, but I'll allow him to speak on this. We are very excited about this result of new therapeutics that are coming down the pipeline. Results first also will be measuring this program. I have spoken with Commissioner Harpstead and staff, Mr. Burdick, and they are in favor of this. This is a pilot program. If it continues, it will fall under the guise of the ORAC review for the grant programs. The money of the $8 million will come out of round 3 of the federal opioid response grant program. And that is the amendment. Mr. President, I am open for questions.
Discussion to the A67 Amendment. Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Rosen. I will jump in on this one and just say thank you for bringing this forward. We definitely accept it as a friendly amendment and ask for everybody's support. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I strongly support this amendment. This is something that I've been talking to the developers with for quite some time, and I wanted them to slow down and do the pilot first. So that's, I'm grateful that that happened, and I encourage a yes vote.
Any further discussion to the A67 Amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A60 Amendment.
Senator Marty moves the A60 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Marty moves to amend Senate File Number 4410 as follows. Page 15 after line 27, insert. This is the A60 Amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this would be one that I think fits very well with Senator Abeler's efforts to increase rates for workers who are serving the state, serving others, and it would simply do what we've done many times in the past, and that is require that the employers pass on at least 80% of the increased revenue from this rate increase to the workers who it's intended to apply. This goes for DWRS, home care, everything in the bill would just do that standard 80% requirement that they pass it along. I hope this is seen as a friendly amendment because this is what, again, Senator Abeler has been working to increase the wages for these folks. I think this accomplishes that and just makes sure that we make that happen. I like to hope that all employers will use the money to do that anyway, but I think recently the state had to resolve a dispute with home care agencies who did not pass on the pandemic hazard pay that they were supposed to, and I think this it requires them to pass it on. I think this is standard. I think the state has done this in the past, and I hope you can accept the amendment.
Discussion to the A60 Amendment. Senator Abeler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Murphy talked to me about this. And to the first part of the amendment, I don't know what the right encumbrance number is, and I told her that I didn't know that. But given how much money we're going and how we do want it to go to workers, I think it's worthwhile bringing this topic into conference. Senator Marty, can you please explain to me on page 5 what that language does from line 521? Talks about additional rate increases. Does it really provide additional rate increases? Do you know that?
Senator Marty will yield. Senator Marty.
Mr. President, Senator Abeler, again, as you mentioned, this was Senator Murphy's amendment till she was called away. I believe this is just to say that future appropriations that are intended to come here apply the same way, but I confess, Mr. You have help there from staff.
Senator Abeler.
Well, thank you, and I just heard from staff too. Anyway, so how do you get a bill to be 260 pages long and now it's close to 500 pages? Because you have to take like some words out and make a whole new section. So Senator Marty, I will bring this into conference. I don't know if it's going to come out the way it went in, but I think the discussion about encumbrance, what number makes sense, I'm sure there's many people that would like to talk about this, but I do favor that we make sure the money goes to the workers, so I'm happy to vote yes, and members can vote how they like. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A60 Amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A60 Amendment say aye. 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 Opposed say no. No. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Senator Isaacson.
This is what prepared looks like. Awesome. Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I have to say that I'm beginning to wonder if my friends across the aisle are turning over a new leaf or whatever metaphor you want to. You've surprised me with some of the amendments you've taken today, and as you know, one of the things we care about greatly here is children and taking care of children and making sure that our children are protected and have what they need. Senator Matthews earlier had an amendment that did that, and I was pleased to see us taking that step forward. I'm hoping to move on your guys' good graces as well, as there's another set of kids that need protecting in our society. We find ourselves in a position where science is not being used and people are being hurt in a way that's just not acceptable to me, and it's targeted at our friends in the LGBTQ community. And so with that, I will offer the A57 Amendment.
Sorry. Senator Isaacson offers the A57 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Isaacson moves to amend Senate File Number 4410 as follows, page 75, after line 32. Insert, this is the A57 Amendment.
It is time
Senator
for our
Isaacson.
state, thank you, it is time for our state to finally ban conversion therapy. Thank you. And so I don't know what we have to do to continue to allow this to happen. I don't find it acceptable. We know scientifically it doesn't work. We know scientifically it's harmful. We have seen numerous cases and research that shows this. And I'm telling you today that we have a chance to really do something about it and make a difference in the life of many kids. And so I would love to have the opportunity to have a discussion about this and find that we could move this amendment forward and protect our kids.
Discussion to the A57 Amendment.
I will. I'd like a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call granted. Senator Benson.
Mr. President, I'm going to make a point of order under 35.2, substantially different, intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose than the original bill. This has to do with professional standards, and while we do make some changes to background checks and we do expand funding for some mental health, we do not actually change practice for licensed professionals.
Senator Benson raises a point of order under Rule 35.2, advice. Senator Isaacson.
Well, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that Senator Benson acknowledged that there are actually parts of this are related, but I'm going to go a step further and say this bill talks about defining MA coverage, which is under 2256B.0625, which is a part of the current bill we're in right now. So it has direct connection to several parts of the bill we're in. Literally, this bill that we're currently looking at offers many instances where we talk about types of care, and it relates to the licensing board, which is modified in this bill. It mentions mental health in several parts, behavioral health, and health care. It is clearly germane. Where's my note at?
Mr. President, further advice.
Senator Benson.
Mr. Chair, just because it references 256B does not make it germane. It fundamentally changes, it further defines and limits a practice for a licensed medical professional, and we do not cover practice of a licensed medical professional in this bill.
Further advice. Senator Isaacson.
Well, Mr. Chair, I feel like the goalpost keeps getting moved here, right? For often it's like it's not in that section. You don't reference that section. So we actually have a time now where it does reference a section. It's very clear about that. And now we're saying, well, it's not good enough because it doesn't quite reference it the way we want it to. The reality is it's several parts of what this amendment does is related to several parts of what's actually occurring in your bill already. And so I would be remiss to think that you would find that not germane. That's very frustrating to hear. And I hope that rather than avoiding a vote, we can actually have a conversation about this and have a discussion.
Further advice. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you look at the underlying bill, there is an entire article titled Behavioral Health. And it starts on page 83 and it goes to page 128. It has 65 sections. This is about mental health, the provision of mental health services, and providing for the protection and well-being of young people who are subjected to certain mental health providers and their practices. This is, of course, germane. It has been voted on before as germane to this bill in years past. Mr. President, you can't do anything but find this to be entirely consistent with the underlying purpose and intent of the bill when you have an entire section, many pages long, 65 sections that deal with a whole wide array of issues pertaining to behavioral health. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further advice. Senator Benson.
Mr. President, the key germaneness question is 245L, licensing of mental health practitioners, which is not an issue that we deal with in this bill.
Senator Isaacson.
Mr. President, mental health professionals comes up 26 times in this bill, 26 times. Mental health practitioner comes up another 11 times. I feel like we're moving the goalpost again. We're trying to trick sections to be exactly perfectly fitting, and we know that's not how it works. We know this fits germane in several parts of what's going on in this bill, and it's frustrating that we're having this discussion rather than the real discussion, which is helping and protecting our LGBTQ kids.
Further advice. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. In giving you advice, You know, I don't think the rule for germaneness refers to words that might be in an amendment and the same words, singular words that are in the context of the bill. The question is one of two standards, whether it relates to a substantially different subject or intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose. Senator Benson made reference that the section of law that is referenced in the amendment, 214, isn't even in this bill. And I would contend that the germaneness is violated by the second element that this amendment is intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose. The purpose being referenced in Chapter 214, which isn't even in the bill.
Senator Klein.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And before you make your judgment on germaneness, I just want to draw your attention to the omnibus bill before us under Article 14, which addresses health-related licensing boards, Section 6, which alters licensure permit processes under the Board of Medical Practice. Section 7 also does the same and deals with licensing of out-of-state doctors. Section 9 amends fees. These are very comparable and similar examples to what is trying to be attempted by the A61 Amendment. Surely, if those things can be contained in a bill, this one fits neatly within them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
Senator Isaacson.
I'm not sure that I understand why 214 would be considered the standard, since we're not talking about 214, nor are we trying to amend 214. And this isn't about licensing. This is about stopping people from doing care that's harmful to children. So that doesn't make sense to me.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if this will have bearing on your decision in particular, but I do want to point out a curious irony in that if this is indeed not germane, then it's true that conversion therapy has nothing to do with health. So that the next time we take it up, I hope that it's a unanimous vote.
After hearing advice from members, I rule the point of order is well taken.
Mr. President?
Senator Isaacson.
Pursuant to Rule 14.4, I appeal the ruling of the President, request a roll call.
Senator Isaacson appeals the ruling of the President and requests a roll call under Rule 14.4. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate? A green vote will be to uphold the decision of the President, and a red vote is to oppose it. The Secretary will take the roll. Call on Senator Hur to report the votes of members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hur.
Mr. President, I'd like to report nay for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes no. Senator Hur.
Nay for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes no. Senator Hur.
Nay for Johnson Stewart.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
And nay for Torres Ray.
Senator Torres Ray votes no.
Thank you.
Call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes aye.
Tomasoni votes aye. All members having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 36 ayes and 29 nays, the decision of the president is upheld. Further discussion to Senate File 4410. Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A66 Amendment.
Senator Wickland offers the A66 Amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Wickland moves to amend Senate File number 4410 as follows. Page 297 after line 28, insert, this is the A66 Amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, this amendment brings forward language that would establish the fundamental right of Minnesotans to make individual decisions about reproductive health care, which includes contraception, abortion, and pregnancy. It has two subdivisions. One has to do with reproductive health rights. Every individual has a fundamental right to make autonomous decisions about the individual's own reproductive health. Every individual can choose or refuse reproductive health care. Every individual can choose or refuse contraception or sterilization, and any individual can choose to continue a pregnancy and give birth to a child or choose to obtain an abortion. The right to privacy is recognized. Every individual has a fundamental right to privacy with respect to personal reproductive decisions. The state shall not deny, restrict, or interfere with an individual's autonomous decision to exercise their fundamental reproductive health rights under Subdivision 2. Majority of Minnesotans agree that medical decisions should be made between the pregnant person, their support system, and their doctor, not through politicians. With laws that protect reproductive health care under attack at the federal and state level, this amendment will ensure that Minnesotans are able to make the best decision for themselves and their families. I believe that all Minnesotans should be able to decide whether they wish to become a parent or and when to become parents. This language would ensure that Minnesotans are free to make their own reproductive health decisions, healthcare decisions. We have discussions in here about whether some options should be available to people. This language would protect the decision of whether to become a parent. This is a deeply personal decision, and it should be made by a patient and their doctor, and not by politicians and judges. So I would ask the members to support this amendment, and I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested and a roll call granted. Senator Benson.
Mr. President, this isn't actually about contraception. This is about abortion. This is about unlimited abortion up to the 40th week. This does not ever recognize that an unborn child at some point is a human being. And so members, if you support abortion up to the moment of birth, this is your amendment. If you think there should be some reasonable conversation, then vote no.
Further discussion to the A66 Amendment. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I'm wondering if the author would yield.
Senator Wickland will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Wickland, would this apply to all healthcare decisions for individuals? It seems like it might make sense for healthcare decisions to be private. Just want to make sure this applies to vaccinations and other medical procedures that individuals have a fundamental right on. If you could confirm that, that would be helpful for us.
Senator Wickland.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Westrom. This states very clearly that every individual has a fundamental right of privacy with respect to personal reproductive decisions. That is the scope of this language, and it's clearly stated.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, if the author would continue to yield.
Senator Wickland will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Wickland, is there a reason you'd exclude other healthcare decisions? Your basis of fundamental rights and the deep history we have with healthcare freedom and healthcare choices. I'm wondering why we would limit it to just this, or if you could expand on that reason, and then would you be open to making sure we give everybody this same respect and fundamental right protection if we were to amend this, if it's not in there?
Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am focused on this because there are states in our country that are seeing laws that will not recognize that women have the right to choose their personal reproductive make their personal reproductive decisions. And I believe that Minnesotans believe that we should have the right to make our own personal reproductive decisions, and that is the purpose of bringing this amendment forward, not another purpose.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Wickland. Members, I don't think this amendment is ready for prime time. It apparently excludes a lot of healthcare fundamental right choices that individuals should have, maybe based on a great premise, something we respect and want to make sure we protect individual rights on healthcare freedom as a state, but this doesn't go near far enough. If we're going to respect fundamental rights for healthcare, we should include it for every individual, and so I would urge members, this language, if it would promote abortions, is not a good way to go, but the premise and the base of protecting the fundamental rights of healthcare freedom is a good start, and so maybe it's something we can work on, Senator Wickland and others, as we need to have stronger protections for people and their healthcare freedoms, but I don't think this has it right yet.
Mr. President, I'm sorry.
Senator Wickland.
Did I requested a roll call?
Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Westrom, for raising the issue of the freedoms. We have a lot of freedoms in this country, and as public servants, we try to figure out when we must abridge those freedoms for the public good. These healthcare decisions are, of course, private. I understand the issue that we're talking about here with reproductive rights, and I think it is a personal one. What I object to is the government telling a woman how to make that decision. But to your point, Senator Westrom, healthcare decisions that affect the rest of us do make a difference. If we have a healthcare decision that might allow me to pass along a disease to Senator Putnam that might kill him, yes, I think we have an interest in making sure I'm vaccinated. And I'll give you this example, Mr. President. We in this country have the freedom to drink alcohol if we're above a certain age. That's a freedom we extend to all individuals at this point. What we do not allow is for that individual to become intoxicated and get behind the wheel of a car and go out on the highway and drive where they may injure or kill other Americans. That's the difference. If these choices affect the public safety and health of other Americans, that's when that's when we as legislators have a right to say, is this in the public interest? And that's when the personal health care freedoms become an issue where we're starting to ask questions. This amendment does not do that because it does not place at risk other Americans. Thank you, Mr. President.
The The Secretary will take the roll on the A66 Amendment.
File a complaint against both of them.
I call on Senator Hur to report the votes of members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hur.
Mr. President, I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Hur.
Aye for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Hur.
Aye for Senator Johnson Stewart.
Johnson Stewart votes aye. Senator Hur.
Aye for Senator Torres Ray.
Torres Ray votes aye.
Thank you.
Call on Senator Jasinski to report votes of members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes aye.
Thomasoni votes aye. All members having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 36 nays, the amendment does not prevail and is not adopted. Further discussion to Senate File 4410. Any further discussion? The Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 4410.
Third reading. On to discussion of the bill, Senator Dibble.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and members. I would like to just share a few thoughts and words from our colleague, Senator Lindsey Port. And it has to do with the subject of long COVID, which is a debilitating condition where the symptoms can linger for 12 weeks or more. And some of the indications are pain throughout the body, brain fog, extreme fatigue, eye and throat issues, kidney issues. Mr. President, members, some say between 10 and 20% of those who contract COVID will have this experience of long-term symptoms, which of course translates to millions of Americans. And it's not just a health issue, it'll have a huge effect and impact on business and our economy. The Brookings Institute estimates that long COVID could account for 15% of unfilled jobs. And so, Mr. President, I know that Senator Port has been in conversation with Senators Utke and Abeler about an effort to put together an ongoing focus on this subject by the state of Minnesota. Of course, the governor had a proposal in his supplemental budget proposal to make a general fund investment of about $10 million over the coming years so that the state could partner with long COVID sufferers as well as those who suffer from other sorts of these long-term debilitating diseases. Mr. President, members, it would be maybe of interest for you to know that I had a meeting this morning with Senator Port and one of my constituents who has got a long-term debilitating illness that is very comparable to COVID. Some know it as chronic fatigue syndrome. The initiative would raise awareness of long COVID, develop a statewide consensus around guidelines for diagnosis, treatment, and care, design tools and resources to support those survivors, their families, their primary care providers, public health practitioners, schools, employers, and local communities, provide grants to communities, organizations, develop media and communications tools, survey contractors, et cetera. Mr. President, this is a crying need that we have, and it's important that we just pay attention to that in the context of the debate of this bill. I'm fairly certain there will be a proposal coming to conference committee, and would ask Senators Utley and Abeler to be open to that conversation and those ideas. Mr. President, while I have the microphone, I also just wanted to mention quickly of another provision that is coming forward from the House in a conversation that I've had with Senator Utke, and it has also to do with a public health matter. Mr. President, it is the adopted policy of the state to end HIV/AIDS in Minnesota, which is something we can do today. It only takes will and resources and knowledge and really putting the tools in the hands of the people of Minnesota. We know that if folks know their HIV status, they're connected to care, the barriers to their connection to care are removed, and or they have the ability to prevent contraction of HIV in the first place. Today, we can bring new infections down to zero. When someone's connected to care, they become completely untransmittable. Their viral load goes down to zero, and there's no danger of infecting others. So we can do this. One of the initiatives we have in front of the legislature this year is to allow pharmacists to prescribe and administer preventative pharmaceuticals known as PrEP and PEP, which a number of states have done, which removes tremendous barriers to connecting folks to the 100% preventative pharmaceuticals of PrEP and PEP. It's something that has shown to be highly effective because folks may have all kinds of barriers. They may not be able to access or have access to a primary care provider. A lot of communities, especially with the smaller retail mom and pop pharmacists and pharmacies, know that their pharmacists, trust them, they speak their language, they come from their community, they're trusted leaders, and it's very easy to go to the pharmacy, have confidential conversation, and get what they need. So again, I would hope for Senators Utke and Abeler to take a favorable look at that idea as they go to conference committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bill. And I want to thank both Senator Abeler and Senator Utke for their leadership on the Health and Human Services and the Reform in the Health and Human Services Policy and Finance Committee. I was honored to serve on both. And I think it's important to note that this bill addresses some of those very critical, life-challenging issues that we have seen most recently, which has to do with our homes, our nursing homes, our homes for those with disabilities, and our personal care attendants, and the amount of investment in making sure that we can continue to have those workers to help ensure that Minnesotans are able to live their best lives is essential, and that's a big part of this bill. And I also wanted to address a couple of provisions that I was so glad to see included in the bill, some provisions that I worked on. We've had great conversations about the Nurse Licensure Compact. I hope that we can be strong going forward in that will serve Minnesota patients and Minnesota nurses well. In addition, a recovery is essential. We've seen great upticks in substance abuse throughout the COVID pandemic, and I'm pleased to see funding for the Docs Recovery House, again, doing good work, helping people leave the throes of addiction. And then an innovative piece, the closed heat loop well definitions is, again, an innovation that will help as we expand the ability for geothermal wells in those closed heat loop exchangers. So those are important provisions. I do want to just mention, I would be remiss if I did not mention two provisions that I did not see today, but that I'm hoping we will see as we come back. Both, I believe, are critically important. One is biosimilars, bringing down the cost, the high cost of prescription drugs by allowing parity, much as we do with generic drugs, for those newer biosimilars, which are the non-brand name biologics that are so successful, the new class of drugs, life-saving, life-changing, but they are expensive. And we should be sure that we should allow Minnesotans to have access to those biosimilars, which are much less costly. And then lastly, one of a personal nature for me, and this is no-cost advanced diagnostic screening. I was very thankful that I was able to get the advanced diagnostic screening that my doctors recommended. Many Minnesotans, many Minnesota women would have had to wait to see if their insurance companies would pay for that advanced diagnostic screening that their physicians felt was important. I do not want Minnesotans to not have access to that advanced diagnostic screening because they cannot afford it. Senate File 989 provides no-cost advanced diagnostic screening for breast cancer when physicians request that. That is critical. In my case, it allowed me to have the various early of detection, which we know results in the very best outcomes. It's important that we make sure all Minnesota women have access to that advanced breast cancer screening without copays when recommended by their medical providers. So I'm hoping that we will see those two bills come back to us, but I look forward to supporting today's bill with a strong green vote.
Further discussion to Senate File 4410 before we go to closing comments? Any further discussion? Seeing none, for closing comments, Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for this discussion today. I think we've had a good discussion about this bill. It is a long bill, and I think it's worthwhile to take the time to have the discussion that we had here on the floor. I appreciate the impact that this bill could have on sectors of the workforce that have been talking to us and pleading with us to do something about the long-term care, the personal care attendants, and care workforce that helps our people with disabilities. And I appreciate that Senator Abeler was able to include substantial resources that will go towards helping raise wages in those fields. I am also would like to say that I'm happy that we were able to have discussions about policy changes related to PCAs and their program and having be able to allow driving privileges. I also would like to say I appreciate the discussions that we had in committee about substance use disorder, and that we are able to bring forward some changes to improve policies that affect patients and providers. I think there's more work to be done, and we will continue to work on language related to that, but it's important for us to make it possible for persons affected with substance use disorder to have the ability to access support, treatment, their options that they need over a lengthy period of time. We need to make it more possible for people to be in a treatment setting and get support after that treatment setting so that they will be successful in overcoming that disease. I also appreciate that Senator Abeler was able to include the adult day treatment reimbursement rate increase. This will help providers who are really feeling strapped about their current reimbursement rates and uncertain whether they're able to continue their programs, and this increase will help them be able to do that work, which is really important for people who are leaving an intensive setting and moving into another step on their progress back into the community. So I appreciate that that was included. In general, in areas that I think that we have kind of missed an opportunity to address, I want to speak a little bit about some areas related to the health area. We don't see in this bill some opportunities that the governor brought forward and others have brought forward that would address prevention strategies that would help Minnesotans avoid poor health and save us money because of not needing additional treatment for chronic diseases. There were governor recommendations that had to do with such issues as remediating lead issues in schools, additional funding for the 988 suicide prevention line implementation, which goes into effect this summer. And as Senator Dibble spoke about, I think it's really important that we do address long COVID and take steps now to be able to understand it better and to understand how to help the many Minnesotans who are affected and will continue to be affected by this condition. Another area in terms of public health, I wish the bill could have included more resources to look ahead at issues that we might face in the future and begin planning for them and preparing for them. Our public health infrastructure today has had to address many unknowns over the last couple years, and I think it has shown us that it's really important for us to have substantial public health infrastructure to address any new diseases and current conditions that communities are facing. So I would like to see, I hope that we can possibly be adding more support for that. The bill also doesn't include any language that would help Minnesotans with their health care costs. It doesn't include ways for Minnesotans to address their health insurance costs through studying other options for Minnesotans' health insurance. The governor had brought forward recommendations to look at ways to control healthcare costs in a controlled manner, and I would have liked to have seen us examine and talk about, are those provisions for a review board, would that be a way that we can address the rising costs of healthcare? Prescription drug costs, that's something that many of my constituents deal with, and I hear from them about the high costs of their prescription drugs, and yet we did not see any types of provisions related to that included in this bill. I'd like to highlight one that is moving forward in the other body that has to do with cost sharing for prescription drugs and related medical supplies. It would impose cost sharing limits on enrollee cost sharing for prescription drugs that are prescribed to treat a chronic disease, and it would hold those to no more than $25 per 1 month supply for each prescription drug, and to no more than $50 per month in total for all related medical supplies. I think that this provision it would be meaningful for the many Minnesotans who deal with a chronic disease, and we should be taking steps to address the rising costs of insulin and insulin supplies, for example, that this would cover. It makes it possible, people who depend on insulin for their day-to-day living are being priced out of that, their ability to cover those costs due to rising costs. And I believe that the state can take action. It isn't the only place or the only way we should be taking action, but we could have examined this bill in the Senate and did not. And I hope that that will be done, excuse me, as we move forward into the conference committee. And last, I wanted to highlight one other missed opportunity area that I strongly believe that the work to be done to strengthen the workforce in the long-term care, personal care attendant, and that area, it will be difficult to see the gains that we would like to make in attracting and retaining workers if we don't address child care. Access to child care is one of the key reasons that parents have difficulty going back to work. And this bill contains no funding at all to implement necessary changes that we need to make in our child care system to make it possible for more Minnesotans to afford their child care. When Minnesotans face over a $10,000 yearly bill for child care, a wage increase that is possible with the money that's in this bill is simply it's not going to be enough to make child care truly affordable. So I think that the other body has language to increase the percentile rate that we cover with our child care subsidy program, and that would bring us more in line with what other states are doing, and also would allow families greater access to more child care providers. It would also encourage more child care providers to enter the field, knowing that they have parents who are able to provide subsidy payments that will more cover their costs. Other things we could do, we could change the way that prioritization is done for basic sliding fee, and I appreciate that I had a hearing in Senator Abeler's committee on this bill, but that is not included, and I would really like to say that the counties have been able to draw down their waiting lists for child care subsidies to zero or very small numbers, and that will change in another few months because they won't be able, if we don't change the prioritization language, so that they can continue to have some families staying on the other or one program while they move new families into the basic sliding fee program. So I think that was a missed opportunity there. It's critical that we address early education, early childhood education, and child care this year. It's been said that we did put a great deal of federal money into child care last year, but we also did, as a state, put money into rate increases and wages for some of the workers that we have decided this year we need to put more into. So I would like to say that I think that it's reasonable to expect that we add additional funding to child care. So overall, members, I believe that there are a lot of good things in this bill. There are some things that we need to continue to work on, and I hope that as the bill moves forward in the process and moves into conference committee, that we are able to negotiate some improvements in some of these areas and bring back a better bill. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hoffman.
Mr. President, thank you. Members, I could get up here and tell you that in all my years of watching Health and Human Services work locally and federally, I have not seen anything like this. I think I said that last year, and I'm going to say that again this year. This goes back to a time when, you know, it meant something because you were affecting somebody's life doing what you need to be doing, and you left your political ego out in the hallway. And this year is evident of that. And it was about the attitude of, if you got a good opinion, if you got a good idea, if you have something that's good, bring it, let's have a conversation to talk about it. So we did it. So what you see in this bill is those conversations. Could it have been better? Absolutely. There's many ways that you can make it better, and it all starts with, in my opinion, sometimes you just gotta, you know, get some more money in the pot, right? But what else can be better is that the policy stuff that we're in here. We're changing some simple things, and here's why it's important. There's a guy named Jimmy Wheels who says to me, you know, I have to put my pills out on Thursday night because I don't know if I'm going to have a PCA show up on the weekend. And he needs a PCA to help him get out of his bed and help him get into his bed, right? But once he's out of that bed, then he can go do about his day, right? And so many times the PCA wouldn't show up. And he even moved his apartment to another city. It's stories like that that you say, all right, now we put in place in the DWRS, disability waiver rate system, the ability to raise that income up and reimbursement. Because the only way people with disabilities staff get paid is if we, the legislature, pay them. Then we go off to the Centers for Medicaid Services and say this is what we're going to do because it's part of our Medicaid plan. And of course, you know this, former chair of commissioner would say, when you've seen one Medicaid plan in a state, you've seen one Medicaid plan in a state. But this bill, coming back to, is really about the Jimmy Wheelses of the world, or the Laurens of the world. The Lauren who says the same thing. Don't know if I'm going to have people show up. How am I going to get help getting in and out of the bathroom? How am I going to get help doing what I'm doing? Or the folks, Carol, rest her soul, who is 89 years old, and every day she would always say, tomorrow's Friday, huh? And I would say, nope, tomorrow's not Friday, but it can be Friday if we want to make it Friday. And so folks like that, the people that should be what government is about, is in this bill. Raising those rates. And yes, you heard the conversation, it could have been this, could have been that, but this tells you one other thing. Department of Human Services, which by the way, Commissioner, you need to know the staff that you have assigned to this Senate, Matt Burdick and Christy Graham, are above and beyond really a useful and a treasured treasure to the state of Minnesota, because not only do they get it, but they see the bigger picture, and it's a joy working with them. We have the largest impact in the committee that we serve. It's like $21 or $22 billion of the state's budget comes through this Health and Human Services. And it's important that we stay focused on what's really important, and this bill gets to that. I'm not going to lead off on saying, yeah, I believe that we should possibly look at how do you categorically place the Department of Human Services where things should be, why we should really be focused. And in this case, we are focused on those long-term solutions when it comes to employment, workability, work. We kept that theme in this. PCA, good senator from Bloomington brought up the PCA pieces. Absolutely, to get the spouse PCA, to get the fact that I can now PCA drive. Those simple, what we would think are really simple fixes really mean a lot, because that's life-saving. So I'm going to go back to the story. Guys like Jimmy Wheels, guys like Lauren, people that we know, people like Carol, right? This bill's about them, and I'm glad that we can send this on to the House, and I would really hope that everybody says yes, because really this is addressing older adults and disability workforce shortages, but it's not just that, it's about the people I talked about. This is a big yes, this is a good bill. Thank you for making this a nonpartisan, pragmatic approach to Health and Human Services, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I just want to thank you for the hearing. participating in our bill here this afternoon. I think our bill does a lot of good for our professional health care workforce. That's something that we hear a lot about every day is workforce, workforce, workforce. I think we have addressed some of those things. Senator Abeler, of course, I'm sure will have more to say about that because he's got a big part of that. But today we covered things from health care to hot tubs, just common sense policy that fell into our health care committee, and I thank you for participating. But I just quickly want to most importantly thank our staff. They helped me a ton this year, and starting off with our committee administrator, Bailey Strand, researcher, Larissa Fisher, my legislative assistant, Bryce Heinz, who happened to join us right as we were hitting deadlines, so we put them in right as the fire was really getting hot. So I thank them for everything. And then Katie Kavanaugh, Liam Monahan, Alyssa Hoffman-Leachy, and Dennis Albrecht. They're the people that make this work, and I thank them a lot. And with that, thanks everybody for today.
Senator Abeler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I said most of my thoughts in the beginning, just to reiterate a little bit. You know, we spent 4 hours almost on this bill, which is actually not bad for a bill that's over 500 pages long now and spends over $1 billion. You know, there's a lot of talk about the budget, and there's $9 billion, and we should be buying all kinds of things. Just want to offer my thought about that. I don't think there's really $9 billion going to be in the bank come November. And I don't know how much it's going to be, but I think prudence is important and prioritization is important. But I'm going to tell you, if I had $100 million to spend on anything, I would put it into a bill like this, caring about people with disabilities, fragile seniors, frail elderly, and people who really need the help to enjoy the great dream. If I had $500 million to spend, I would put it into this bill the way we spent it to do this. If I had $1 billion, oh, we did have $1 billion. This body is about to vote on $1 billion, showing that of all the priorities that are not the major other ones, you know, unemployment and all that, where there's this big tickets on those, we've decided that these people who we see in our lives, who live down the road from us, who wound up needing these cares that they wound up needing. And we have said, we're going to put $1 billion into this to make sure that they can be secure. There was a time in my younger times when I was here back in the early 2000s when there was a waiting list on the waivers. If we can just get them into the waiver, it's going to be great. Then they can have this security, and the mom who's 75 can worry about her 50-year-old son so she can relax in her last couple years of her life. We had testimony about that. It was compelling. But now the waivers don't work. There's no one, the people aren't there to serve. There's not the security. This bill, with the way we've spent the money, with all kinds of help from all of you, is actually going to make a difference. And so as I talk to the governor, who I respect and want to work with more, and I appreciated his optimistic comments, and as I talk to my colleagues across the hallway, across the street, who I have a tremendous relationship with, if we can get them to see the value of this, we will have truly made a difference. Because without almost this amount of money, I don't know how the good we want to do can come to pass. So this bill has money, but it also has some reforms and flexibilities, and it has which can make a huge difference. And I just want to echo what people have said about working with the department. I don't know if you know this, but we don't always agree at the department. Pick a department. But they have gone out of their way to help make these ideas come into fruition on paper in a way that they could be implemented. And I really commend them for that. I'm not going to go through all the names. If they have an amazing crew there, the nonpartisan and the other partisan staff we have here, I wouldn't trade them for any other committee. We have just, you can't have them, whoever. They're ours. So were there priorities we had to pick from? Yeah. This is the one I would pick. And so let's keep working on this. People keep weighing in. I want to thank the members who brought forward amendments that were pretty close to being ready to go, that we can actually make the bill better, because this is a collaborative body, a deliberative place. And I consciously chose to bring ideas in that people offer that I hadn't even seen before, because I think it makes the process better. And with all that, that's what people want us to do, Mr. President. Can you work and make it work out for people who really need it. That's my commitment, and frankly, it's my honor to be a part of this body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Final comments to the bill. Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to echo the thank yous to Senator Abeler and Senator Utke for this bill, and Senator Hoffman-Wicklund on our side to work on these issues in health and human services. It's an area that I've been very involved since I first got here, and I miss it. And I miss working with the staff that pours their heart and soul into these very difficult issues. But Mr. President and members, today we are essentially talking about the health care of our state and what we're doing to enhance the well-being of people across Minnesota. And there are some things in this bill that we can all support. It helps lift the pay for PCAs and home health care workers who have been so important during this pandemic, and I think it's obviously critical and important, and I want to thank the author for including that in this bill. We've been through a lot during the last few years, but those healthcare workers that have gotten our families through thick and thin deserve more than just the minimum wage, and this bill remedies that and fixes that. And there will still be more to do in this space, but it will help ensure that we can continue to retain those workers in this space who have been so important to all of us. And I want to thank those workers for their dedication to their industry and field and for helping Minnesotans every day. But at the core of this bill, it's healthcare. It's the future of the healthcare of Minnesota. And it's become clear today that this bill represents a significant missed opportunity for Minnesotans who are crying out for help on their healthcare costs overall. And I understand their priorities. I understand that each caucus and leaders and chiefs and chairs of their committees have parameters, but members, we can't ignore that healthcare costs are rising and that most of us can't go home to our communities and not hear from our constituents that they're asking for help with those healthcare costs. And this bill does nothing to remedy that. It actually reduces the healthcare access fund, which is a tool that we use, a bucket in our revenue in our healthcare money that we have as a state to fund healthcare, and we're reducing that to just $2,000 over the cost of this bill, and that's just really unnecessary in a context of a $9 billion surplus. And when we talk about those healthcare costs and the workforce shortage, the Nurses Compact is not going to solve that, and I really do hope that we do take that off in conference committee, because it's not going to fix the critical issues that we have in healthcare. And we're still managing through a pandemic, right? We're still dealing with a persistent and unpredictable pandemic. I just got an email earlier and a phone call from my school district that my classroom and my child has been exposed. So this is happening more often, and we thought we'd be over it, but we're not, and we have to recognize that. And this bill shortchanges the ability to sustain our healthcare system and the health that people expect and the healthcare that people expect statewide, and to stay safe during this pandemic as we continue to adapt and manage it as a state. And again, the cost of this bill in using the Healthcare Access Fund is a concern to me and those of you who understand those dynamics. And we're not able to use the surplus because the majority of this body is choosing to use the surplus for tax breaks for the rich, which is an unsustainable tax bill. And members, we can do better in this space. We must do better. These costs for healthcare are not going to go away. And I see this as a choice that's being made today, not to reduce healthcare costs, but to instead focus on the priorities to serve the wealthiest Minnesotans in a context of a surplus. And that's not what Minnesotans sent us to do here. So again, to the millions of Minnesotans who are listening and struggling for their health care costs, we are listening, and we will continue to fight for those health care costs to go down. But unfortunately, my colleagues in the Republican majority have other priorities, and with respect, I want to say thank you again to the effort here, but it's another missed opportunity, and I hope that we can remedy this in conference committee. Thank you.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. I'm often asked, why did I run for the Minnesota State Senate? And my answer is the same every single time. Because I wanted to help make a difference. And members, this bill in front of us today is probably one of the single most important bills that we can pass this session. Members, this bill invests over $1 billion in workers who care for our most vulnerable Minnesotans. Over $1 billion over the next 3 years. $1 billion. So for anyone who says we're not making investments where investments are needed, it's nonsense. $1 billion over the next 3 years for workers who care for our most vulnerable Minnesotans. These rate increases that result in wage increases for Minnesota workers at nursing homes, long-term care providers, group homes are long overdue. I want to thank Senator Abeler for his commitment and his passion for helping get this done. I want to thank all the members, Democrats and Republicans, who have joined the efforts to help get this done. I want to thank the staff who have put in an incredible amount of time to help get this done. Members, this is a big deal. This is a really, really big deal. These wage increases are long overdue for these workers who put a tremendous amount of care and effort in doing the work that they do in our nursing homes, long-term care facilities, and group homes, for these workers who care for our most vulnerable Minnesotans. This isn't a good bill, members. This is a fantastic bill. Absolutely fantastic bill. I urge a yes vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on Senate File 4410 as amended.
Sorry.
I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes aye.
Thomasoni votes aye. I Call on Senator Herr to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Herr.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Herr.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Johnson Stewart votes aye. Senator Herr.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Limmer votes aye.
Limmer votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 5 nays, Senate File 4410 as amended passes and its title agreed to. Second and final bill on today's special orders is Senate File 4091, number 107 on general orders. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last year, the legislature and the Jobs Committee made economic recovery a priority by passing a large and comprehensive budget bill. First, we've met the operating obligations of each of the agencies, but we also included several provisions that help Minnesota recover from the COVID recession. Just to remind you, we created a $150 million economic recovery program that provided $70 million in direct grants to businesses that were shut down but hadn't received any support prior to that, and $80 million in capital support to encourage economic investment in our communities. We spent over $84 million in workforce development to help people get back to work as businesses were starting to reopen. We expanded the appropriation to launch Minnesota to help innovative startups with the hope that these new companies would become the employers of the 21st century. We put $13 million to child care grants to assure parents have an affordable and accessible place for their children and remove a key barrier to employment. We removed the unemployment insurance deductions and prohibitions for working high school students and retired Minnesotans who were hurt also during the 2020 recession. And we supported, we adopted Senator Coleman's bill, which provided support for pregnant and nursing mothers with new workforce protections. Mr. President, I bring that up just to remind members of how much was done in our biennial cycle already. This session, the priorities have been public safety, parental rights, and tax relief. Minnesota families are hurting from inflationary policies at the national level. Last year, the nominal wage grew 4.7% to an average of $31 an hour. However, the average real wage, that's the nominal increase less the inflationary or the effects of inflation, fell 2.4% in 2021. Minnesota families are struggling to make ends meet with rising gas, fuel, and housing prices. Food and housing prices. Senate File 4091 is a bill to support Minnesota's economy and assure Minnesota businesses can effectively compete. Not only working to make sure that we have Minnesotans ready to fill the jobs that are open today and in the future, but we also know that we need to have affordable and reliable energy. which is vital to encouraging investment in the state. I will talk specifically about the jobs provisions. Senator Rarick will discuss the labor policy changes, and Senator Senjum will cover the energy clauses. Mr. President, this bill, as I mentioned, builds on last session's efforts. Notably, we include $250 million to thank our frontline workers, specifically those healthcare providers and first responders who were at the greatest risk. $175,000 to study a gap in the pensions, to the pensions and the Department of Labor to look at the sufficiency of work comp and pensions for first responders if they are permanently disabled early in their career. We have $50,000 coming from the Workforce Development Fund for a pilot targeted to first responders suffering from PTSD and get them back in the workforce. This provision was covered in a bill that was heard in the Ag Committee, and $25,000 increase to our youth skills training grants. It makes several policy changes requested by BMS to allow more flexibility for grants to labor management committees, allows more time for recipients of the Minnesota Investment Fund, or MIF, and the Job Creation Funds, or JCF, to meet their goals, because we're still seeing delays in the job creation goals due to the shortage in our workforce. Requires DEED to provide unemployment insurance fraud reporting to the legislature annually, as recommended by the Office of Legislative Auditor. We included some Senator Draheim bills that require DEED to prioritize grants to programs in high-wage and high-demand careers, reporting on the administrative expenses for nonprofits that receive grants, and it sets benchmarks for increasing the number of programs participating in pay-for-performance grants. And we've included wage theft reform again. We made changes to the proposal in committee, and we hope that we can find some willingness to find a compromise from the advocates. I'm committed to finding a solution that is fair for employers and employees without weakening the protections. And we adopted several provisions in the governor's bill. We recognized tribes and a municipality for contamination cleanup grants. We allowed DEED to exclude funds received from the federal treasury from business subsidy requirements. We clarify that tribal businesses and publicly owned hospitals are eligible for pathway projects. And we allow DEED to transfer a portion of their administrative expenses for the Community Energy Transition Grants to the Environmental Quality Board. Mr. President, this will assist communities with the regulatory and technical assistance they need. And it modifies the definition of credential by allowing certificates from a workforce development board to be included. Mr. President, that includes the jobs provisions, and I'll let Senator Rarick cover the labor provisions.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I know this will come later from Senator Pratt as well, but I want to begin by thanking the staff that he and I share on the Labor and the Jobs Committee, from our LAs and CAs and to the researchers from both parties, and especially to the nonpartisan staff that get us all the information that we are looking for and need to put these bills together. So they cannot be thanked enough. I also want to thank Senator Pratt and Senator Senjum for the partnerships that we have developed in all these areas of this bill. I really appreciate that. So with that, members, Article 5 of the bill is from the Labor Committee, and there are only a few provisions. There are kind of two common themes that the bills would fall in, or one of two common themes that the bills would fall into. Either it's something that has a full agreement, or bills that have been worked on for 3+ years, working back and forth with the advocates and the opponents, with multiple language changes, and some are really close and some still not there yet, but I believe that's the way things need to be done around here. working with both sides and making changes that are needed. So there's a provision in the bill from Senator Housley she has worked on for a number of years and finally came to agreement with all sides around provisions for window cleaning on high-rises. There's a provision in here that came from the department for building fee reductions. We are making those reductions permanent. There's provision in here around elevator code. This is another provision worked on for quite a while by opponents and advocates. They finally come to a language that they agree with. That's what's in the bill here. We have another provision around load control management. This is a piece worked on for a long time. We are really close. I believe we're going to get this one done in the end. Also have a provision around repair for backflow. Another provision worked on a long time. Not necessarily full agreement, but I think we've made a lot of language changes. It's in a good spot. And then the last one is some language changes around the work comp. We passed a bill early on. This is clarifying language on the dates, and that is the extent of what is from the Labor Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I just want to speak to the energy component of this bill. Before I do that, certainly want to thank Mr. Darren Lee, our committee administrator, Ali Eilers, our committee research person from our side of the aisle. Certainly want to recognize the contributions of Beth Kleinbold, our committee legislative assistant, and Carlin Fontaine and Casey Mum, both with nonpartisan research and fiscal. So, Mr. President, members, just kind of going through the bill, and maybe before I say that, last year, people tell me at least, we put a bill together that took Minnesota forward in an energy sphere that spoke to clean, reliable, and affordable energy in a way that perhaps hadn't been done since maybe 2007, and we just hope, at least with this bill, that we continue that path and continue to move forward in Minnesota obviously in this time of energy transition. We, I think, all know and recognize that over the next 20 or 30 years, energy is going to look much different in our state than it does today, and we're at the forefront, so to speak, but I think we're moving forward. So relative to the bill, I'm just going to reference it out of the Senate file 4269 as it did come out of committee. It's probably structured a little bit different than the larger bill that we have here today, 4091. But speaking at least to some of the specifics within the bill, we had, Mr. President, members, in 2018 some activity around the Renewable Development Account to create an advisory group that was supposed to meet and advise the legislature and certainly the committee prior to that on the expenditures of money out of the Renewable Development Account. I'm sorry. We put some language in there that has not been functional, and we put some language into this that will make it now functional. We have $150,000 for a third-party expert to assist in that committee, and that committee will in a procedural sort of way provide information to the committee and the Public Utilities Commission, for that matter, on recommended expenditures out of the account. Doesn't preclude the fact that a member can still write a bill relative to the Renewable Development Account, but certainly will allow a little bit more perhaps expert advice on how that money is spent. We've got adding relative to Solar Rewards Program, an additional $5 million in both 23 and 24 to the $5 million, which is already in that. Going forward, then another $10 million in 2025. We've got a program that deals with host cities, an economic development program, $3.5 million. This is renewable development account money as well for host cities to assist them in going forward in economic development initiatives within their communities that will help them, again, survive the termination of their very major tax-paying entity, their power plant, in these communities. We've modified some dates relative to utility reporting. Senator Eric has a bill within here that will allow for county approval on projects involving wind, solar, and perhaps other energy sources, which might occur across the state of Minnesota that are greater than 50 megawatts. We've got Senator Kiffmeyer has a bill in here which lifts the nuclear moratorium. We've got a provision within here that deals with what we call securitization, and this goes back to a situation we could liken it to what happened in Texas with the natural gas outage and the spikes now that we have in the natural gas cost arena relative to that situation. So a weather-related event, it could be cybersecurity, but should something adverse happen within our natural gas system, this provides an ability, working with the PUC, where a gas company might, and it's their choice, they might use long-term bonding to take the edge off the cost, if you will, for recapturing their lost revenue as a result of, or their primarily increased cost, thus lost revenue, relative to that particular spike. We've a small one here. We've increased the cost limited acquisition that Public Utility Commission has to approve as public utilities, in fact, take on additional costs relative to sales, acquisitions, lease, rentals. It has been at $100,000. We lifted that to $1 million. We've got $8 million in here for Solar on School program within the XL area. Senator Weber has a bill that would amend the PACE program to include the ability to use that loan program for improvements related to water quality and land and water improvements, if you will, within the agricultural industry primarily. Senator Benson has a bill within here that deals with the carbon capture, making that a permissible policy within Minnesota. Senator Kiffmeyer has a bill that relates to political subdivisions, prohibiting them from banning and preventing natural gas or propane utilities from being extended into the customer areas within particular cities. Senator Matthews, I guess I've spoken to that one. Senator Housley has a bill relative to the closure of the Oak Park Heights power plant along the river over here, I call it the Stillwater area. It gets its Oak Park Heights, but to assist in the decommissioning and taking that plant out of service, its end of life, and so on and so forth. There's also bills in here for Granite Falls, Senator Dames, relative to their hydroelectric facility, a dam facility out there, $2.290 million for assistance with that dam renovation to make that a functional power production facility again. And also within the bill is $3.5 million for a solar suite, if you will, on the large roofs on the National Sports Center in Blaine. That's Senator Newton. Mr. President, one more, I guess, and that's repealing the sunset recovery on gas infrastructure costs relative to the maintenance of gas utility lines within communities. This would lift the responsibility of gas utilities to have to go to the PUC every time that they do this. So that's the essence of the bill, Mr. President, and members certainly stand for any questions as we get into them. Thank you.
Discussion to Senate File 4091. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity to take some time to talk briefly about Senate File 4091. From my vantage point, I think it's important for the public to realize, and for all those in the chamber, Mr. President, to realize that this is, in essence, a combination of bills, but from my perspective, a jobs bill. And the jobs bill is very disappointing to say and know that this bill doesn't meet the moment. I remember when this particular bill came up before the Jobs Committee, and it was actually published on if my memory serves me correctly, around the 1st of April. And I felt some way about it because I thought that there was going to be more to it. And when I look at this bill, it's hard to see that when the state has a surplus of more than $9 billion, we are leaving our potential workforce, small businesses, behind, and literally there's no investment. If you look at the amount of money that's been put in this particular bill, is roughly, at least for the job portion, $225,000. Now think about that. $225,000 when we have a state surplus of over $9 billion. And you heard the author of the job bill articulate with some clarity all the things that we did before and saying this is not a budget year. And he wanted to make sure that he was highlighting those things in order to say, I want you to look in the past, but I don't want you to look at what we're doing right now, because I want to justify what we're doing right now. This bill also, Mr. President, ignores the state demographer who testified in the Finance Committee that Minnesota has a number of communities, specifically communities of color, still sitting on the sidelines, and our inability or unwillingness to invest in these communities would jeopardize Minnesota's standing or make Minnesota less competitive nationally, regionally, and globally. In fact, what she was just saying, if we don't do the work that it takes and be insightful and thoughtful, the great state of Minnesota as we know it will be left behind, because we are living in a very competitive world. People are competing for employees. They are competing for small business owners, competing for budding entrepreneurs. This bill doesn't meet the moment. And I'm going to give you this analogy. Some of those who might be a little more mature than me will understand exactly what I'm saying. So this bill reminds me of an old Wendy's commercial. And remember that commercial shows a person buying a hamburger and getting the sandwich and realize the sandwich lack of a burger. And it showed the mature person look at the camera and say, "Where's the beef?" When I look at this bill, on behalf of Minnesotans, with all due respect, I'm asking, where's the beef? It's missing. There's no beef. There's no substance. You're not going to get full off this sandwich. This sandwich leaves us all hungry. And whether you know it or not, Mr. President, I like to eat. And I like to eat well. But this bill lacks so much when we think in terms of equity investments, training for people of color, women, veterans, and even our young people. We talk a lot about how we want to prepare them for the future and we want to create opportunities for them to think about what they want to be. Where's the beef? This bill lacks resources for our small businesses, budding entrepreneurs, and as I said before, businesses are in need of resources to grow. I could continue and go on and on, Mr. President, but the reality is simply this. We are facing a reality of not supporting the very people who are going to make us better. And you can't do that by looking backwards. I often tell my sons, there's a reason why the windshield in the front is bigger than the rear view mirror, because you can't keep looking back. You have to look forward. And if we were to look at this bill that is before us, we're still looking backwards. And that is a problem. So I know that the author wants to face the reality of this bill's shortcoming by saying what was done last year and proclaiming this is not a budget year. That doesn't pass the smell test because Minnesotans have needs today. And so unfortunately, this bill has some provisions that creates unsettledness. So I talked about what's missing, and I'm sure other people will talk about what's missing, but there's some provisions in here that should not be in here. And so with that being said, Mr. President, I offer the A11 Amendment.
Senator Champion offers the A11 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Champion moves to amend Senate File Number 4091 as follows. Page 51, delete Section 13. This is the A11 Amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is quite simple. In the bill, you see that there's language around wage theft. And I must remind the body that there was a coalition that got together, and there was some language that was agreed upon, and that language passed. It passed because there was agreement. The parties got a chance to get together and talk about the importance of wage theft. And I believe that this amendment removes language in the bill that reduces penalties on businesses who commit theft by stealing earned wages from employees. Contrary to the author's words, there's no reform here. There's only one opinion that's in this bill, and that's not how we think things should go forward. The penalty should be significant. The penalties can't just be counted as the cost of doing business. We need them to be more significant than the actual theft to deter bad actors. Think about young people who are working, or folks who are trying to make a wage in order to support their families, and there's some bad actor who's taking their wages. Most of the impacted workers come from vulnerable populations. They can't afford to go without pay. Most Minnesotans live paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford to earn a salary that is never paid. Statute already has a significant grace period included in the statute. So, Mr. President, I'm asking the body to support the efforts of removing this unfortunate language, and when the author and the coalition comes together and reach language that makes sense or agree upon language, then bring it back for us. That this particular provision is not ready for prime time. So thank you, Mr. President.
Discussions to the A11 Amendment. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I oppose the A11 Amendment, and let me just talk a little bit about where we're at here. The A11 Amendment does not remove penalties for businesses that are committing wage theft. I have always been, as the chief author of the wage theft bill, I have always been consistent in saying that any reform we have will not weaken the protections. It does remove penalties from two areas. One, if a business makes an administrative error on the first occurrence, we say that you shouldn't charge a penalty for that one. That goes specifically to the wage theft notice in saying that it's complicated, and if they find that you don't, if you make a mistake, and you might have made a mistake with several employees, that you shouldn't be penalized for that first mistake. Now, if you make that mistake in the future, then you may be liable for penalties. The second one goes back to where we were previous to the wage theft reform. And there was a cap on the amount of penalties that were paid if a business did not comply with an order to pay wages. So, for example, members, if someone submits a wage theft claim and the Department of Labor says, yes, that claim is viable, business, you have to pay those wages. You have 10 days to pay those wages. And a business disagrees with the Department of Labor's order, they start racking up daily penalties. And we know how jammed up our court systems are and how long it takes. Those penalties, without any cap on them, could be infinite. The other thing is that I've been trying to work with the coalition to find a balance to say, you know what, we do want to encourage businesses to settle with the employees, but what we've done is we've created the opposite incentive, that the employee has no incentive to settle with the business. This does not, and I just want to be perfectly clear on this, this does not reduce the amount of wages in dispute. The employee still has the same claim. They are still eligible for the same recovery. What it does is it corrects a mistake that was made when this bill was originally passed, and that was, this is the only law that I've been able to find that has uncapped penalties. Every bill that we have that goes through judiciary that talks about felonies and misdemeanors caps penalties. This is the only one that I could find that has no caps on penalties. And, to Senator Champion's point about trying to find agreement with the coalition, I have reached out to the coalition on several occasions, and they have not been willing to have that discussion with me. Mr. President, I made a move in committee to expand the number of days of penalties from the original 15, trying to encourage the coalition to say, I'm willing to talk about this. And the Department of Labor and the coalition have refused to engage in this conversation to find something that's fair for both employers and employees. This is not about reducing the protection to employees. This is about making sure that we have a balance between both parties.
Further discussion to the A11 Amendment. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call has been requested and a roll call granted. Senator Champion.
And Mr. President, I'd like to remind you in this body of a couple things. The first thing that I want to remind you of is that there was a group of people who got together that included the author. And they got together and worked out the language that we are now abiding by. If there's going to be a change to that language, it is only respectful for that to happen with true engagement and for all parties to have an opportunity to rally around the language and bring the language forward. I heard the author say, hey, I'm just trying to correct a mistake here, or give businesses room when there's an honest mistake versus something being intentional. And that the penalties, this is the only time when there's uncapped penalties. But have you noticed, Mr. President, that the author did not talk about the employee? How about the fact that the author is saying that the employee will not lose their wages? Prolonged fights where you're not getting your money is equivalent to not getting any wages. And when you incentivize businesses not to be respectful and thoughtful, then guess what? It becomes a part of their business decision. Here's the last thing that I'll say about this issue. We heard from some college students a couple years ago, and those college students, needless to say, were home for the summer. And in fact, this was some folks, I think, from Senator Lopez Franzen's district. They came in, the mother was very upset because her college students have come home for the summer, and they worked and provided labor and would get up very early, but the employer never paid them. So what happened? They had to go back to school empty-handed. We just want to make sure that if there are bad actors out there, not everyone's a bad actor, but when there's a bad actor out there, that that employees have a legitimate source of protection. So thank you, Mr. President, and I would ask for a green vote.
Further discussion to the A11 Amendment. Further discussion. Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A11 Amendment. I call on Senator Hurd to report the votes of members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hurd.
Mr. President, I'd like to report Clausen vote aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Herr.
I'd like to report Senator Fateh vote aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Herr.
Senator Johnson Stewart vote aye.
Johnson Stewart votes aye. Senator Herr.
And Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye.
Thank you.
Senator Jasinski to report the votes of members voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes no.
Tomasoni votes no. All members having voted or desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Thank you, sir. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I offer the A12 Amendment.
Senator Champion moves the A12 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Champion moves to amend Senate File number 4091 as follows. Page 57, delete section 21. This is the A12 Amendment.
To the A12 Amendment, Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I indicated earlier, that there are some provisions in this small bill that should be removed. The A11 Amendment was wage theft, and now this is the A12 Amendment, which removes language for pay for performance. This amendment removes that provision that would automatically allocate resources to nonprofits that engage in pay for performance work. Now, Deed had talked about this. This language that's in this bill does not meet the vision of Deed. And in fact, it is a provision that should not be here. This proposal would reserve significant resources for organizations that use a pay-for-performance model. By doing this, we freeze out a lot of new organizations that don't have a budget reserve to make the financing work, or the client that work with is high risk, high rewards. One of the things that I talked about extensively in our committee is how there's a difference in majority-led organizations and organizations led by communities of color. When we think in terms of the resource difference, it's significant. Pay for performance requires an organization to put the money up front, and then if they demonstrate or can demonstrate savings or whatever the measurement is, only then can they ask to be reimbursed. That's not the way we should do business. And so the legislature allocated resources, and we shouldn't be giving our power over to an agency. And so when budgets are bad, needless to say, it's easier to cut grants, programs, versus allocations to specific organizations. We believe that we should make investments in various organizations, and we should do that by making those investments immediately and not qualifying it to the detriment of certain organizations and or communities. So I'm asking for this body's support in removing the pay for performance language and support this amendment, and I request a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call vote has been requested. Roll call granted. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks for bringing the amendment forward. I am going to have to be a strong no on this removal of pay for performance. Pay for performance has been very successful, helping a lot of people get retrained and put back into the workforce. And the best part about the pay for performance programs that I have witnessed is the fact that they don't get paid until they succeed on training people into a new career. And as far as the equity debate that was mentioned, most of the people in these pay-for-performance programs are minorities. And I have been to their graduations. I have toured their facilities. They work. And they get reimbursed when they work. If they do not succeed, they do not get paid. So I urge a red vote on this amendment.
Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I too would like to stand in opposition to the A12 amendment, deleting or eliminating the pay for performance. As the Senate author of this bill back in 2011, I believe, with a signature from a very strong supporter from Governor Dayton, this has been and should be a tremendous program or tool for organizations to prove that they deserve the support from the state. And Twin Cities Rise, I remember, came and testified in strong support for this bill. And at the time, it was, I believe, Tom Street who was the CEO. And now they have a new CEO. Her name is Emma Corey, a wonderful African-American woman who I'm sure would be just devastated that we would eliminate this program, that they want to prove the results of what they're doing for folks in the various programs. And that's what we should be doing for all of our nonprofits. Show us that you have results, and we will continue to support you. Right now, we pour money into a lot of nonprofits that aren't collaborating, or showing any accountability, and we have no idea if they are proving and being able to put the money where the mouth is, basically. So I am somewhat surprised, actually, that this amendment came forward, Senator Champion, because this is the very, very program that serves our nonprofits and should be held to a higher standard, and it does. Our nonprofits, when they use this program, they do excel. So again, members, this is a strong no.
Senator Champion.
Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to speak again. Mr. President, most folks in this chamber recognize that I have a deep affection for Senator Rosen. But this is one time where Senator Rosen, Mr. Chair, is reading the amendment wrong. This amendment does not take away any of the work that Senator Rosen did. In fact, if my amendment is adopted, your work still stands, Senator Rosen. This is to remove what's in the bill that automatically requires organization, all of them, or a high percentage of them, to go to a pay-for-performance model. That's all this does. Senator Rosen's work remains intact. So I hope that Senator Rosen is not surprised by that. I hope she understands that the work she did was significant because it was a model for folks to look at, but not to require a one-size-fits-all for everyone. And that's what is being portrayed as if no longer are we going to have a pay-for-performance model. No, that's not what this does. It says that Twin City Rise, which is a wonderful organization that has been substantially resourced, can still do pay-for-performance. There's nothing that stops Twin Cities Rise from doing this. Or the other 4 majority-led organizations who have been doing a pay-for-performance model. Mr. President, I will remind this body, those of you who were not a part of the Jobs Committee, that in the Jobs Committee, those who are doing pay for performance came before our body and stated, quote, pay for performance is not for everyone. We do not advocate for pay for performance being for everyone. We're just saying as a pilot, it works for us. That's all they said. But now that turned into a decision in this bill to now make it a mandatory or automatic requirement for so many others, which is to the detriment of other organizations. So, Mr. President, I hope that Senator Rosen is corrected and now has had an opportunity to speak to her colleagues in order to understand that I think that those who want to do pay for performance, do that. But there should be no automatic language in this bill that moves it into a direction that Senator Rosen was not thinking about. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think there's actually a part where Senator Champion and I agree on this, is that we're not trying to do a one-size-fits-all. The section that Senator Champion is trying to remove simply states that 25% of the grants out of the Workforce Development Fund in 2024 should be pay per performance and 50% in 2025. This is not one size fits all. This is not a mandate that every program move to pay per performance. We understand not every program can do that. But we tend to fund many of the same programs over and over. In fact, we had proposals from the Department of Employment and Economic Development where they also acknowledge that we have to do more to encourage pay-per-performance grants, especially for those that are coming back to the legislature every biennium. And Senator Champion knows that we have invested in training programs that are a little bit more innovative to try to find those opportunities where maybe they're not ready for that. There was one that we included in the bill last year, which was juxtaposition, that we didn't require to be pay per performance. This is not a one-size-fits-all mandate. This is setting benchmarks. And we're just saying, we believe within 3 years, half of the monies that are being allocated out of the Workforce Development Fund should be going to pay per performance. I think Senator Draheim's bill was a reasonable expectation, and I encourage members to vote no on the Champion Amendment.
Senator Champion.
First of all, Mr. President, thank you for your patience and indulgence. To this issue, let me be very clear. When the legislature steps into the role of the agency and tells them and mandates to them what percentage of the contracts must be paid for performance, then we are removing the opportunity for the agency who's in a better position to see what sort of model should be used in that instance. So, what does that mean? When you use words like must, shall, that's a directive. That's not discretionary. The agency should be given that opportunity, and as innovative as we all want to be, we should allow for innovation and not for directives. This is a directive when we think in terms of this model. And last but certainly not least, let's be very clear. Deed, who talked about, hey, this is something that they already do because of Senator Rosen's work, they will continue to do that. Deed says this whole notion of going to an automatic number is detrimental and problematic. That is why I'm asking this body to remove the directive that is now in this bill. So I encourage a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the A12 amendment. I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes no.
Tomasoni votes nay. Call on Senator Hur to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hur.
Mr. President, I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Hur.
Aye for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Hur.
Aye for Senator Johnson Stewart.
Johnson Stewart votes aye. Senator Hur.
Aye for Senator Latz.
Latz votes aye. Senator Hur.
And aye for Senator Torres Ray.
Torres Ray votes aye.
Thank you.
All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 36 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator McEwen.
You can call me Senator McHugh as a nickname if you want.
I
Mr.
try to
President.
be exactly correct. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise to offer the A13 Amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend Senate File Number 4091 as follows. Page 64 to 65, delete sections 8 to 10. This is the A13 Amendment.
To the A13 Amendment, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a pretty simple amendment, and what it does is it takes out the language in the bill that pertains to these backflow preventers. And this has been something that we've discussed and we heard testimony about in the Labor and Industry Committee. And I know that there has been some work on this, and perhaps that work will be ongoing. The language that's in the bill now currently is changed, and at first glance it looks better than the language that we saw last time, but I still don't think it's ready for prime time here to be included in this bill. The original concern with the language is, of course, the safety of potable water. I mean, making sure that our drinking water is protected. We have these rules about licensure for professionals who perform this kind of work, repairing backflow preventers, for a reason, and that's for our public health and safety of people. So the language that was initially proposed was put before the plumbing board. The plumbing board, made up of a number of different individuals representing the profession and the regulators' concerns, unanimously rejected that. As I understand it, there is still not agreement that this would be a good plan to move forward as it is stated now. So in light of that previous unanimous opposition, and that the current language, as I understand, is not satisfactory to the stakeholders, I am moving to remove that language per the A13 Amendment, and I ask for your vote.
Discussion to the A13 Amendment. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I do need to make a little correction. This did go before the plumbing board. And there were a lot of comments that were made, the vast majority in opposition. I believe the vast majority of the comments, I sat in on the meeting, continue to go towards the effect that they talked that these backflows should not be installed by these people. And this is not what this bill does. It is about the repair. There was a dissenting opinion, and the board did not take official action. They voted to send a letter to the legislature. So to say it was unanimous consent to be opposed to this is not correct. I do admit the vast majority are opposed. But as we've worked on this language for over 3 years, We have worked on making sure the people are trained, making sure that they have an accreditation, that it is a very, very specific type of backflow valve. We've come a long, long way, and we want to continue that discussion with this group, and I would ask that this provision would remain in the bill. Thank you.
Senator Isaacson.
I'd like to just take a moment to clarify the clarification in that it isn't just that they were opposed to installing, it was also opposed to maintaining because of what these backflow units do. It's really important to people to know what they're doing, and that's why the plumbing board who makes these decisions was opposed to it.
Discussion to the A13 Amendment. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I did go back because I certainly don't want to misstate anything, but what I have is the letter from the Plumbing Board, and in that introductory paragraph of the letter, it does, as we just heard, specified they did unanimously decide to send this letter, but this also does state that the consensus was the board was opposed to the proposed legislation. So that is contained in the letter from the Minnesota Plumbing Board. In short, this really needs to be left to the Plumbing Board. I'd like to see the professionals handle this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the A13 Amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator McEwen.
Mr. President, can I please ask for a division on that last amendment vote?
Senator McEwen, division has been called. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. You may be seated. Members who are against the amendment, please stand. Thank you, members. The amendment is not adopted. Senator McEwen. And Senator McEwen, if you wanted a roll call, you do have to do it before we go to the vote.
I understand. My mistake, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Mr. President, I rise for another amendment. I would like to offer to our colleagues the A23 Amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend Senate File 4091 as follows. Page 55 after line 21, insert. This is Amendment A23.
To the A23 Amendment, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I would request a roll call on the A23
Roll call
amendment,
requested,
please.
roll call granted.
Thank you very much. The A23 Amendment, colleagues, it speaks to an issue that has really come to plague our economy, and that is the issue of non-compete agreements. This amendment would void non-compete agreements in certain cases. So if you take a look at the language, what it does is it has a sort of blanket non-acknowledgement or non-enforceability of non-compete agreements, and except under certain circumstances. And those circumstances actually are quite generous, I must say. I'm going to be taking a look at this language and probably offering something stronger next session. But this is a good compromise, I think, and a good start. So the problem, of course, we know with non-compete agreements is that they do exactly what they say. They prevent competition. They tie workers down to employment when they'd like to move on, either for better pay or for doing the kind of work that they want to do for who they want to do it for. So these non-compete agreements have become really prolific within our economy. Studies have been done to show that about half of employers now are saying that they use these non-compete agreements, and they are not just for professionals who make higher wages, as we might traditionally think of these agreements being used for. They're actually used throughout the economy, from lower wage workers to higher wage workers, and it really is becoming a problem. So I ask for your support to add this language to the bill to get a handle on these non-compete agreements. I ask for your support. Thank
Senator
you.
Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen please yield to a question?
She will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McEwen, you just spoke of that this is what you believe is a compromise language. Can you let us know who that compromise was made with?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Senator Rarick, and thank you, Mr. President. When I said that this represents a compromise, I don't mean that it represented a compromise between a working group or something like that, but what it does represent is a kind of ideological compromise. If you look at the language, as I said, it's not an outright ban of these types of agreements. It does recognize that perhaps there are certain circumstances where that might be part of a contractual relationship that an employee would like to enter into. So the language itself ideologically represents a compromise. It is not anywhere near an outright ban. That is what I was referring to. Thank you.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that's what I was getting at. There has not been work with the people on the stakeholders on each side of this. There is a lot of work that needs to be done. This one is not ready, and I would ask the body to vote no.
Further discussion on the A23 amendment. Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A23 amendment. I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Miller votes no.
Miller votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes no.
Thomasoni votes nay. Call on Senator Hur to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hur.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen,
Clausen votes aye. Senator Hur.
aye for Senator Fateh,
Fateh votes aye. Senator Hur.
aye for Senator Johnson Stewart,
Johnson Stewart votes aye. Senator Hur.
nay for Senator Latz,
Nay for Senator Latz votes nay. Senator Hur. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 35 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to impose a call of the Senate and for the duration of the amendment.
Senate is under call for the duration of the amendment.
It's the pipeline. It's the refinery amendment from last year.
So, Senator Bingham, it's better to introduce the amendment and then put the call on for the amendment. Just a technical little thing, but I understand what you're asking for. Senator Bingham.
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under roll call be dispensed with and absentee members be brought in by the Sergeant of Arms.
To that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The Secretary will close the roll. Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, last year we dealt with a bill in the Senate and in the House, and it didn't cross the finish line because more work needed to be done on it. And I am talking about the Safe and Skilled Worker Act. When that bill was removed, when that provision was removed out of a bill last session, I was told that there'd be work done on it and that there would be negotiation, and a lot of time has passed. And I even transferred chief authorship of the bill to the senator from Cook, who has done an amazing job of trying to land this across the finish line. And if one of the best brokers in the Capitol for all these years can't do it, I think it's time we step in. Would Senator Rarick please yield?
Senator Bingham, I think before you ask a question, could we get the amendment on the floor? Unless you'd like to ask questions, and maybe not do it.
I'll proceed with some of my comments, and then I'll offer the amendment and then ask Senator Rarick to.
Good idea. Senator Bingham.
Thank you. So through the session and during the interim, I have had conversations with our workers, the workers that work in these facilities and the organizations that make sure they're protected and their rights are heard. And I have been informed also by other members that have been working on this that the refineries have clearly stated they are not going to be negotiating this bill. It is, in my opinion, ironic that we're hearing complaints about this bill and that we can't get it done when there's been no counter offers made to improve the bill. We've been dealing with this for over a year now, and there's been nothing but foot dragging and avoidance, Mr. President. If somebody, how this place works is if somebody wants their concerns addressed, Mr. President, they come to the negotiating table and offers are made and collaboration is done and a final product is finished and we're able to pass it out of here. That is what the legislature does. I know that Labor has been having discussions, Mr. President, and they have had discussions about their bill, but yet we haven't had any feedback from the refineries. And now the Safe and Skilled Worker Act deals with the apprenticeship, and I think in a bipartisan manner, in a bicameral basis, Mr. President, that we recognize that apprenticeship training is the gold standard and is what we desire for workforce development, especially in these high-risk, high-hazard areas. I mean, Democrats and Republicans have authored scores of bills every session to encourage apprenticeship training and making sure that we are having safe and skilled workers working throughout the state of Minnesota in trades and labor, but also in private apprenticeship programs. I think we realize, and why it's so popular is because it does improve safety, efficiency, and productivity. The legislature has actually a strong position in favor of the Safe and Skilled Worker Bill. Last year, the House defeated on a bipartisan vote a floor amendment to strip the language out of the Omnibus bill. Last year, the Senate, Mr. President, voted to include it. There's clearly some strong support for this bill. And I'm, for one, sick and tired of it being used as a political football. Mr. President, you know, safety is a key reason we have training and why we take it so seriously when we regulate industries. The potential of a catastrophic event should be enough to make legislators want to act, which now we're going to be forced to do. Oil refineries are inherently very hazardous, and a catastrophic event, the potential of one, is real. And so we should be able to take every reasonable measure available to ensure the safety of those workers and the communities. 3 states have safe and skilled worker legislation: California, Washington, New Jersey. California refines the 3rd most barrels of oil in America. Their safe and skilled worker law has been in place since 2016. And Marathon Refinery operates in California and in Washington. They actually have the largest refinery in the West Coast, 9th largest in America. They operate that facility under the safe and skilled worker law, yet they won't even bother to negotiate in Minnesota. So, I mean, if Marathon can refine nearly 500,000 barrels of oil every day in those 2 states, they sure as heck can do it under the same provisions here in Minnesota to protect our workers. The residents of those states deserve the same protections that Minnesotans do in St. Paul and Park and Rosemont. So, Mr. President, I will offer the A14 Amendment.
Secretary will read the A14 Amendment.
Senator Bingham moves to amend Senate File 4091 as follows. Page 55 after line 21, insert. This is Amendment A14.
To the A14 Amendment, Senator Bingham.
Thank you. Mr. President, the A14 is that of the Safe and Skilled Worker Act, and I have updated the dates because last year, which didn't cross the finish line, you know, we have to update that. That's the change. We have been able to avoid devastating accidents seen in refineries elsewhere because of our trained workforce. Other communities haven't been so fortunate. Since 2006, there have been 51 fatalities among refinery workers in oil refineries. We've seen a surge in serious OSHA safety violations at petroleum refineries, an increase of over 78% since 2019. So here's the crux of the bill. We are seeing an increase in out-of-state contractors and workers with the unknown training in, coming to Minnesota and potentially jeopardizing workers and communities alike. Mr. President, I was at an annual meeting at Marathon, and they are having a turnaround shutdown of their refinery, which is going to be the largest that they've done in quite a while. And what a turnaround shutdown is they completely shut down their refinery to repair, replace, make more efficient, clean up the operations. It was also disclosed that 2,700 contractors will be used during this 6-week period. Majority/many will be coming from out of state. They will be using 1,300 per shift. That'll be working next to full-time permanent employees of the refinery. The refineries won't negotiate. They won't address the real concerns by the workers and members of the community. So now I believe it's time for the legislature to act. With that, would Senator Rarick please yield for a question?
He will yield. Senator Bingham.
Senator Rarick, last year as this bill was stripped out by the majority party here of last year, it was explained to me that there would be discussions during the interim. Can you give us an update on those discussions?
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bingham, after that provision was stripped out last year, and I made a commitment to continue to work with both sides. It started later than I had hoped, but in early November, I sat down with advocates and opponents of the bill to see where it was. Both sides admitted that they had not engaged with each other in the process, or in between. So I had a few conversations with each side. There was not a great deal of movement one way or another. I have continued to have conversations. As was stated, chief authorship of the bill was handed to someone else. I did not take over as chief author of the bill. The oil refineries themselves have continually advocated that they are willing to engage and they want to find a solution that does not require legislative action. This is something that goes down a road that puts the legislature in the place of negotiating contracts, and that's can become a slippery slope, and both sides they continue to have some conversations, probably not as many as a lot of us would hope, but I do believe there is a non-legislative solution to the problem, and I will continue to push both sides to work towards that.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd request a roll call.
Roll call is requested. Roll call granted. Senator Bingham.
Thank you. Senator Rarick, the refineries have told the labor unions to stop calling them. It's not negotiable. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to have any further conversations. They're not going to negotiate. The the time is up for a non-legislative option. It's not negotiable the safety of workers. It's not negotiable the safety of communities. I would appreciate a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Kent.
Mr. President, the old saying, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I stood in this very chamber because my communities are right by this very refinery we're talking about. My mayor was at that event when it was talked about how many people are going to be coming into this area to do this work from other states, and her eyes bugged out of her head when she realized how many people we may suddenly be accommodating in the city of Woodbury. When we had this conversation last year, this is one of those times I wish I could say, roll the videotape. We had the same excuses. Oh, we're going to work on it. We're going to work on it. But this is not the time to put it in legislation. And I said, you know what? The deadlines, the timeline in here is extended. This provides a strong incentive for people to actually show up and participate in the negotiations. And here we are, almost a year later, and nothing has happened. The refineries have absolutely no incentive to participate in this conversation. And this work is getting ready to start happening without the protections that we fought for last year. Members, we absolutely should pass the A41 Amendment. It is too important. We have the track record that they're not going to do it without us making them do it. We need to step up.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make the comment, colleagues, that this isn't just an issue where we go ahead and let an employer and a labor union put something like this in a collective bargaining agreement. I mean, that's great if they can come to that agreement, but as we've heard, there's been plenty of time to do this, and now the boss doesn't want to talk anymore. This is bigger. It is about worker safety. Yes, it is absolutely about worker safety, but this is about our community's safety. More people are counting on us to make sure that the refineries in our communities are safe, that we are not going to have terrible events like we had at the Husky refinery up in Superior, across the lake, across the bay from my community, that put all of us in danger. Even those of us in Duluth. These are potentially catastrophic events that we are talking about preventing. This is not something that is a simple matter for a collective bargaining agreement between an employer and employees coming together to collectively bargain. This is about public safety. This is absolutely the place where we, as a body, as elected officials, need to step up and do our jobs.
Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, would Senator Bigham yield?
She will yield, Senator Senjum.
Senator Bigham, would you just recite for at least me what the issue here is? The issue about chemical safety risk, is that the issue that we're trying to get at with this?
Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Senjum. No, it's about apprentice-level training for contract workers to perform at oil refineries. This bill has been limited in scope through the process. The proponents have addressed concerns by compromising on a lot of issues. It's a 3-year phase-in, which is in the amendment. There's exceptions for repair and maintenance of operating equipment and narrowing the overall scope of the bill, and there's been nothing offered back on it. The concern is that we don't know the level of skill and training from outstate contractors that are coming in to work at these high hazardous areas. And that is why the Safe and Skilled Worker bill is needed, and that is why it is in 3 states currently.
Senator Senjum.
Well, thank you, Senator Bigham. And I would just say to members, obviously these refineries are chemical safety issues, and if you understand, because I used to work in this arena to certainly some extent, but federal OSHA has what they call an OSHA process safety management law, and federal EPA has a risk management law for these kind of facilities. This facility, they all, irrespective of what refinery or a lot of other businesses, have to write these massive plans, and they have to be, and they are held true to them through federal inspections, perhaps state inspections in Minnesota. I don't understand why we're trying to replicate those responsibilities in a law that we have in front of us, an amendment, at least proposal we have in front of us. These issues are covered by state and federal law. In fact, in 2 cases, both the federal EPA and certainly federal OSHA, and that's relegated to Minnesota OSHA. So I'm not sure what we're getting here, but it seems to be a little bit in terms of a duplication of perhaps efforts, and certainly those laws, Mr. President, members, do include worker training and all that goes with that. So I think we just need to think about that a little bit, and I'm pretty sure, Mr. President, members, that whatever arena this is, I'm not sure which plant we're talking about, but they certainly have massive plans which are held to require training, which require records of training, and on and on and on in terms of how they frankly take care of their facility in the interest not only of the people that work there, but certainly the community that surrounds them. Thank you, Mr. President.
To that point, Senator Bingham.
Thank you. We need this because OSHA safety violations at petroleum refineries have increased 78% in 2019 over the previous year. That's why it's needed.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, we continue to hear that this is about safety, and safety is incredibly important. And yes, there was great support for the concept of this bill and safety last year. But as we dug into the details of it, and when we look at this idea that we require apprenticeship training, it started to raise the questions of what does that have to do with specific safety at the 2 oil refineries? I can tell you, I went through a 4-year apprenticeship program in a trade union. There was nothing in that 4-year training that was specific to safety at an oil refinery. When I was assigned for 4 months to work at one of the oil refineries, that is where I received the training specific to the safety at an oil refinery. Also know, we heard about the shutdown that's coming, the huge amount of work that's going to happen. Members, our local workforce cannot handle that shutdown. What happens is we bring in workers from out of state called travelers that man a great deal of this work. Many of them travel around the country doing this work because they look for these refinery and other projects like that because that is what they do, and they have the specific training for it. They're good at it. And the question I have always had with this bill is, as we look at it, they can come from states where does that apprenticeship training qualify under this bill? Are we leaving out all of those travelers to come in and work at these refineries who that's what they do every day? Senator Senjum brought up the OSHA training. We have a great OSHA program in Minnesota, and the oil refinery that continues to be called out 2 years ago won the governor's award around OSHA for their safety programs. This is definitely something that we want to talk about. Safety is truly important, but again, the Husky oil refinery accident was brought up. Majority of the contractors that work at the Husky oil refinery are in registered apprenticeship programs. Safety is all about making sure the people who are on site know the facility, know the procedures, know the policies that they're supposed to follow. And the one thing I have said all along, if we're going to put the hammer down to ensure safety on the refineries, well, what's the repercussion for somebody who goes in there and doesn't follow the procedures that are put in place for them? That's when accidents happen. When individuals either get lazy or they get tired and they make mistakes. An apprenticeship training program doesn't answer those questions. So members, as I look at this, again, it's the same exact language that we had in front of us last year. I would ask that we continue to work, I will continue to work, push these groups, but at this time, on this language, I would ask you to vote no.
Senator Bingham.
Thank you. Just real quickly, the company that we keep calling out should have no problems with this because they currently refine in 2 states that have the safe and skilled worker requirements, so they shouldn't have a problem with it. So I don't know why they aren't negotiating and aren't talking to members that are very concerned about this. Vote green.
Secretary will take the roll on the A14 Amendment. I call Senator Herr to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Herr.
Aye for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Herr.
Aye for Senator Johnson Stewart.
Johnson Stewart votes aye. Senator Herr.
Aye for Senator Latz.
Latz votes aye. Senator Herr.
And aye for Senator Torres Ray.
Torres Ray votes aye.
Thank you.
I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes no.
Benson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes aye.
Tomasoni votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close. Senator Bingham.
Mr. President, we're under call, so can they bring the
And the final 2 are excused. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Members, just as a reminder, only because I reminded an individual yesterday, when we're doing amendments, it is always best, if possible, to get the amendment onto the floor so the front desk can pass out the amendment, the author can read the amendment. There's always allowable ramp-up time to get excited about your amendment, but at some point at the beginning, it should be something you get to so that we can more expeditiously get through it, and the authors are able to process this and be able to be ready to support your amendment when necessary. So, with that, Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm going to continue the conversation on worker safety. And I have the A25 Amendment.
Secretary will report the A25 Amendment.
Senator Dietzig moves to amend Senate File 4091 as follows. Page 51 after line 23, insert. This is Amendment A25.
To the A25 Amendment, Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. The last 2 years have been really challenging for many workers across the state, and that's true for warehouse workers as well. If you've gone to the grocery store, you've probably remember at times during the last 2 years where there was no toilet paper. I just recently was reading online where somebody was said they couldn't find their baby formula. So that stress of having products not there is stressful for consumers and workers. Workers have been encouraged to move quicker and process more. So this amendment protects warehouse workers. It's common sense, it's about transparency, and it's about safety. Many warehouses require quotas. That's not unusual. It helps with the warehouse workflow, it helps with efficiency, and it helps workers understand the pace and the goals. But some companies are not sharing the data that they're acquiring, and they're not sharing expectations with workers. Workers need to be told what the expectations are. We all like to be told what is expected of us, especially in our job. So this amendment requires workers to be informed of those performance standards and when those standards change. It requires data on performance metrics that is collected on workers be shared with those workers so they know how they are doing and that they can improve their performance. This amendment does not require companies to use quotas and performance goals, but it just lays out a procedure if they do. In the amendment, it defines an employee, it defines what the employee work speed data is, and it defines the employer, so it's a warehouse. In this amendment, it is a warehouse with 100 or more employees, or a distribution center of 1,000 or more employees. It defines a warehouse distribution center and uses the North American Industry Classification System codes. It defines quota to mean a work standard under which an employee is assigned or required to perform at a specific productivity speed. And then it requires, again, that notice so that workers know what to expect. That is just something that all of us want and we should be able to do so that when we are performing at work, we know if we're doing a good job or not, and we like to be told how our performance is doing. They should be able to be shared that data so they know if they're doing good and they can improve. It also requires that, again, the employees have that request to receive that data. It also requires a time frame for breaks. And it does provide that an employee may bring an action for injunctive relief to obtain compliance with this section. So there is an enforcement section. Again, people want to know what is expected of them. Employees want to do a good job. I think most Minnesota employees want to do a good job. Companies should be helping their employees do a good job. This bill requires the warehouse companies to be transparent. It helps with transparency and safety. It helps with productivity. I think this worker safety is a huge issue. It is a huge issue in many industries, but in warehouse industry, there have been more injuries. And so I think having workforce safety and having it lined out, I think, is very important. I know that this bill may or may not be in another bill, in another body, and so I look forward to continuing to have this discussion on workforce safety on this bill as this bill moves forward. And with that, members, I will withdraw the amendment.
The A25 amendment is withdrawn. Senator Pappas passes. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm going to ask you to bear with me. I am not going to be offering an amendment at this time, but I am going to speak at this moment because this has been within the focus of the jobs part of this bill, so I would like to live in that umbrella if I may. The reason I'm not offering an amendment is because it would be absolutely not germane and way out of order, but it's important that we talk about it. More and more, everyone is realizing how important it is that people have the access to have paid family and medical leave in their workplace. And we need to keep fighting for that here in Minnesota. And I want to say I very much appreciate Senator Coleman coming into this conversation and bringing forward ideas to try to make this happen. Because what we know is that every Minnesotan deserves paid family and medical leave, and no one should have to choose between a paycheck and caring for a loved one or for themselves if they are injured or ill. We often talk about parental leave when you have a new baby or adopt a child. And I have often spoken about the very fact that according to the U.S. Department of Labor, 25 to 33% of mothers return to work within 2 weeks of giving birth. That's 1/4 to 1/3 of mothers return to work within 2 weeks. No one would choose to go back to work within 2 weeks of giving birth if they had any sort of an option. And anyone who has given birth or been close to someone who has given birth fully understands that. Recently, just in the past couple weeks, a state survey in Minnesota was released that shows that nearly 2/3 of Minnesota mothers took unpaid leave after giving birth. Paid parental leave matters because it's linked with fewer infant deaths, increased breastfeeding, improved birth and developmental outcomes, and it also benefits mothers' mental health. And furthermore, according to that state study, the disparities along the lines of income and race are basically not a surprise, but bear focus and attention. 60% of low-income mothers used only unpaid leave. 60% of low-income mothers used unpaid leave. And that compares to 34% of those with higher incomes. Also, people of color are more likely than white Minnesotans to be in the lower paying and less secure jobs that have fewer benefits, which would certainly include paid family leave. The other types in the proposal that I have put forward, which is a broad-based public approach that includes a guarantee that almost every worker is going to have access to leave. Another component of that is family leave. And I want to take a minute. Most of you know that I have been spending time over the past few months traveling to take care of my mother. She's too frail to move up here now, and so I have to travel to do what I can to support her and to be with her. And it's hard. I am her only child. I am her only family. So I feel this very personally, and I have heard very clearly from so many of you of your experiences of being in the same place. Caring for our loved ones is important and it matters. And we need to make that available to all Minnesota workers through a program like this. And last but not least is the issue of medical leave, which is also very important. This is different than sick time, which is short term. This is if you have a major illness, a major injury, for example. Say you're in a car crash, and we've had testimony in the House from a woman who has a small business, and her longtime employee had an accident and broke both her arms and was unable to do the job. But she was a very valued employee, and this employer made great sacrifices to be able to pay her while she was not able to work so that she would be able to come back. Small business owners shouldn't have to be in that position. They should be able to support their workers. And a broad-based public approach like the one that I have proposed and the one that has been given many hearings in the House would provide that. Another example is if someone has cancer and has extended treatments that limits their ability to do their job. They can take the time to take their treatments, to rest and recover, and then go back and be a very effective contributing employee. Members, paid family and medical leave is important, and this solution is the one that matters. Again, with appreciation to Senator Coleman for her work, but those private approaches that are limited and capped are never going to get to that point. Paid family and medical leave needs to cover all working people and all employers. The proposal I've put forward provides up to 12 weeks of medical leave, which includes pregnancy complications, and also 12 weeks of family leave. It provides leave in cases of military deployment or escaping dangerous living situations. There are job protections. There's no discrimination based on gender, age, or pre-existing conditions. It replaces wages up to 90% at the time of leave. It is portable, so that someone can count on it regardless of employer. Some of the problems with these more private plans is that an employer can offer it 1 year and an employee can say, yes, I want to go work for that company, but then next year that benefit is gone and they don't have no recourse. The decision to take the leave is up to the worker and their doctor, not to insurance companies. And the costs are 0.3% for employer and employee each, about $3.43 per week for average Minnesota worker. And those costs are that low compared to doing it through a private solution because the pool is so large. Members, we know that paid family and medical leave is good for employees and their families. We know it is good for businesses in spite of a lot of misinformation that is out there, especially small and medium-sized businesses, because the big businesses already do it. And they don't do it just to be nice. They do it because it's good business. It means lower turnover, it means decreased absenteeism, it means fewer injuries, and it means improvement in employee mental health. Members, this is a workforce issue. In our state, we are struggling to make sure that we can welcome as many workers back into our workplaces as possible. We see this with childcare. We see this in so many different ways. I very well remember when I had a baby making the decision to basically opt out because I didn't want that juggle. But I had the privilege to make that decision for myself and my family. And I was self-employed at that time. By the way, this program would cover people who are self-employed. But we need to make this option available. It is good for babies. There is only one way we are going to make a difference in these disparities and in making sure that the mothers and the babies don't have to make that decision for mom to go back to work within 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Marty. Thank you, Mr. President. I hear with the provision that we talked a lot yesterday about crime, and we're all concerned about crime. We all want to do something about crime. And one of the crimes, a commerce crime that's been occurring across the state, and I've been hearing from a lot of your constituents who know I've been working on this issue about concerns. And I'll get to the details in a minute, but it's something that we're hearing from across the state. Last year, St. Paul had over 2,000 catalytic converter thefts. The Rochester School Bus Company had 20 or 30 buses hit in one weekend. That's got to be $60,000. I've been trying to work out a rational scheme of regulation for addressing catalytic converter theft. Insurance Federation likes it, chiefs of police support it, others support it. Been asking for a hearing for 3 years. Auto Theft Investigator International Association of them said that what we came up with as a solution would be model for the way you address this issue. Trouble is, we've got some very valuable thing attached to the bottom of a car, 12 times as valuable as gold. And you think maybe thieves figured out how to get them off the car and start making money off of them. So catalytic converter theft has been a huge problem, and I wouldn't choose to offer it to an omnibus jobs, commerce, energy, and whatever else the bill is. I wouldn't choose to offer it on the floor because I really think it's best done if it's heard in a committee. And if people don't want to deal with it, I think they should own it and tell their constituents, you know, I don't think catalytic converter theft is a problem. We don't have to do it. Vote against it if you don't want. But it seems to me, if you talk to your constituents, I doubt any one of you can't find a lot of constituents been hit by this. And it's really aggravating crime. Because while they may get $300, $500, $600 for the used converter that they cut off your car in 2 minutes, it's going to cost you $2,000, maybe $3,000 in some cases. And you may be without use of your car for a while. So, Mr. President, I reluctantly, because I wish we could do it through the committee process, but I don't know any other way after multiple requests for hearings, multiple asks for dealing with the bill. I have the A26 Amendment, which would regulate catalytic converters. I'd like to request the amendment.
The Secretary will read the A26 Amendment.
Senator Marty moves to amend Senate File Number 4091 as follows, page 68 after line 15, insert. This is the A26 Amendment.
To the A26 Amendment, Senator Marty.
And Mr. President, this is a simple amendment. It's not a difficult thing to do. It's been vexing of a lot of people trying to figure out how to address it because catalytic converters don't have any markings on them. 99, there are some programs to mark some, but even if you have an aggressive program, you're going to get maybe 0.1% of the catalytic converters on cars. This simply takes it and says if you possess, we'd make it illegal to possess a used converter that's not attached to a car if it doesn't have the VIN number, the vehicle ID number, on the converter. A legitimate business, a scrapyard, a muffler shop, all they do is they take a marking pen. I don't care. You take it off your own car, you mark it that way. The difficulty the thieves have with it is if they put the right VIN number on it, if they look in your windshield and copy the thing they just stole, the cops got them because they got it, they can track it to your car, it was stolen, they can prove it. If they put a phony one on, they can show that it's a phony one and that they broke the law then. So it's a simple process. The Insurance Federation, as I said, supports this. The chiefs of police support it. Talk to the police departments in any district, you'll find support for it. It's an outrageous crime. It's been going on far too long, and it's a huge economic impact. A month ago in St. Paul, there was a non-fatal shooting of an individual who was trying to stop the thieves of his catalytic converter. It's a dangerous crime, and we've got to do something. And this is a simple bill. Again, I wish we could hear it in committee, but I ask for your support and ask for a roll call.
Roll call is requested. Roll call granted. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And not a reflection on what Senator Marty's trying to do, but Mr. President, this is not germane to the bill. Our bill does not have any references to Section 325, and it seems that it'd be more appropriate for the Transportation Committee than the Jobs Committee. So I ask that, I guess I better cite the rule here, shouldn't I? I ask that I'd like to challenge the germaneness based on Rule 35.2. Thank you.
Senator Pratt rises to a point of order under Senate Rule 35.2 that the bill or the amendment is not germane advice. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, and in advice to the chair, will just say that, first of all, this is an omnibus jobs, commerce, energy, and omnibus jobs, energy, and commerce policy and supplemental appropriations. This is clearly commerce policy. This has happened. This bill has been referred every year to Commerce Committee. It's clearly commerce policy, and it's an omnibus bill, and it's not a single subject thing. I don't think we should be doing bills this way, as I've said many times, but when you don't give it any other way. So, Senator Pratt, why don't we just have the debate, and why don't we debate the bill and so on? But you're challenging the germaneness. I'll point out it's an omnibus bill, not just an omnibus commerce bill, but omnibus jobs, energy, and commerce bill, and this is clearly commerce policy.
Further advice to the President. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was interested to hear that Senator Pratt objected to the inclusion of this language by citing a particular section of state law, saying that that wasn't in the underlying bill. Yet, when we offer arguments that show that a particular section of law is included, hence making other different of our amendments germane, that argument is rejected. So I'm just suggesting that the majority party can't have it both ways. They can't say, oh, there's no similar section of law in this bill, then this amendment is not germane. However, when we offer amendments that are clearly germane and cite that as one of the arguments, that argument is rejected. So one side of the coin is as good as the other, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And if you look at the bill, there are no commerce provisions in the bill. Therefore, this would be non-germane.
He's going to rule anyhow.
Members, having listened to the advice, the President rules that the point of order is well taken. Senator Marty.
Mr. President, I'm reluctant to do this, but since we can't have any other way of debating it or anything, or any way of people being willing to stand up and take a vote one way or another about catalytic converter theft, I challenge the ruling of the chair and ask for a roll call.
The question before the body is, shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate? A green vote upholds the decision of the President. A red vote overrules the decision of the President. Roll call was requested. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebretson votes aye.
Ingebretson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes aye.
Benson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes aye.
Tomasoni votes aye. I call on Senator Hur to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hur.
Mr. President, I'd like to report nay for Senator Clausen,
Clausen votes nay. Senator Hur.
nay for Senator Fateh,
Fateh votes nay. Senator Hur.
and nay for Senator Latz.
Latz votes nay. Senator Hur.
Thank you.
All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close. Is he coming? Okay. Now, all members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 29 nays, the decision of the President is sustained. Senator Friends.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I'd like to address the contents of the bill in front of us that relate to the energy and utilities provisions. But first, allow me to start by thanking our chair, Senator Senjem, and my fellow members of the committee. We had some good debates this year. I think that's part of what we're supposed to be doing. I share Senator Senjem's thanks also to Mr. Lee, Ms. Doyle Fontaine, our researcher, Cassie Tomerdahl, Ms. Kleinbohl, Mr. Noonan, Mr. Mum, everybody. You know, it's a good committee. It gets good information. We don't always agree, but I think part of what we're trying to do is say we give the public a good debate they can look at, and I think we did that. Having said that, the bill does not do what we should be doing. Out of a $9 billion projected budget surplus, which equates to about $1,800 per Minnesotan, this bill allocates $1 per Minnesotan, give or take, out of the general fund, and significantly appropriates less in the RDA. I do like solar for schools. I do think the securitization provision is an appropriate one. I do like that. I think that makes sense to provide an option. I do like the funding provided for the energy transition. As most of us seem to agree, we're in an energy transition. But frankly, the bill and the funding and the spirit of what it represents is a lot less than it could be. An example would be weatherization for our low-income Minnesotans. This is such low-hanging fruit. We can provide funding for weatherization and pre-weatherization. That helps people for whom their energy bills are a much bigger part of their income than the middle class or the wealthiest Minnesotans. We could work on EV infrastructure. I was in this chamber last year pointing out that General Motors and Ford and now Chrysler say that very soon they will only be making electric vehicles. Doesn't it stand to reason that we lean into electric vehicle infrastructure? We want Minnesota to be a state that people say, hey, they're ready for the energy transition. Our environmental stewardship, we got to take care of this planet. More on that in a moment. Our climate-related urgency, this bill actually moves us slightly away from our carbon reduction goals. Our clean energy leadership, what is Minnesota? It's a leading Midwest state. It should be a leader in the nation. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Acts, just as one example. We need to set money up for the matching competitive grants that our cities and counties want. Later this year, we're going to have communities saying to us, hey, how do I apply for a matching grant for clean energy? And if we don't have the matching funds there, they're going to be at a competitive disadvantage. Members, do we want to have federal tax dollars, for which Minnesota pays more than it gets back from Washington, D.C., by the way, going to states like New Jersey and California and Washington because we were not prepared for the competitive grant process? I think that's a miss in this bill. We need to set up those matching funds, and we need to set up the expertise to help those entities prepare those grant applications. The small towns in my district do not have grant writing people on staff. They need the help that we can give, and we have the ability to do that. But members, of all the topics that this bill invokes, climate change has got to be the big one. First of all, let's remember, the impacts of climate change hurt those with the least among us, those with the least money, our communities of color, those who have the least to prepare, floods, droughts, wildfires. Who is this most likely to affect soonest? As my friend Senator Herr said recently, those who struggle. Those are the ones who pay the highest price for climate change, and those are who we should be looking to. The report this last decade on carbon emissions is that American carbon emissions were on the rise from 2010 to 2019. So let's ask ourselves, how big a serious problem is that? Well, in a 2021 poll of 1.2 million people in 50 countries, 64% of people said climate change was, quote, a global emergency. If the temperature of a human being were to go up in the same proportion as our planet is heating up this century, those of us humans at 98.6 degrees would be at about 103 degrees. Now imagine for a moment if all of us had 103 degree temperature. How healthy would we be? Well, they would send us home. Now imagine if the doctor comes in and says, your loved one's at 103 degree temperature and there is no chance of that temperature going down. That is a rough comparison of what we're doing to this planet. We got to set some goals. We have to look ahead. It's been suggested on this floor that there's science both ways. I would ask members, is that really true? Senator Pratt, Senator Senjum, and I and others were in Germany not that many years ago on a renewable energy tour in which a member of the Bundestag stood up at a state dinner and told us, you Americans are the only one for whom climate change is a political issue. We then went to the city of Hamburg a day after the President of the United States withdrew the United States from the Paris Climate Accords. So here's my first point. 19 of those 20 countries thought those climate accords were a good idea. As many of you know, the recent UN study is supported by over 190 of the world's top scientists. So here's my question for us members on climate change. Are we sure that we're the ones who are correct when we say climate change isn't a serious matter? Are we sure all these other people are mistaken around the world when they tell us that climate change is an emergency? Are we sure we want to be wrong about that? Or should we prepare adequately? To do that, the state of Minnesota's got to have goals that we can be proud of, and with that, Mr. President, I offer the A67 Amendment.
The Secretary will report the A37 Amendment.
Senator Friends moves to amend Senate File Number 4091 as follows. Page 8 after line 26, insert is the A37 Amendment.
To the A37 Amendment, Senator Friends.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Section 216B defines our renewable energy goals, and this bill moves our goals to 100% clean energy by 2040. It's bold, and it's exactly what we should do. It defines the eligible energies, and it provides in Section 8 an off-ramp. So members, before you jump out of your chairs saying, we can't get to 100% by 2040 because of blank, this bill, this amendment would allow the Public Utilities Commission to take an off-ramp if we're able to show that the costs or the environmental impacts are not sustainable. So all we're saying is we're going to set a target. What do you think the rest of the country would think to see Minnesota set this target? They would applaud us. And I would suggest to you members, a group of Americans that would applaud us the loudest are the youngest Americans who have the most to gain by us attacking this problem head on. In Section 12, there's a carbon-free standard. We are going to say that we're going to be carbon-free 100% by 2040. My good friends on the Energy Committee will probably say, hey, Senator Friends, didn't you and Senator Newton vote okay on the advanced nuclear study, and isn't that in this bill? And the answer is yes, we sure as heck did. And while there may be some disagreement about it, I'd like that to be a signal to every member of this chamber that we should be open-minded about how we achieve our carbon-free goals, but there should be no mistake that that's our priority. In Section 13, for those of us that talk about the economy, jobs, 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 a requirement that the local impact on jobs is a PUC consideration, and that includes that it require that applications create high-quality local jobs, recognition of the rights to organize, justify the transition on our energy, and prevailing wage. Those are working men and women issues, and those are the kinds of things that if we put into this bill, I think you'll see a lot of smiles on a lot of Minnesota faces. With that, Mr. President, I ask the members to consider a yes vote. Yes, it's a big change to this bill, but it is the right one. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Discussion to the A37 Amendment. Senator
Sorry, Mr. President, I forgot to ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Friends, for bringing this forward. I think it certainly is a worthy discussion. Members, there's a lot in this bill. I would say this is committee work. The idea of 100% clean energy by 2040 is very, very aspirational. And it's good to have aspirations, but I think we have to be real. This subject is more, if I often say, a bumper sticker. It's a lot of planning. It's a lot of technological development. There's a lot of talk about land use. I think we're finding that out now in terms of how clean energy is encumbering our countrysides in rural Minnesota. And we have to think about that long and hard. An aspirational amendment, Senator Friends, for sure. I think it needs certainly discussion going forward within this legislature. But I think for today, I would suggest that a no vote, and recognizing that at some point, someday, it may not be 230, it may be 2,300. I don't know. But the journey is on, and perhaps society will take us here. But for today, this is much too aspirational. Recommend a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this amendment and would urge members to support it. And I've had the privilege of sitting next to Senator Frentz in the Energy Committee this year, and we've had good discussions both on the microphone and elbowing each other shoulder to shoulder in discussions throughout our meetings this year. And while we've had good discussions and have even found agreement on some areas, including the nuclear bill that Senator Frentz mentioned a minute ago, this is one that I think is mistaken and is the wrong time frame. First of all, many industries and many segments of our society are already moving in this direction. There's no need to be imposing completely sealed off government mandates like this, and the phrase about the opt-out right before it, that's not set up in a way that's functional for energy companies to be planning for, be right at the verge of when this requirement would kick in, and suddenly there's an opt-out steering away from there. That's not the way it should be written. It's also a mistake to pass this right now while we're seeing rising energy costs that's hitting all Minnesotans. Just in the last few months and the last year or so, this is a topic that is on the lips of many, many Minnesotans. That's discussions around the dinner table of why I just got a text from someone a family member that sent me the comparison of the price they're paying for their energy cost this year compared to the price they paid just 12 months ago, and the cost is nearly doubled. This requirement would only continue to further exacerbate and drive up that cost. And it's also not the right time with the global state, with the war going on right now and the way that that's impacting energy costs. Germany's pointed to as an example, and it just was again, Mr. President. But what we've been finding out now is that while they've wanted to bill themselves as a very green energy country, they were still buying a ton of Russian oil on the side. And that's impacting their economy right now. And now they're having to rethink many of the decisions and initiatives that they have made. So I appreciate that Senator Frentz is very passionate on this issue. We've had many discussions on this with committee, but this is simply not the right time for this amendment, and I'd encourage members to vote no.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, our proceedings are taped. They're videotaped. Our comments are recorded for all time and for posterity. And I anticipate that in just a few years' time, there's going to be a replay of the comments that are being expressed on this floor. Because in just a few years' time, if we don't change the course and the trajectory of what we're doing to our climate, to our environment, to our globe, we're going to get to a tipping point. And we will have consequences the likes of which we can scarcely imagine. The other day when I offered an amendment, I was dismissed as radical and alarmist and hysterical and words like that. Unfortunately, Senator Senjum, who I like a lot, count as a friend, have a lot of respect and regard for, uses dismissive language. Senator Frentz's amendment as aspirational and bumper sticker. And this is not the time. Members, we are past the time. We are past due. There's nothing magic that's going to happen because corporations are going in this direction on their own. We are putting more carbon into the environment than we did last year. We are seeing increases across many, many sectors. We are going the opposite direction. The Secretary General of the United Nations says we basically have a year, maybe less than a year, to reverse the trajectory. I handed out the Washington Post piece that he published on April 4th. This is the Secretary General of the United Nations, not a diplomat, not prone to language of radicalism, hysteria, extremism. He says we are speeding toward disastrous global warming, cities underwater, heat waves, water shortages, mass extinctions. We are already perilously close to tipping points that could lead to cascading and irreversible climate effects. Leaders, members, that's us, the 67 senators of the state of Minnesota, who claim to be protecting their people by doubling down on fossil fuels, are doing the exact opposite, throwing their people to the wolves of energy insecurity, price volatility, and climate chaos. The paradox or the irony, Senator Frentz's amendment provides an avenue to tremendous jobs, greater energy security, greater price stability, the things we all say we want. Members, the UN's own news service, this is not filtered through an opinion piece or some other media outlet, says, in response to the IPCC report, it's now or never to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. Now or never, members. We can't just simply consign this to the committee process if Senator Senjum so desires at some point in the abstract and distant future. We have to act right now. Young people are crying out for us to do this. This is their future. It is our responsibility. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I heed the warnings that the Secretary General and has made to us, and that Senator Dibble has just so eloquently reiterated, I don't feel that kind of desperate pessimism. Climate scientists have told us that we have time. It's not now or never. It's now, because now is when we can do it. It's not, wipe off the face of the earth. It's we still have time. Climate scientists tell us that we still have time. It's whether or not we're going to use that time to accomplish things like Senator Friends' amendment and goals, or whether we are going to sit around and wring our hands and say, well, it's too late. It is not too late. It is not too late, and I refuse to accept that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Senjum, to that point. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I wish I shared that optimism. I agree that, you know, what we're talking about here, it's so interesting, these debates that we've been having over the last week or so. It's not true that, you know, the sky is going to fall in 2 years. I think that we heard something like that recently. And it's not true that it's too late. But it is true that all of you all, those of you in power, in government, my whole life, since the 80s, when I was a kid growing up in Duluth, going to school, I learned about the climate crisis back then. I'm going to be 45 in May. And you didn't act. You didn't do the things that we needed you to do. And now people like me finally were here, and we're stuck with this. Like, honestly, it is just outrageous to me where we are at right now. So I agree, I have more comments to offer later, but on this point that it's not too late, that's correct that it's not too late, but just kind of barely not too late. A lot of this is already set in motion. Scientists are telling us that even if we flipped a switch right now, which we cannot do, right? We know we can't just flip a switch. But if we could, even if we could do that, we're going to keep warming through 2050. We're going to keep seeing the signs of the climate crisis showing up at our doorsteps, in Lake Superior, our forests on fire in northern Minnesota, so much that in Duluth last summer, we went out of our houses and we were advised not even to go outside. It was horrifying. That's just the beginning. It only gets worse from here. So no, the sky's not going to fall in the next 2 years, and no, it's not too late. But it almost is. It literally almost is. I think we have just like a couple years to turn it around. I have more comments later. I'll end there. Thank you.
Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was not planning on speaking. However, I did have the honor of chairing the Energy Committee before you, Mr. President, just for a couple of years, and it was one of the greatest honors I had. And I can tell you that I'm probably one of, there's probably a handful on the Senate floor that did vote for the 25% renewable by 2020 back in 2005 or 6, something like that. And that was a pretty momentum vote. And Governor Pawlenty signed that bill. And we were one of the first in the nation. And we did act. So when I hear the comments that we didn't act, that's not completely the truth. We did act, and we acted responsible. And the industry and all the stakeholders responded very well. We met that goal and beyond. There's a lot of people on this floor that are extremely passionate about energy, as you can tell. But no one is more passionate than Senator Senjum. And he has done the work. He has been to many foreign countries to talk and study and learn about energy. And I respect him so much for this focus that he has on energy movement and development. But I will say, I have a granddaughter in Germany. Just saw her last week in Key West, not over spring break. And it was such a pleasure to talk to her family, who is a large manufacturer outside of Munster. And they are scared to death about the energy situation they are facing in their country. As Senator Matthews said, they buy a tremendous amount of oil from Russia, and they closed down their nuclear plants. But they're still continuing to buy nuclear from France. So they have this very strange dynamic that's happening in Germany. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, that's the path they chose. But you cannot move your energy portfolio without everyone at the table. And you cannot jerk it. You cannot, you have to have both hands on the wheel. And many of you have heard that comment from me, and I truly believe energy is so sensitive. We are driving energy down the road, members, and we are doing a very good job at it. So let the system work, bring the stakeholders together. Senator Senjum has done that extremely well. So thank you, Senator Senjum. Thank you for this wonderful debate, but I will be voting no on this amendment.
Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we just have to say fair is fair from the standpoint of where we really are. And I think many of the people know this, but I think that bears reciting anyway. We have in the bill the closure of the Allen King plant, coal-fired power plant. Sherco 3 is coming down in 2030. The Minnesota power plant up in Cohasset, 2035. The two nuclear plants, their permits are up in 2030 and 2033, I think. We're putting up renewable energy across Minnesota about as fast as it can go, and the only choking point is transmission. We had more transmission, and by the way, that's the MISO thing, and that's the governor's compact with the other MISO states. That's important to get that going. To get that going a little faster, we'd have a little bit more solar and wind development in outstate Minnesota. But I will tell you, in my own district, we've got one solar, probably got more than one, but actually one going up right now. 1,800 acres of solar in one project, one place, 3 square miles. Another one, 269 megawatts of wind power. That's a lot of power. We need more. But considering what we generate off the base load energy sources in our state, our wind and solar is still a very, very small percentage. So when you think about going forward, we've got a lot of work to do. No question about it. If you think about the closures that we have within our state, and I didn't mention Great River Energy closing the Coal Creek up in North Dakota, 1,150 megawatts, which they have to replace and are doing it right now as fast as they can. There is a lot of things happening out there. I don't know how we compare, but I can't hardly believe with the XL initiatives and so on, and you know how strong they are, that we might probably be one of the most aggressive states in the country. I don't think we can deny that. But as Senator Matthews have said, you know, the market is working on this one, and will continue to mark. The demand is there. Frankly, be quite honest, you know, where do most of our emissions come now? Or at least almost equal with certainly the industrial sector. It's right off our tailpipes. And certainly that has to be addressed as well. But I think for today, I think what I want to say about what I've heard here today is don't take this state short. It's going, and it's going pretty aggressively. We cannot move into this arena any faster than we can build out a clean electrical system. And that takes, unfortunately, that takes time. Even though I will tell you, at least in my area of the state, we're putting up wind and solar across the agricultural land almost as fast as it can happen, very, very quickly. But a lot more needs to be done, probably not in that particular sector. We've got, frankly, some ideas in here about small nuclear reactors. That has to be part of this menu. Hydrogen will be part of this menu. We can put up all the renewable wind, solar out there, but if you can't store it, it doesn't do any good. So we've got to have massive batteries. We have to have hydrogen as a battery and things like that. So this is the great big mix, and it needs to come together, and it is coming together. But it has its pace, and that pace is not going to get it done in 1 year, 2 years, maybe 10 years. But I will tell you, 2035, when all these closures have occurred, we better be ready, and that's the challenge for energy committees in the Senate going forward, that you've got a timeline here that needs to be addressed. And it will be addressed, working through, I think, the public sector, the private sector with respect to our public utilities, and many more aspects of our life that we live here in Minnesota that certainly has to do with natural gas, propane, and things like that. That's part of this decarbonization formula as well. So a lot of work to do. I think the state's up to it, but for this amendment, at this moment, again, I recommend a no vote.
Senator Friends.
Well, thank you, Senator Senjum, Senator Rosen, Senator Matthews. I got to admit, I think this is one of our best discussions on the floor, and so I'm willing to offer you this deal. I'll give credit where credit is due. The energy and utility sectors made improvements over the last 25 years. We have reduced carbon, and we're doing more of it, and I agree with you, Senator Senjum. I'll give credit where credit is due. I'll keep affordability and reliability in the front view mirror, as long as we promise as a Senate to take an honest look at how serious our situation is and make a plan that makes sense for us to do our share as a state and as a nation. If we can trade those two things, I think we could do things that make Minnesotans proud. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A37 Amendment. Call on Senator Herr to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Herr.
Aye for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Herr.
Aye for Senator Latz.
Latz votes aye. Senator Herr.
And aye for Senator Torres Ray.
Torres Ray votes aye.
Thank you.
Call on Senator Jasinski to vote or to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes no.
Benson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes no.
Tomasoni votes nay. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 35 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Next on my list is Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to share the A62 Amendment.
The Secretary will report the A22 Amendment.
Senator Kunish moves to amend Senate File Number 4091 as follows. Page 28, after line 13, insert. This is the A22 Amendment.
To the A22 Amendment, Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Abandoned Pipeline Act 2. This is a follow-up from a bill that I started to share with you the other day, and then it was ruled not germane to that committee or to that omnibus bill, and so here we are again. What this bill does is it requires pipeline operators to provide landowners with the notice of their intent to abandon an operating pipeline at least 60 days in advance of ceasing its operation. And I think I shared some numbers with you the other day that just alone in Minnesota, there are 419 abandoned pipelines. That's 10,570 miles of abandoned pipelines just here in Minnesota. From what I understand, there are over 3 million miles of natural gas pipelines buried throughout the United States. And this bill pertains to Minnesota and the pipeline owners' rights that to have those pipes removed. So it is the responsibility for the pipeline, what we're asking for is the responsibility of the pipeline owners to remove those abandoned pipelines in order to either restore the land for the landowner by replacing topsoil and establishing permanent vegetation, removing any invasive species that might have begun to grow, and other activities necessary to assure the landowner's need. The removal of these pipelines is quite expensive, and for very long, the PUC has had the discretion to include decommissioning requirements for pipeline owners seeking certification of need for their pipeline projects. But there are no other requirements in statute regarding pipeline removal. So in order to bring transparency and consistency to this process, I believe, and I hope that you will agree with me, that the legislature needs to take a proactive role in setting those requirements that can be applied to all future pipeline projects. Under this proposal, landowners will still retain the option to allow a pipeline to be abandoned in place, but unlike the existing statute, Minnesota taxpayers will not be on the hook for covering costs associated with old and decommissioned infrastructure for the future. As we saw with the replacement of other pipelines, the lack of direction in state statute for handling decommissioned pipelines has resulted in confusing process for the landowners. And again, it puts the landowners responsible for the cost of removing those pipelines. The PUC decommissioning program didn't work as intended. The landowners were left to negotiate with the pipeline owners without access to necessary information required to help them decide whether to have those pipelines removed from their land or decommissioned in place. And so legislators and fellow decision makers, at this time, I would ask you to support this amendment and put in place the outline and the responsibility of pipeline owners when they decommission and abandon their pipelines in Minnesota. And I ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call granted. Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is, I think, for the floor, a fairly complicated amendment, so would Senator Kunish yield?
She will yield, Senator Senjum.
So perhaps we can go through this a little bit in more detail, Senator Kunish. So I'm looking at subdivision 1, where no later than 60 days before a pipeline operations are scheduled to cease, a pipeline owner must provide the landowner written notice that they're going to cease the pipeline operations. Okay, that's simple enough. And Senator Kunish, can you just then describe what happens later? Is there a schedule in here that would suggest that after that notice that the pipes come out at some specific schedule?
Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that that is, it gives the landowner time to work with the pipeline owner and decide how that is going to be removed and when it's going to be removed. And it gives them enough time to put together an agreement. It's for the pipeline operator to remove any and all abandoned property from the landlord's property, including the pipeline, pumping, metering, or compressor stations, and all other infrastructure and ancillary equipment remaining on the landowner's property. It also states that the pipeline owner bears the financial responsibility for removal and is liable for any environmental cleanup and remediation costs required under Chapter 115.5.
Thank you, Senator Kunish. And just kind of thinking about this a little bit further and how things probably work. The pipeline owner is going to notify perhaps a good number of miles of pipeline that they're coming out, the pipeline's coming out on some schedule, I suspect, and that schedule's sort of adjusted along the line of the pipeline as far as time and dates. Senator Kunish, are there permits required that as we remove these things? I suspect that not unlike an underground storage tank or something like that, that a lot of regulatory oversight goes into this.
Senator Kunish will yield. Senator Kunish.
Thank you. Any of the local permitting necessities would be in place. And just to respond to your previous answer on line 2.6, Part D, a pipeline owner must begin removing those abandoned pipelines and other infrastructure within 30 days of the date and certification notice. The pipeline owner must complete that removal within 90 days of the date of certification and notice is sent. You have to believe that many of these pipeline owners will know when they will be abandoning the pipelines. That doesn't mean they have to wait for a 30 or 60-day notice, but they can begin doing that as soon as they make that decision.
Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if Senator Kunish would continue to yield.
She will yield. Senator Senjum.
I'm Senator Kunish and members, I'm not sure how fast pipelines come out. It seems to me that it would be not a fast process, certainly a deliberative process. You need to find it and you need to track it, and I suspect we've got enough data points to do that, but there could be 8 or 10 feet. I don't know how deep they are. Senator Kunish, do you have any idea just how the whole pipeline process removal works? Is it very quickly, or is it a mile a day even? Could they do that?
Senator Kunish.
Well, Senator Senjum, I do not know that, but I'm sure the pipeline owners know exactly how much time and the effort that it will take to have it removed. They are the ones that installed it. I can only assume that they would be able to make those estimations and follow the expectation. Once this is in law, and they know what the expectation is, they should be able to schedule the removal as necessary.
Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think this, like a lot of these amendments that come up on the floor, pretty complicated. I'm not sure that there may be merit to all this, but I'm not sure today, as we look at this, without being able to study in detail. I don't think we'd want to probably put it in the bill So I would recommend a no vote on this and look forward to some additional discussion. Thank you.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Kunesh yield for a question?
She will yield. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So, Senator Kunesh, I was reading about this and the pipeline abandonment in your amendment here. I was wondering what you thought if we would apply the same thing to, say, a windmill abandonment. Could you comment to that?
Senator Kunesh.
Yep, I'd be happy to. I would hope that that there are some things that we have those kind of regulations similarly. Apparently, those are not, we haven't put those motions in place, but I think it certainly is applicable. And just as Senator Newton reminded me, we have regulations and expectations for gas stations. When they go out of business, they are expected and mandated to remove the old gas tanks. And so as we look towards the future, and many of these large items that are now unnecessary, a blight in the land or in the sight of our communities, I guess the time has come for us to start putting in place those expectations so that either the pipe owners or the windmills or the gas companies know that when they are going to make the decision to abandon these things, it's not left to the responsibility of the landowner or the community to take them out and do any kind of restoration due to the damage done.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's kind of interesting because it seems that in the studying that I've done, windmill blades are not recyclable. Can you imagine that? Renewable energy, but windmill blades are not recyclable. Matter of fact, they're so huge that even finding somewhere to bury them, can you imagine now burying them? Where do you do that? And the cement that is used for them, the oil in the gearboxes as well, 60 gallons of oil, and then just to, say, do offshore windmills, the ships that are used to build them consume huge amounts of gasoline. And so I find it just really rather strange, though, that we're just focusing on one certain measure of resource here, such as a pipeline, which is a safe way of transporting oil. But would Senator Kunesh yield for another question?
She will. Senator Kiffmeyer.
So, Senator Kunesh, could you also address the issue of solar gardens with all the glass and all of the metals are involved with solar gardens? How would that fit into your amendment here, Senator Kunesh?
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer. I guess I really appreciate the fact that you're bringing all of these issues up that we need to plan for and put in place how we are going to deal with the future pollution or the future items that we are going to have to deal with, not just us, but our grandchildren and those future items. Unfortunately, I am not familiar with the windmills, and I'm not that familiar with solar panels and how we can either repurpose or reuse or how we are going to deal with those. But now that you mention it, Senator, I think that will be something that I will put on my to-do list and ask the rest of us legislators to look to the future and come up with some solutions for that.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. President, so recognizing the real fact here, when we talk about green, to tell the truth, probably one of the most greenest forms of energy is nuclear power. You want to talk about recycling? They're increasingly finding ways to recycle the so-called spent rods. Extremely small footprint, very, very safe. There's so many other things that we can do, but continuing to litter our farmlands with solar gardens and huge windmills that are killing birds, it just seems like such a contradiction. when we talk about being green or environmentally friendly, I think we need a whole look at all of the issues that come about here. And so continuing to look at structures like this that just continue to compound issues and don't really solve them. And this amendment that I see has so many complicating issues, much less the fact that it is extremely limited in what it applies to. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kiffmeyer certainly got me thinking, and in fact, I quickly Googled, are solar panels recyclable? And right on the EPA website, it says that by 2030, the cumulative value of recoverable raw materials from end-of-life panels will generate $500 million. I am so excited to know what our scientists and engineers will do in the next 8 years around the topic of recycling all of the new types of energy that we are going to have to find in order to meet our climate change concerns. But back to pipelines, I have watched many a pipeline be removed. So Senator Senjum, in response to your question, it's very easy to remove a pipeline. Most pipelines are only buried 3 feet to 6 feet deep. In my years of experience, I've never seen a pipeline buried much deeper. I think there's one that goes under Air Lake Airport runway that's about 10 feet below ground. They're very easy to remove. Last year, the Minnesota Department of Transportation paid for over 100,000 lineal feet of pipeline to be removed. Now, granted, it was in the form of concrete pipe, but that's what a pipeline is. This is a very common thing. It's very easy to do. You can do it with a backhoe. And the reason why we have this amendment is because for a homeowner to have a home that is anywhere near an abandoned pipeline, we all know because of the state of our infrastructure that concrete pipes deteriorate over time, as do all forms of pipe. When a concrete pipe or a HDPE or a PVC, any kind of pipe deteriorates and there's a void inside, it doesn't take a genius to figure out what happens. The earth collapses around it. When the earth collapses around it, we get a void, and this causes problems up to the surface. Now, my husband and I built a new blacktop driveway. There's a concrete pipe that goes transversely across the bottom of it. Most people have the same situation. And even without that pipe being abandoned, it's a void and the ground settles around it, and we see a depression every time we pull in or out, of our driveway. This is a problem. It doesn't have anything to do with who you believe should be providing energy or whether we think wind turbines kill birds. It has to do with homeowners and property rights. And so I'm very pleased that Senator Kunish made this amendment. It's very easy to remove concrete pipelines. We do it all the time, every day, miles a day. And I would encourage a green vote on this amendment.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Kunish, stand for a question.
She will. Senator Jasinski.
So thank you, Mr. President. And I'm not an engineer or a professor, but I'm a real estate broker. And I actually had to broker a former gas station, and that had fuel tanks in it. And the MPCA came in, and it was a long process that we went through. And the MPCA basically gave a site closure letter. So they basically evaluated the risk, decided it was not worth the energy and time to remove the tank, and said it was safe to leave it below the ground. Would that be the case for a pipeline as well? Would the MPCA be able to evaluate that and decide if it's not worth the risk and the time and the money to take that pipeline out if they evaluate that to not be a risk?
Senator Kunish.
Well, Senator, this bill does not have that option. It is leaving the responsibility of the pipeline owner to the removal. So they couldn't go crying to somebody else and say, please don't let me move, don't make me move this. I don't want to move it. I don't want to pay for the removal of it. This is, again, about landowners' rights, and the landowner can decide to keep the pipeline in the ground if they choose and if they have an agreement with the owners. And so once this goes into statute, the pipeline owners are responsible for the removal and for the planning or negotiating whether to remove the pipeline or not.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the MPCA would then not have a say in whether they evaluate as a risk or not. Is that correct?
Senator Kunish.
I would imagine only under certain circumstances, if both parties would invite that in, if there's perhaps really serious pollutants or issues that go along with that. But as this bill is written, it is up to the owner of the pipeline to have the pipelines removed unless the landowner decides that it is okay to leave it in the ground.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so following up, so again, so a lot of these things are financial risks versus environmental risks. And again, if the MPCA can declare that a fuel tank does not have to be removed, there's not because of a risk, because there's not the risk. I would think we'd want to do the same thing with our pipelines to make, again, economic sense, because if the pipelines have to all be removed, I'm assuming that's going to affect the price of the fuel that we buy in the future. So I would like to see somehow the MPCA could just evaluate whether it would be a risk or not to leave those in. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a quick comment. We were talking about solar panels real quick, and it reminded me of the amendment that I tried to bring to our environmental bill the other day that included product stewardship program for solar panels. So people are working on that idea. It is a great idea. It's the future, and we should be doing it. I wish that it would have passed and that it would have been part of our environmental bill. You know what I love about this amendment, and thank you for bringing this amendment, Senator Kunish. I really like the ethic of leaving a place like you found it or better than you found it, right? I know I was raised up with that sort of ethic. When you go camping, when you go out into the world, you leave a place better than you found it. You add to it, or at least you leave it undisturbed. So requiring that a company who put in a pipeline should be responsible for responsibly removing that pipeline makes perfect sense and is very ethical. And I also really like that what this would mean for Minnesotans is jobs. This would mean many, many jobs for many Minnesotans, good paying jobs if we do it right, union jobs, family supporting jobs, where we're going to need people to move that pipeline and to help clean up that mess. Minnesotans can do that work. They will be doing that work. And so I thank Senator Kunish for bringing this amendment. I ask us to support it.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, as this discussion has gone on, I think it's revealed something that there are a lot of questions about this yet. And part of our job here when we bring forward bills as complicated as this is to engage with stakeholders. And they bring their expertise to the discussion. And with that, I would like to ask Senator Kunish to yield to a question.
She will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kunish, this is pretty complicated language, a lot to it. Where did this language come from, and who helped you put this language together?
Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Senator Rarick. Actually, this is not complicated language. This is really straightforward. It gives a very clear picture of the responsibility of pipeline owners. It gives a very responsible, laid out plan the abandonment plan. There's approval that's required. It must not be abandoned in Minnesota unless the commissioner approves a pipeline abandonment plan that meets the requirements of this section. There will be consultation and public hearing that's required. Scheduling the proposed abandonment process, maps. It's very simple. It's a very easy, laid out, comprehensive bill. And where this bill came from, this bill came from our caucus. This is a bill that recognizes the fact, and we've heard the stories of landowners across Minnesota. There's an NPR article that you can read, and I thought to have it printed out, but I don't know how many of us really read all these papers that we get, of Minnesotans who have had this problem with pipelines. And as I said, we have almost 11,000 miles of pipeline underneath our soil. And it's the people of Minnesota who are asking us to please help them. The cost is enormous to a landowner, and I think I shared the story of the landowner that asked the pipeline owner to remove a pipeline. He had contacted someone in the community. The guy said, yeah, I can come out and remove it for $1,000. Contacted the pipeline owners, and they said, well, you have to use one of our contract folks, and it was $50,000. Again, another affront to our community members. So who asked us for this bill? It's the landowners of Minnesota. It's those that are understanding the disservice that the pipeline owners have to Minnesotans and landowners. And we are here to ensure that this very simple, well laid out, well thought out bill comes to fruition.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And look, the language in the bill itself is fairly simple, but the whole process is fairly complex. As was brought up, MPCA is not involved in this at all, and I see nothing in here that involves the PUC. The PUC regulates pipelines. And as part of a process, when a company goes to put a pipeline in, they come forward to the PUC, and all the costs are evaluated at that end. This bill is doing nothing to bring that forward to say what are going to be the discussions of the cost of removing this, because that in turn can be passed on to a ratepayer. None of that is addressed. That's why we go through a process of engaging stakeholders all along the way so these answers can be found. I don't believe this bill is near ready. It may be a great concept, but it is going to need work, and I would suggest a no vote at this time, members.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Before getting into some of the specifics of this, I think we should be clear on the concept here. Unlike wind turbines, where normally the developer contacts the property owner and says, look, we want to negotiate to put this turbine on your property. And normally with a solar farm, they buy the land themselves and put it in. Pipelines tend to be something done through eminent domain. You don't have a choice. We're going to put this pipeline through your property. And you get to have it there. You get to host it there, and you may get some compensation for that and so on. But when the life of the pipeline is done, you don't get any say in it. You've hosted it for all those years. And the analogy I'd give to it, and I think it's a pretty similar analogy, you have an old car, it's worn out, it's rusting, leaking oil, other things. You're going to leave it in your backyard. Yeah, you'll drain the oil, you'll drain the fluids from it, and it won't drip too much. But this isn't that good. This is you taking that junk car and putting it in your neighbor's backyard. And they didn't want it, and they don't have any choice, and they're stuck with it. And you have no say. So simply, Senator Kunish's amendment is saying, when you put it there, when you're done, when you've taken somebody else's land for 50 years or whatever, then you have to remove it. It's a simple concept. It's a matter of fairness, something that you, the property owner, might feel you have some right to. And yes, you can argue about how fast it should come out or anything else, but Senator Kunish's language only says if the person wants you to take it out. They may choose to leave it there. Maybe you'll compensate them for it, but they may decide to leave it there. And that's the way it goes. And others, Senator Rarick saying, you know, or Senator Jasinski, I think, was saying about how leaking underground storage tanks. We actually have a leaking underground storage tanks law for service stations. And the reason for that is because a lot of these service stations had a lot of leaking petroleum products, contaminated groundwater in many cases. A lot of them became, even some of them became Superfund sites to clean them up. But again, that's not what this situation is. There's a reason there's a heavy regulatory scheme there, because there's a lot of environmental harm you got to clean up. This is cases where presumably there wasn't much leaking products from the pipeline, but it's time to take it out. You could take it out. And it's not your property, it's somebody else's property, and let them decide who takes it out. That's all her amendment does. It's a simple thing, and Senator Rarick, yes, you're right, the PUC, in the determination of certificate of need and so on for pipelines, they do discuss this, and they would have the power to do this. But you're saying, you know, the company putting in the pipeline, well, they should be figuring in the cost. They didn't figure in the cost, so now you're going to stick them with the cost afterward? You mean, in other words, I'm going to buy this thing, and I don't know how I'm going to dispose of it or anything else, but I'm not going to worry about it. That's not the way we do things. You create a mess, you clean it up, especially when it's on somebody else's property. The concept is simple. It does, as Senator McEwen said, create lots of jobs. The Line 3 pipeline, everybody was saying we need it for the jobs. I'll guarantee you there'll be as many building trades jobs, skilled labor jobs, taking it out as putting the new one in. It's a lot of jobs, and it's important work, and it's the least we owe to the people whose land we took with a government taking through eminent domain. The pipeline company gets the ability to do that, but we as a state give them the authority to do that. They can do it, but they got to clean up their mess afterwards. It's all this is. It's a matter of fairness. Urge your support.
Senator Rude.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Senator Rarick made a really good point. Have you talked to the stakeholders? I would tell you that Line 3 goes directly across my district. And I don't think there's anyone in my district that you've talked to. None of the landowners, none of my local units of government, not anyone that this would apply to. Not one person have you talked to. Those are my constituents, and they deserve a voice in this. And I will tell you that the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission, they've done their due diligence. You can just go online right here, and here is their statement, the existing Line 3 abandonment and removal. They talk about the Minnesota state statutes, the Minnesota administrative rule, the Code of Federal Regulations. It's pages after pages of how you abandon a pipeline and what has to be done, and the EIS rules and regulations that have to be done. And so now we're trying to reinvent the wheel where you haven't talked to any of the stakeholders. The stakeholders are my constituents, and they deserve to have input on this. And I think the Minnesota Public Utilities, if you go online, they've already done their due diligence. So I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, I was in Senator Weber's property tax subcommittee. I was there to present a bill, and I had the opportunity to listen to a few other bills while I was waiting my turn, as we do. And Senator Pratt had a bill for a TIF district in his district in Shakopee because there was a former big gravel pit where they were digging gravel for many, many years, and they were finished with it. It was at the end of its useful life, and then it was time to redevelop this very valuable part of the community. And so the community is going to have to deal with this. And when this conversation happened, Senator Murphy, who's on the committee, asked the question, who dug the hole that now needs to be refilled? And why didn't they fill it? And the professionals from Shakopee said, you know, this was originally dug 50 or 60 years ago, and the owners, you know, are not around, and the regulations were different at the time. There are expectations now in many, many other areas where if a company does make a mess, they are expected to clean it up. So I think this is a perfectly reasonable idea. And I think we should definitely consider supporting the A62 amendment, because these are things that have lasting effects, and it is time. We have, as a society, we have realized that you can't just go out and use the resources and not be prepared to return the site to the way it should be. So just thought it was an interesting story that just happened. I was really glad. I told Senator Murphy I thought it was really good to ask who dug the hole. Thank you, Senator Kunish.
Secretary would take the roll on the A22 amendment. I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes nay.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes nay.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes nay.
Ingebrigtsen votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes nay.
Benson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes nay.
Tomasoni votes nay. On Senator Hurd to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Hurd.
Aye for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Hurd.
Aye for Senator Torres Ray.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator
And
Hurd.
aye for Senator Lopez Frenson.
Lopez Franzen votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 35 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Newton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A20 amendment.
The Secretary will report the A20 amendment.
Senator Newton moves to amend Senate File Number 4091 as follows. Page 28, delete Section 24 and insert. This is the A20 amendment.
To the A20 amendment, Senator Newton.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A20 amendment does delete Section 24 of the bill, which gives fossil fuel infrastructure preferential treatment. The amendment will provide that it prevents a political subdivision from connecting or reconnecting a solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, hydroelectric, biomass, in effect any type of new energy to any building or utility customer. So rather than just limiting it to natural gas and propane, we're including all types of natural energy. Thank you.
To the A20 amendment, Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was Senator Kiffmeyer's bill, and she can probably recite this better than I can, but there's a growing number of communities across America that are tending to prohibit, frankly, the extension of these kind of utilities into subdivisions, and this particular amendment, as it's in the bill, would prohibit that from happening. So Mr. President, we've talked about this at committee. I would vote for keeping it in, and thus a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Newton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask a roll call. This does give preferential treatment to the natural gas and propane companies.
Roll call is requested. Roll call granted. Further discussion to the A20 amendment. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Newton, for bringing this forward. Members, I think what we're saying here is we seem to be creating extra hoops for renewable energy like wind and solar to be developed. Those are Minnesota businesses. We're making it tougher for those businesses, and at the same time, we're saying that you can't do it for a different form of energy. I always thought my good friends across the aisle wanted all of the above strategy. And if we're going to come together and find a good energy policy, we're going to have to make it fair across the spectrum. That includes wind, solar, natural gas, nuclear, and everything else. And so I'd encourage members to look carefully at what's a little bit hard to explain difference in the way this bill says we're going to create obstacles for wind and solar, and we're going to make it harder to create an obstacle for natural gas, both with the same entities. Therefore, I'll be a yes vote on Senator Newton's amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion to the A20 amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I'm reading this, and I'm having a little bit of a question here. To date, I question what we have heard on a variety of ways, that some local political subdivisions were going to be taking action against natural gas or propane to any building or utility customer. So I have a question for Senator Frentz, if he would yield.
He will yield. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you. Senator Frentz, could you explain to me some possible situations where you have been finding that this has been the case in regards to solar or some of the other things that you've mentioned here?
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer. First, to the first part of your question, Senator Newton's amendment attempts to remove language in the bill which essentially creates obstacles for wind and solar only. I believe what you may be referring to is my remarks that another place in the bill, it creates a barrier, an impediment to cities blocking natural gas hookups. I do not think the testimony was that it works against natural gas and propane. In fact, that particular provision of Senator Senjum's bill makes it harder to block natural gas. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need to read through some of this language again. It has, with the description that Senator Frentz has given to it, Mr. President, I am not quite sure of the impact or the effect. And if we can't be sure of the impact or the effect, I would be opposed to the A20 amendment.
Senator Newton.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in reply to Senator Kiffmeyer, I know in the city of Coon Rapids, for example, there was a householder who wanted to put a small windmill in the back of his yard. The city forbade that. So this would be one of the examples of the types of things that, that this bill would cover.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Mr. President, I'd like to place the Senate under call.
The Senate is under call. Senator Kiffmeyer, is that for the remainder of this amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Mr.
you.
President. Mr. President,
Senator Kiffmeyer.
I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
No, for the amendment. To that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, motion does prevail. The Secretary will close the roll. Further discussion to the A20 Amendment.
Mr.
Senator Kiffmeyer, then Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've taken a look at this and had a little conversation here, read this through a little bit more clearly, and considering all of that, I am thinking that I will support the A20 Amendment, subject to Senator Senjum.
And Senator Senjum.
Mr. President, and so will the author. Thank you, Senator Newton.
Senator Newton, would you like to
Mr.
remove
President,
your roll call?
remove the roll call.
Senator Newton removes the roll call. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the A20 Amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Marty. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the clarification. I have an amendment that I will speak to in just a minute, but I wanted to explain why, and this relates to the nuclear moratorium, which I've been hearing for the last umpteen years is an impediment to discussing nuclear power in this state. And the people who always say we can't talk about it are the ones who are talking about it the most, and they're talking about all the new technologies, all the great things that are going to address the problems with nuclear power. The key ones of which I've seen have always been the waste issue and the cost issue, and frankly, some safety issues as well in times of terrorism and everything else. But I'm one who I actually carried a nuclear moratorium many years ago. We have one in law. And I'm not really excited about changing it. I'm not saying that we're not going to have something, but I remember when nuclear power was promised as something was too cheap to meter. And I've been hearing for 40 or 50 years how we've got new generation of nuclear power coming in, and it's going to be great and it's going to solve our problems with it. And climate is, in my mind, the most urgent issue we face. And so when people say, hey, nuclear is a carbon-free source of power, we ought to be looking at it, I'm all in favor of taking a look at it. I don't think we have to repeal the moratorium in order to look at it. But if we're going to repeal the moratorium, it seems to me that we ought to learn some of the lessons that have been happening to others who don't have a moratorium on nuclear power. And one of the biggest ones is who's paying for this incredibly expensive source of power. And the reason I say that is the last nuclear power plant proposed, I think there's a couple reactors still being built. Whether they're finished or not, I don't know. But South Carolina, about 5 years ago, canceled 2 of them. They were 40% done, so it wasn't that much, but it was $9 billion they invested in it. South Carolina gas and electric customers were spending 18% of their electric bills to pay for a plant that they never got. And to me, if we're going to repeal the nuclear moratorium, we should make sure that we don't stick it to Minnesota ratepayers to pay the bills of a plant that may never get finished. So, Mr. President, I have the A34 amendment at the desk.
The Secretary will report the A34 Amendment.
Senator Marty moves to amend Senate File Number 4091 as follows. Page 8 after line 26, insert. This is the A34 Amendment.
To the A34 Amendment, Senator Marty.
And Mr. President, first of all, I do ask for a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call is requested, roll call granted. Senator Marty.
And Mr. President, I don't think that the nuclear moratorium's been an obstacle to any discussion. All the new technologies, I mean, it's not like all 50 states have bans on nuclear moratoriums. it's not the case. And projects are being worked on, and we keep being told they're just around the corner. I'm looking forward to seeing, I know the Senate President is setting up to a Legislative Energy Commission of new nuclear technology, and I hope there's a lot of promise. I'm not convinced there is, but I'm hopeful, because if this can be something that we can use to help address the climate issue, that would be great. But I'm thinking that even if there's a new technology that's ready there, right on the cusp of being ready, and tomorrow morning we decide it's ready to go, I'm not sure that it's going to be generating electricity for 15 years, and I'm not sure that that's fast enough that we're going to do anything about climate with it. So I think it's largely a distraction from our climate discussion. But if we're going to repeal it, which this bill does, if we're going to repeal it, let's suggest that we treat it the way we treat every other power generation plant that Otter Tail or Minnesota Power or XL, and XL is the only one probably big enough to handle a nuclear plant. But let's say that they want to put in a new nuclear plant. Let's treat it the way we treat coal plants and natural gas plants in the past and every other kind of generation thing, and that is we reimburse our utilities because they're a monopoly. We guarantee them a rate of return on their investment. So they invest money, billions of dollars in some facilities perhaps. We guarantee them a rate of return on that investment when they're generating power, and you and your neighbors and others buy power from them, and the rates are set according to that. And all this says is that if they're going to create a nuclear power plant, a new nuclear power plant, that the commission cannot allow any of the costs to the construction to be recovered until after it's actually generating power and they're selling power, and then it would be the traditional cost recovery process. The reason I think we ought to say this is because the reality is that's not what happened. Matter of fact, Minnesota ratepayers were already burned once. Ancient history, nobody will remember it. You have to look pretty hard to find it, but you can Google it. Tyrone Nuclear Power Plant, Tyrone, Wisconsin. You don't know where Tyrone is? Well, it's because it's a bunch of farm fields largely. Not a lot of people living there. It's not a town. But it was being constructed, I think, in the 1970s. And the Minnesota PUC rejected it, said they didn't see a need for it. Wisconsin PUC approved it. So they started building, they put $100 million into it. And when they canned the project a couple of years later, the Minnesotans were stuck with the bill. They went to court and Minnesotans lost, and we had to pay part of the bills for it. And that's many years ago. And I don't want to see us be where South Carolina and Texas and other states are, where their ratepayers are stuck with billions of dollars worth of bills on a plant that makes no sense. Because if nuclear power is so promising, and if it's going to address our power needs in an affordable way, if it can be done in an affordable way, have them collect the money the way they do for every other kind of plant. And this has nothing to do with the current plants. That's the way they do it for the current plants. And I've never been one who said we should take down the existing power plants in advance. Germany did that before they took out their coal plants. It's not a good thing to do for climate. And XL has proposed extending the life of at least one of theirs as they transition to a renewable economy. I understand all that. I'm just saying, if you're going to put in new ones, if you think this is so promising, hey, if you want to repeal the moratorium, at least protect the ratepayers. This amendment does it. It's the same as any other source of power they generate. Let's do it that way. Urge your support and ask for roll call.
Roll call was previously requested. Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Marty, as I look at this, I look at us as the Minnesota State Senate, part of the legislature. I don't want to be the Public Utilities Commission. I think this particular amendment suggests that we ought to make decisions which, in my mind, rest with the Public Utilities Commission. That's why we have them. Let's, though, think about just nuclear power in terms of the future. It needs, in my mind, to be part of the menu. Small nuclear reactors are certainly a product of the day. They're coming. They're probably part of the decarbonization future in this country and perhaps even this world. Let's let this thing move forward in an unencumbered fashion. I don't think we need to clutter it up with things like this. This is for later on. This is for the Public Utilities Commission. Mr. President, members, I urge a no vote.
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, Senator Senjum, that's how ratepayers get burned. That's why South Carolina customers paying 18% of their electric bills for a facility they may not have wanted and they're never going to get. That's why you spend billions of dollars on something and the company doesn't have the risk then because we're paying the bills. They may make foolish mistakes because they don't lose on it. If this is such a good deal, let them do it the way they do for any other plants. Sherco was built this way. All of their plants were built in a way where they build the plant, they take the risk. That's what they're getting reimbursed for. That's why they're guaranteed a rate of return. All I'm saying here is let's do it the same way for this. And the reason we have to do it is because it's happened like 30, 40 times where there have been canceled reactors. I mean, we haven't built any new ones. In this country, we've been building a lot of them, and then they quit in the middle of them, and the ratepayers get stuck with the bill. All I'm saying, Senator Senjum, is you don't wait until they start building them and then say, well, maybe this was a foolish thing to do, because it's always the ratepayers who get burned.
The Secretary to take the roll on the A34 Amendment. I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes nay.
Senator
Anderson votes nay.
Senator Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebretson votes no.
Ingebretson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes no.
Benson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Johnson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomassoni votes no.
Tomassoni votes nay. I call on Senator Herr to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Herr.
Mr. President, I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Herr.
Aye for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Herr.
Aye for Senator Torres-Ray.
Torres-Ray votes aye. Senator Herr.
And aye for Senator Lopez-Franzen.
Lopez-Franzen votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 35 nays, the amendment is not adopted. The motion has not prevailed. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've been hearing today in the debate and discussion over some of the other ideas that the DFL has offered to this bill, how we should be looking at a variety of technologies and a variety of ways to control and to minimize our carbon and greenhouse gas emissions. I haven't yet heard mention of carbon capture and sequestration, although in the bill I see that we are proposing to make it the policy of the state to support the development and deployment of carbon capture and sequestration technologies in Minnesota, which may be a good thing. I think it probably is. However, I also know, Mr. President, that this is a big change and it's very expensive. And when we're telling the Public Utilities Commission that this is the policy of the state and it's part of how we're going to achieve the state greenhouse gas emission reduction goals, and we're going to support the development with a state law, that means that potentially we're going to be paying for a lot of these technologies, which we know really haven't been fully developed in such a way as to be anything but very, very expensive. And so, Mr. President, I think we should at least make sure we're getting some cost effectiveness for the potential expenditure that we're going to make on this technology. So to that end, I would offer the A21 Amendment.
The Secretary will report the A21 Amendment.
Senator Dibble moves to amend Senate File Number 4091 as follows, page 28, line 17. After Minnesota insert, this is the A21 Amendment.
To the A21 Amendment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a simple amendment. It would simply add to the provision that is proposed in Section 22 of the bill that Minnesota supports carbon capture and sequestration in a manner that demonstrates at least a 90% capability of carbon capture. Mr. President, members, that's what the technology is capable of now. So I want to be sure, we should all want to be sure that we're not paying for fairly expensive equipment, technology, facilities, et cetera, that only have a minimal benefit or very little benefit just because it simply captures some carbon from an industrial process or an electrical generation process. The danger we would run if we don't do that is that we would divert a lot of money into this for what, even if there is a 90% capture of the carbon from a particular facility, overall our ability to address our carbon issues, if we're talking about reducing carbon to such a point that we're actually going to reverse the effects of global warming, this is going to be a small part of that overall picture. So it's going to be very expensive. We should do it. We should make sure we're getting the cost benefit. We should understand this is not going to be the grand solution. The grand solution, of course, is going to be taking fossil fuels out of the mix ultimately. But, Mr. President, this is where the technology is at present, and so this should be the standard and the policy that we adopt if we're going to expose our ratepayers to this kind of expense. Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call vote.
Roll call is requested. Roll call granted. Senator Senjum.
Mr. President, I'd like to offer an amendment to the amendment and on line 1-2, strike 90 and place 80 in that
Senator
space.
Senjum makes an oral amendment to the amendment, line 1.2, strike 90, insert 80. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Senjum moves to amend the Dibble Amendment to Senate File 4091 as follows. On line 1.2, delete 90 and insert 80.
To the amendment, Senator Senjum.
Mr. President, I think this, what we want to do is encourage carbon capture. I do personally think it can do better than 80, but I don't think we ought to put it in state law at this point, just from the standpoint of encouraging the technology, because it has to probably be part, again, as I've stated earlier, of the overall menu of achieving a decarbonized society going forward. So I think 80 is safe, and I do believe these systems will do better than that, but I don't think we should constrict it with a number 90, which I'm not sure tonight is a number that I would be comfortable with. Thank you.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator Senjum would yield.
He will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Senjum, why 80? Why not 35? I mean, the technology, why not 40? Why not 50? Senator Senjum, everything that I've read about the current state of the technology is that 90% is what carbon capture technology is capable of. And that's the kinds of systems that are installed. And if we're going to be exposing our ratepayers to potentially great expense to do something that may be desirable, why pick 80? Why not just use the state of the development of the technology?
Senator Senjum.
Mr. President and members, what this amendment does, that demonstrates at least, in this case now, 80, at least 80. That doesn't mean it can't be 90. That doesn't mean the PUC couldn't adjust it to 90. I think when this all happens around here, I think we need to leave a little flexibility in here for some level of intelligent thought. And having it at 80, it's a pretty high bar, but it says at least 80. And certainly the PUC, as they would consider that, are not restricted by 80. They could go higher.
To the oral amendment to the amendments, Senator Dibble.
Well, Mr. President, I mean, the folks who have the active proposal. Am I on?
Your mic went bad, Senator Dibble.
So there is, this is not an abstraction. This is being proposed by a specific developer who has an idea, and they obviously want to benefit from Minnesota policy and obviously the financial benefit that is going to accrue. And in their own marketing materials that they're communicating to us. So the reason we have this language in the bill is because a specific developer is in Minnesota advocating for this language. And this very developer itself is saying that their carbon capture technology captures 90% of the carbon from electrical generation and industrial processes. So I'm not sure why we're nitpicking this and trying to drive this down to 80%.
To the oral amendment to the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. To the original amendment as amended, Senator Dibble.
Thank you.
Your microphone hates you, Senator Dibble.
I learned slowly. Mr. President, I would withdraw my request for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Senator Dibble withdraws his request for the roll call. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the A21 amendment as amended signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A18 amendment.
The Secretary will report the A18 amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend Senate File Number 4091 as follows. Page 28 after line 13. Insert. This is the A18 amendment.
To the A18 amendment, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, you've heard me speak a number of times about the climate crisis, and I almost feel like I'm sounding like a broken record at this point. The A18 amendment adjusts the greenhouse gas emissions reduction goal to hit net zero by 2050. Frankly, based on the reading that I've been doing and following from the IPCC and from the science that's been coming out, I don't think it's probably soon enough. So we'll see how we do here, but I'll try to offer this today, even though it seems what we're hearing is sort of this litany of, well, it's it's a little too much right now, or we're going to let the market do its thing, or, we've already been trying. I would offer, we've heard in debate over the last couple of weeks some really, really disheartening arguments that have been, frankly, quite demoralizing. I mean, we heard one of our colleagues say that, this is just something that's really popular to talk about right now, as if, like, this is a popularity contest or something, and not actually literally our future and my kids' future and the future generations that we're talking about. We heard the lead author of our Senate environmental bill say that they believed in climate change as it's been happening over the last thousands of years. I mean, are you kidding me? We're talking about human-caused climate change, not the geologic natural fluctuations that we all know have been happening for millennia. We're talking about human-caused climate change that is unprecedented, that is leading us into a mass extinction event that means the end of the boreal forests in Minnesota, the end of those birch trees when you drive up the North Shore. It means warming of Lake Superior, so we have algae blooms. It means wildfires, like I had said before. It means water shortages. It means mass migration. It means an unlivable planet. So I don't know what people don't understand about this, or why people want to slow walk this. I do maintain that this is on your heads. It is. It's on your heads. And I know that there are people in this body who have been trying to make some measured, noble efforts toward change, and it's not that I don't appreciate that. I do appreciate that. But I've also seen some of those same people vote down in committee earlier in this session the very, very modest clean car rules. Try to pull them back. Honestly, colleagues, the clean car rules are great. I'm glad that they're there. I'm glad the administration has adopted them and is moving forward with them, but it's a Republican idea. It's a conservative, market-based idea. If you can't sign on to the clean car rule, I mean, honestly, the stuff that we're debating right now, all of these amendments, everything that we're talking about adding, this is going to look like child's play 10 years from now. It really, really will. And so when you're considering these amendments and you're voting them down, just remember that the years to come, your kids and your grandkids are going to be looking at you wondering why you didn't act on these very, very modest changes and proposals that will just steer us in the direction we need to go. That's all it is. It's just the direction we need to go. And it literally means our survival on the planet. Like, are you kidding me? So with that, colleagues, I feel incredulous about this. It's just maddening to me that we are just humming along as if we can just keep on doing what we've been doing. As we heard earlier, our greenhouse gas emissions are actually going up, so we're going backwards. We need more than what this bill offers in front of us, and these amendments that we're offering just make it decent. They just bring it up to a level of decency that we could face the people of Minnesota and say, at least we're trying. At least we have some ideas that we're going to try to follow. Do a Hail Mary to see if we can preserve the future for you. So with that, colleagues, I offer the A18. I ask for a roll call on that amendment, and I ask for your support.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kuhn, certainly respect your passion on this. We have to look at this in terms of the words being the words. Would Senator McEwen yield?
She will yield. Senator Senjum.
Senator McEwen, I'm thinking out loud now. We probably have, I don't know, 5.2 million people, maybe 2 million houses in Minnesota. Certainly a number of commercial buildings, all generally speaking heated with natural gas. All, as that happens, spewing forth CO2. How would you suggest within the next 28 years we could even do 1 million houses? Senator McEwen, that would be a question. Thank you.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much for that question. I appreciate it. You know, I'm not an expert in those areas, and you know, I confess that that's not my expertise. But what we're debating right now are these very modest amendments, as I had talked about. This is just adjusting our greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals. You know, and I know that there are many people in this body who have a very unwavering faith in the power and innovation of the free market. And I guess I would say trust in that faith, you know, go for it. Hopefully the free market will help us, and then honestly, you know, we're gonna need to set some parameters going forward for how this is gonna happen. We're going to need our government collectively together as a community to come together and do the things that it will take. So, you know, you ask me this question, well, how are we gonna do this? It's huge. I admit it, it's huge, right? What we're talking about is a change, you know, not unlike the rallying that this country had to do to get out of the Great Depression. Not unlike the rallying that this country had to do to win World War II. Though that's the type of rally that we have to make right now. So when you're talking about numbers, I don't know. I know there's a lot of smart people in our country, in our state, throughout the world, who are ready to work on these issues, who are ready to meet the numbers as fast as we can, in the best way that we can, but they need people in government to lead. They need us to lead. They're clamoring for us to lead, actually. You know, I don't know if many of you have been following, but we have actually seen over the last week massive civil disobedience by scientists around the world, in major cities around the world, London, New York, Chicago, I think I saw Madrid, Paris, France, all around the world. Scientists are committing civil disobedience, clamoring for people like us,
Mr. President.
like the people in this room, to act and to lead.
Senator McEwen, you will suspend. Senator Nelson, for what reason do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. What is the question before the body?
There was a question raised by Senator Senjum to Senator McEwen. I think she was trying to answer the question. So right now we are on the question before the body, parliamentarily speaking, is the A18 Amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. It was hard to tell what the question was before the body. It was quite a long and discussion. So I would just remind members of Rule 36.2 in debate that we focus on the question at hand. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Nelson, for the point on the rule. Senator McEwen, you're finished with comments, and we can move back to Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm finished with my comments.
Senator Senjum.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. And I don't think I'm going to belabor this. I could ask the same question about, you know, net zero by 2050. That's like not one molecule. That's pretty tough test. So I could ask the same question about transportation. I could ask the same question about electrification. Although I think by 2050, frankly, we'll be pretty close to clean electricity in this state, given the pathways that our utilities are taking. But I think this is certainly, I'm not going to say the word aspirational again, I just did, but and it's certainly worthy of a direction, but to put into the state law, I don't think is wise. We're moving these directions anyway, but just the example of home heating, the idea that we would convert literally every house in Minnesota to some other form of heating other than natural gas or wood or whatever is a pretty tough test. And so, Mr. President, members, I would vote, or suggest rather, a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, Senator Senjum, you just used the term aspirational. You think this may be an aspirational proposal. I think we got to keep in mind that maybe some of our folks in your generation might not be the ones who suffer from the failure to address climate, but it's not aspirational. There's nothing more important than addressing climate. Climate change. If we don't address it, nothing else will matter to your grandkids and their grandkids. Nothing else will matter. It's that essential to human survival, and it's not next year. Next year is going to be worse than this year in terms of flooding, in terms of fires, in terms of tornadoes in wrong times of the year. But that's this year and next year. That's not 10 years from now or 20 years from now. And I'm glad you think it's aspirational. I think it's more than that. I think it's essential. We don't have a choice for that, and I urge your support.
Secretary will take the roll on the A18 amendment. Senator Hurd, for members voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Hurd.
I'd like to report aye for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Hurd.
I'd like to report aye for Senator Torres-Ray.
Torres-Ray votes aye. Senator Hurd.
I'd like to report aye for Senator Lopez-Franzen.
Lopez-Franzen votes aye. Senator Hurd.
And I'd like to report aye for Senator Port.
Port votes aye.
Correct.
That's very good to hear, Senator Hurd. Call on Senator. Call Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes no.
Benson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Johnson votes nay. Senator Jasinski. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes no.
Thomasoni votes nay. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Kunish.
Thank you once again, Mr. President. I would like to, at this time, present to you amendment, the A16, and I will request a roll call.
Senator Kunish moves the A16 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Kunish moves to amend Senate File Number 4091 as follows, page 30 after line 27. Insert. This is the A16 Amendment.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Kunish.
Thank you. This bill, members, brings the 11 tribes into the conversation by requiring the Department of Commerce to provide technical support and subject matter expertise to assist and help facilitate any efforts taken by our 11 federally recognized tribes in Minnesota in order to establish a tribal advocacy council on energy, if it's requested by the council. So nothing in this proposal requires the tribes to establish a council on energy, nor does it oblige any of the tribes to participate in or support a decision made by a council if it's established. But what it will do is provide assistance for assessing and evaluating common tribal energy issues. It will help in the development of new statewide energy policies or proposed legislation, along with assistance in organizing stakeholder meetings and gathering public input. And it will assist in facilitating efforts to raise awareness and gather information with respect to tribal energy issues. There are definitely and historic, profound inequities in energy costs and choices for tribal nations. And the existing energy and weather assistant models alone are proven to be ineffective to reducing these inequities. By adopting this requirement, it respects the sovereign rights of our tribal governments to establish an energy council that is reflective of the unique status of tribal nations, which does not currently exist under current community energy councils. The Minnesota Indian Affairs Council supports this language, as it would provide critical support to tribal nations that seek to make policy recommendations that reflect their goals and the goals of Minnesota for energy independence and the creation of a clean, energy-efficient future for the future of the next 7 generations at a minimum. And with that, I would ask that this body support and vote for this amendment.
To the A16 amendment, Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kunish. Mr. President, I would like on line 1-5 to strike must and insert may.
Secretary will report the oral amendment.
Senator Senjum moves to orally amend the amendment on line 1.5 after the word commerce. The word must is stricken and the word may is inserted.
To the oral amendment, Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Kunish, I do this only because I don't know about the fiscal note on this, and I think it probably achieves the same purpose if the Department of Commerce can certainly work within the framework of their existing budget. I have no problems with the objectives that you're trying to reach. It's for that reason I may recommend the change. And if we can do the change, I'm fine with it, Mr. President. Senator Kunish.
Senator, before I go to Senator Kunish, Senator Senjum, the front desk would like to ask you about line 1.9. There is a must. Would you like to incorporate that into your oral amendment?
Thank you for that catch, Mr. President, front desk. Yes, yeah, the intent here is to make it a
So Senator Senjum removes his original oral amendment and makes a second oral amendment. The Secretary will report the corrected oral amendment.
The oral amendment is to change line 1.5, the word must, to may. Line 1.9, also change the word must to may.
And to the revised oral amendment, Senator Senjum.
Mr. President, I really hate to do this to you, but
You found another one, did you?
We found another one. On line 1-30, where after section strike must and insert may.
So Senator Senjum removes his oral amendment, and Senator Senjum makes a revised oral amendment. The Secretary will report the oral amendment again.
Total amendment of the Senjum Royal Amendment is line 1.5, the must becomes may. 1.9, the must becomes may. On 1.30, the word must becomes may.
To that oral amendment, Senator Senjum.
Mr. President, with those changes, and to Senator Kunish, I would be fine with this if she's willing to accept that. And I do it just for reasons of working within the cost framework and the budget of the agency.
Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Senjum. I will accept those, your suggested amendment and change in the verbiage from must to may. And just so that you know, there is no fiscal note. We have been told that there is not a fiscal note for this, and so I appreciate your support of this amendment and would ask all of you to vote green on this A16 amendment.
To the oral amendment, all those in favor of the oral amendment to the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Kunish, would you like to remove your roll call request?
Mr. President, yes, with that acceptance, I will remove my roll call.
Seeing no further discussion, to the A16 amendment as amended, all those, Senator Utke.
Mr. President, is it too late to ask for a roll call? Or are you going to? I'd like to have a roll call.
You can ask for a roll call. Anyone may. So roll call is requested. Roll call granted. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the amended A16 amendment. Call on Senator Hur to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Hur.
I'd like to report aye for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Hur.
I'd like to report aye for Senator Torres-Ray.
Torres-Ray votes aye. Senator Hur.
I'd like to report aye for Senator Lopez-Franzen.
Lopez-Franzen votes aye. Senator Hur.
I'd like to report aye for Senator Port.
Port votes aye.
Thank you.
Calling Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes aye.
Benson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes no.
Tomasoni votes nay. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 41 ayes and 24 nays, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A47 Amendment.
The Secretary will report the A47 Amendment.
Senator Housley moves to amend Senate File Number 4091 as follows. Page 69, after lines 27, insert this is the A47 Amendment.
To the A47 Amendment, Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Kiffmeyer and Senator Murphy and I were part of the Frontline Workers Group. This summer we met over the summer and fall over 8 times. And in the bill last night, it was added, our frontline workers proposal. We were tasked with getting a couple of proposals. We could put 3 out. And this is our proposal that we put out. And we are just, with this amendment, just clarifying what the frontline worker definition is. Frontline workers, in addition to what's already in the bill, we've added another provision that the frontline worker is able to demonstrate that the nature of their position as a first responder or other emergency frontline worker or long-term or other healthcare frontline workers provided sustained COVID exposure or required direct COVID-19 patient care. That is the amendment, Mr. President.
Discussion to the A47 Amendment. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley, I am grateful to see that the Senate majority is finally beginning to engage on the commitment we made almost a year ago now on frontline workers. I followed along the finance hearing last night and understand that what is in this bill represents what the Republicans of the working group proposed on frontline workers at the end of last summer. And so I now see this amendment, and I'm wondering if Senator Housley would be willing to yield for a question.
She will. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Housley. So the amendment says that someone must be able to demonstrate that the nature of their position as a first responder or other emergency frontline worker or long-term or healthcare frontline worker, they're demonstrating that they sustained a COVID exposure or required COVID-19 patient care. Senator Housley, we had a lot of debate in the working group around who qualified as a frontline worker and who didn't, who was worthy of frontline worker pay and who was not worthy. And I'm wondering if you can share just a little more, if you can say a little more about what this amendment would mean for the 667,000 Minnesotans who were required to go to work, required to face the risk, who would be in, who would be out. What does this definition mean for those people who we've made a commitment to and they have been waiting now for a very long time for us to act?
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Murphy. This is consistent to what we said all during the Frontline Worker Group. The 667,000 people that you're referring to were the essential workers, and our committee was tasked with $250 million to give out to as a thank you to our frontline workers. So what this does is, and we had the rubric for frontline workers, and number one was their inability to work from home, and then we kept narrowing it down to the possibility of direct exposure to COVID, or were there confirmed COVID outbreaks among the workers or residents, or were they coping with death or dying due to COVID, the level of direct exposure to COVID. And so, and we had great hearings, and many people came forward from, we had teachers, we had bus drivers, we had MnDOT workers, but this one group really stood out, those that had close personal contact and with sustained COVID-19 exposure and direct COVID-19 patient care. So that's who we deemed were the frontline workers.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and if Senator Housley would yield.
Senator Housley will continue to yield. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, President Osmek. Senator Housley, can you be more specific in your description of what it means to have sustained COVID-19 exposure?
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Murphy. Yes, and we heard some of those stories. Those nurses that were working in the hospitals in the COVID wings that were constantly taking care of those that were that had COVID. Some of them died in their arms. Other workers were in our long-term care facilities where the majority of our deaths took place amongst our seniors. So those folks that were taking care of our seniors, that is sustained.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if she would yield again, please.
Senator Housley will continue to yield. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Housley, at the start of the pandemic, back in March of 2020, the start of the stay-at-home order, of course, the pandemic had started prior to that. We didn't have ways to diagnose COVID. We didn't have ways to test for COVID. We didn't have ways to vaccinate against COVID. And yet we said, as a government, that there were people that needed to go to work. They needed to go into work. They needed to go in, whether it was into a nursing home, into a hospital, into a grocery store, into a warehouse, into a meat packing plant, into a school, into a child care center. They had to go into work, while most of us, the majority of us, were at home, including us. Policymakers were not required to go into a place. So what I don't understand about your amendment, and I hope when I say this that you can help me understand, what is your measure of a sustained COVID exposure at the start of the pandemic when we couldn't test, when we couldn't really diagnose? When I think about what we experienced today with Senator Port, she had COVID, but they couldn't diagnose it. She went to the hospital, and she had a constellation of symptoms, and they said, that's what we think you have, but you'll have to go back home because you're not that sick. There wasn't a clear diagnostic tool. She didn't know where she'd been exposed. She had no idea. So, Senator Housley, you are suggesting that we should narrow the universe to those who had a sustained COVID-19 exposure, and I would like to understand from your perspective how we're going to define that when we didn't have tools to diagnose or tests at the start. But we know that a lot of the people who went to work got sick, their families got sick, and a lot of people died. So if you could yield for the question, how in legislative language that needs to be implemented will we define a sustained COVID exposure?
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we heard Mary Turner with the Nurses Association before our committee, and the governor spoke of her also the other night in his State of the State. what Mary Turner said was, these nurses, she was praising the nurses and our healthcare workers, these nurses went to work every single day to ensure that us and our loved ones had the very best care possible. And the results of what they did was that as Minnesota's death rates came from this, when someone is admitted to the hospital, is some of the lowest in the nation. Those are the folks that we said, let's give them a little extra help. It's not winning the lottery, it's not a bonus, it's a thank you on behalf of the people of the state of Minnesota that they serve. And we can all agree that our nurses did have sustained exposure to COVID. And that is who we are addressing this amendment to, those who had direct COVID exposure through patient care and sustained COVID-19 exposure.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, President Osmek, and thank you, Senator Housley. I, of course, recall with clarity, because I've had so many conversations with President Mary Turner, the registered nurse, who has been working this entire time on a COVID IC unit in North Memorial Hospital, and she, of course, was at the State of the State address. She has also been steadfast in her belief that every one of the frontline workers, every one of the 667,000 frontline workers are entitled to hazard pay, to bonus pay, because she knows, because she is a registered nurse, she knows her science, and she understands that at the start of this, we didn't know. We didn't know how it was even transmitted. We didn't know if we should wear masks or not. People were wearing gloves. We were unclear. And despite that, we required people to go into work. They all faced the same risk because we didn't know where the virus was or how it was transmitted. So whether you worked in a grocery store or you were taking care of children or you were working in a nursing home or in a hospital, the risk was the same, especially when we didn't know. And it was at the start when we didn't know that this group of people were called into work. So to say that we are going to exclude based on a sustained COVID exposure is not language that we can even measure. I don't know how that would be implemented, nor does it fit with the science of the virus that we now know is transmitted through our breath and our breathing. And so when people were going to work and not adequately protected with PPE, they were exposed whether they were in a healthcare setting or not. And in fact, I would argue those who were in a healthcare setting probably had a better shot at protecting themselves because there's more equipment there. There's more PPE, there's more airflow, there's more isolation. They are set up for that. So I think that this amendment takes us in the wrong direction in terms of the science, in terms of the risk, and in terms of who we need to include. I will tell you, I had the good fortune, and I've had the chance to talk with Senator Housley about this a little bit, to celebrate Mass in Worthington, Minnesota, at St. Mary's Catholic Church on March 13th, the day of my birthday, with a group of people, a church filled with workers and families who work in the meat packing plants in the Worthington and Albert Lea area. They were together celebrating the fact that it had been 2 years since the stay-at-home order. You know, I've often said we should recognize these frontline workers for the sacrifice that they made for all of us. I still believe that. For the risk that they took for all of us. I still believe that. But when I listen to the workers who we met with after that Mass that we celebrated together, what I heard from one who spoke, and eloquently, I was called into work. My choice was go to work or lose my job. I didn't have another option. My option was to go into work or lose my job, and I needed my job to support my family. It was required. He went to work. And the one that haunts me is another father who was there with his young son. His father explaining his experience at the meatpacking plant without enough PPE, standing in close quarters with the others that were working on the line. The numbers of people who were exposed, the people who got sick, really sick at the start, And this man was explaining that his son kept saying to him, "How come you have to go when everybody else gets to stay home?" Square that with your young child. We required people to go to work. Yes, they took a risk. Yes, they did it. But let's remember that we required them. And for their livelihoods and their families, they went and they paid a price for it. And this amendment says their work, their risk, their sacrifice doesn't matter. And that, Mr. President, is wrong. And I would urge my colleagues across the aisles to vote no, and let's get to work and fulfill our commitment to these frontline workers this session now without cutting people out. Thank you.
I have a list. So now I don't have a list. Senator Dibble, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. President. If a roll call has not been requested on the Housley A47, I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call is requested. Roll call granted. Further discussion on the A47 amendment? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this amendment came out of our discussion in finance last night with a need to clarify who we meant, and I would accept it as a friendly amendment.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A47 amendment. Call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes aye.
Benson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes aye.
Tomasoni votes aye. Call on Senator Hur to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report nay for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes nay. Senator Hur.
I'd like to report nay for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes nay. Senator Hur.
I'd like to report nay for Senator Torres Ray.
Torres Ray votes nay. Senator Hur.
I'd like to report nay for Senator Lopez Franson.
Lopez Branson votes nay. Senator Hur.
And I'd like to report nay for Senator Port.
Port votes nay.
Thank you.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 30 nays, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Further discussion to Senate File 4091 as amended. Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 4091, a bill for an act relating to state government.
Third reading. Final discussion to the bill. Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a long day, and as a person who take remote call, it's been energetic moment here. But I thank you to all the all the senators, who bring forth a very engaging discussion. I want to first thank Senator Bobby Joe Champion, who's our lead in the Job and Economic Development. Senator Bobby Joe represents my voice well. He's very eloquent and to the point, and specify well the needs of a broader language and broader bills so that it can be equitable for everyone in terms of supporting women and minorities, veterans, and other people of colors and so forth. And although I regret that his amendment to better the bill did not pass and all was rejected, I also want to commend Senator France and on his push for a responsible renewable energy 100% by 2040. And while Senator France was debating on the floor, he glanced over here and he mentioned my name, and all of a sudden I have a recollection of a story before time when a man had said that there will be flood in this world, and he has to build a ship. I didn't want to derail myself in discussion but I just want to share with you when Senator France mentioned my name in his speech and talk about helping all the struggling families and so forth. That's the vision that I have in my head. And I'll go back to the point of comment. And I do wish that we decide now and decide soon for that 18 years from now, by 2024, I will be 75, and at least I have a little glimpse of renewable energy up to 100%. So we missed that opportunity, and we missed a number of opportunities as well. Opportunity for providing equity funding for community colors and pay family leaves that Senator Kent mentioned, and missed opportunity for hero pays, and I hope that we would have defined it well in our frontline workers. And I want to say one more time that we missed that opportunity here to include all of our frontline workers, our nurses, our grocery workers, our custodian, maintenance crew, and so forth. And one little thing that I want to mention that really meant much to me is the support of the Office of New Americans. They only asked for a budget of $200,000, and with our surplus of 90.3, that's a very tiny drop in a huge bucket of water. But I regret that this provision wasn't included in the Office of New Americans. It's a federal request of our state to have such office, and there are a total of 15 states in this country that had an Office of New American to provide support for newcomers, refugees, and immigrants, and those who are leaving their home country in effect of wars. As for me, I wish that this office has been created several years ago. Perhaps if it were in place, we would have minimized the loss of lives when we encounter COVID-19, especially for minorities, new Americans, those who have cultural and language barriers, perhaps that office could have lent a hand and minimize the number of deaths. You know, one death is a one loss of life that's very, very valuable to their loved ones. And perhaps it will make transition into helping our new American population during time of crisis, like what we faced within the last 2 years, especially anti-Asian hate. And you have heard me screaming a number of times here on the floor that we have to create that hotline. But perhaps if there's agency like this under our jurisdiction, perhaps it will make this transition much more smoother. And now we are up against shortage of workforce. So I myself would like to ask the Office of New Americans to be a supported mechanism, but then we're not going to fund them. You know, if we fund them, we will leverage federal funding to increase our support. And when we have workforce shortage, let alone that there will be fill of the gap, especially new Americans, especially refugee from Myanmar, refugee from Afghanistan, refugee from Ukraine. And they will be here to contribute to the betterment of our state and the United States of America. So I am disappointed of the number of things that I say here, including funding for the Office of New American, and I hope that when the bill travels forth and come back to the Senate again, we'll have that included. So thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to speak in my third reading. Thank you.
Further discussion? Senator McEwen.
Thank you. I didn't have a chance to make some comments. I just want to make a couple of quick comments about the jobs portion of this bill, this massive bill that we're considering today with so many provisions in it. I would echo what our colleague said earlier, that it really doesn't rise to meet this moment. And I agree with that. I'm just going to talk about a couple of things. There are those provisions we've heard about in the bill that we're not pleased with. I'll say chief amongst them would be the undercutting of the wage theft provisions. I just was looking at the specific language and I saw 20 hours. I mean, that's just going to be the cost of doing business. That's the danger that we're talking about. So it's really unfortunate that that's part of this bill, is to undercut the good work that had been done previously to boost up the wage theft laws. But I think, when we're looking at the bill, what we really notice is what's missing. And again, that goes to it not meeting the moment. So as we heard very eloquently earlier, paid family and medical leave, earned sick and safe time. And I think sometimes when we're debating in this body and we're working on these things in committee, we get sort of a technical view to these things and we lose sight of the fact that this is about people's lives. This is really about the quality of life of our neighbors and of Minnesotans. What kind of life are they able to lead? What kind of freedoms? What kind of agency do they have in their lives? When we don't include some of these basic safety net things, when we don't have those as part of our set of what it means to be a Minnesotan, what it means to be in community here, when we don't have those, it undercuts everything that we're trying to do in this state. So some other things that are missing out of this bill have to do with equity and diversity. One of the things that I would have really liked to have seen in the bill that's not in the bill is full funding for the LEAP grants, the LEAP funding. The LEAP funding, the purpose is to increase women identifying, female identifying, and minorities in registered apprenticeship programs. And I don't have to tell all of you, you know those are great jobs, family supporting jobs, union jobs. Those jobs need to be opened up to more people, to more diversity. And I know there's a skills path program as part of this bill, but we already have a lot of other programs that work. The LEAP program, youth skills training. We could have expanded the dual training pipeline to include childcare and transportation industries. We didn't do that. And one of the things that I'm concerned about, and that I have heard other people voice concern about, is of course we want to help 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds get into the trades and have a pathway to gain experience, to gain training. But what we don't want is for 16 and 17-year-olds to be exposed to dangerous conditions and to be put in programs where production is the focus. We want training to be the focus. We want learning to be the focus. So I wish that we were seeing better provisions in that area. One thing that I wanted to just point out that was a technicality on this bill as well. We heard about the window cleaner provision, but the window cleaner provision in this Senate bill does not reflect the agreement that was reached between the stakeholders. I understand that the Department of Labor and Industry convened a group. There was one representative of workers, several industry reps, and they made a compromise already, but that compromise is not in this bill, it's in the House bill. And that's a technical detail, but I think it's important for people to know that and for there to be a record of that. Another thing that I'm concerned about in this bill is that the hero pay provision, as it was amended last evening, it only provides pay to a very narrow set of frontline workers. We heard some debate on a great, on some of the work that people have been doing on that, and a further narrowing. But what about bus drivers? What about meat packers? What about grocery store workers? And Senator Murphy was so eloquently making the case to expand our understanding and acknowledgement of just how many workers showed up and did what they were asked to do, did what they had to do during the pandemic. Other provisions, keeping Minnesota OSHA penalties in line with federal OSHA. That's something that I know the department is really wanting to see in this bill that is not in the bill. Additional funding for prevailing wage enforcement. That should be in this bill. Again, not meeting the moment. We also need to be strengthening our fair labor standards for agricultural and food processing workers. We have some really good bills that people have authored. Our colleague Senator Putnam has a wonderful bill for safety, to create safety for meat packing workers. And those provisions are not in the bill, and I'd specifically speak to the language provisions. We see and we know that in these industries, like meat packing, like in slaughterhouses, when those workers are only given the materials that they need, training materials, instructional, in English, that means people get injured. It means they get hurt. It means even people can die in those situations when they're not given the materials that they need to understand their rights, to understand the safety protocols, to know what's expected of them and how to stay safe in the language that they can understand. That's something that we could do. And again, I would describe it not as just a missed opportunity, but it's about people's lives. It's about the quality of life for people in Minnesota. It's about being able to be safe at work. And so we missed doing that. Really important piece, not in there. improving energy efficiency in commercial and large family buildings. Would have liked to see that in the bill. Also providing the Department of Labor and Industry with regulatory oversight of assisted living facilities. So, colleagues, for those reasons, just on the jobs portion of this bill, I would recommend no vote. And I'm sorry to have to do that. We have so many great pieces of legislation that our colleagues have offered, and I just wish that that jobs portion rose to the moment. Of course, in regard to the energy pieces, you all know what my recommendation is on that. We can do so much better. Thank you.
Further discussion to final passage of Senate File 4091. Just making sure before we close the bill. Any final comments before we close the bill? Senator Chamberlain.
As we close, Mr. President, thank you so very much. Discussions on the bill has been long but important, and the job bill, as I mentioned earlier, is missing so much, therefore I cannot support it. It doesn't meet the moment. I've been saying that from the time it was released in the committee, onto the Finance Committee, and then now on the floor. Not to mention certain policy provisions in the bill enlarges or creates more gaps than it creates equitable opportunities. And so my hope to the author is that this bill will return to us much better than the way it's leaving us. So let's meet the moment. Let's make sure that it's full of equity, opportunity, resources that really move us forward as Minnesotans. Thank you so very much, and thank you for hearing me tonight.
Closing comments on the bill, Senator Friends.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for your patience and for your attention. The energy portion of the bill doesn't do as much as it should. As I said, it's got a minimal general fund target, and while we admit that we have made some progress, I'm asking the members of the majority party, let's get serious about evaluating where we are on our need to reduce carbons and how much time we have. If we could agree on that, we could do a lot together. I think this bill would fit if we had about 50 years, but I did hear one bright note, and I want to give Senator Senjem credit. I heard you say we need to decarbonize society. I could not agree more. Senator Senjem, members of the majority party, I invite you to have that discussion. Minnesota can conquer any challenge. We've made it through 2 world wars, and we can make it through this. Market forces will not be enough. If market forces allow people to do things for profit instead of preserving the planet, that will not be enough. But we can do it if we put our collective heads together, and I think Minnesotans would be glad to see that. And by the way, I'm not just speaking for those that live in the big cities. Some of these effects of climate change are going to be very hard on our rural communities. As someone from greater Minnesota, I hope that we keep that into account. Because of the provisions on the energy part of the bill and because of my desire to contribute to the discussion, I'll be a yes vote. But we got to do better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Closing comments from the authors of the bill. Senator Senjem.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be obviously brief. I just want to, thank Senator Friends for his lead on our committee and all the rest of the members as well. And also just say that I think we had a good debate today. This is I always said this place where ideas clash, but people don't have to. And we had a good clashing of ideas today, and that's what the folks back in 1920 when they built this thing wanted us to do. So we move forward, and we'll go to conference committee and be back in a few weeks and look forward to seeing what the bills look like. But again, thanks so much for a great afternoon of good debate. Again, ideas clash. We don't have to. Thanks so much.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, there's been talk about missing the moment. And when we talk about the jobs and the economy, to say last year was last year is really a very narrow way to look at it. We put over $250 million into the economy and the workforce last year. That's a lot of money. That's near records amount of money that we put into those two to help the Minnesota economy recover, to help the Minnesota worker recover. And you know what? A lot of that money, including most of our Main Street revitalization money, hadn't even gotten out to the people who need it yet. But what we hear is we need to spend more. We haven't even spent what we put in last year, but we need to spend more. Mr. President, what this does is this does the things that we promised last year. This continues to support our frontline workers. We put in the promise that we made last year for $250 million. We help get people back to work. And let me say, the best and most impactful thing that could have been done this session was to pass the Unemployment Replenishment Fund, live up to our promise when the governor shut down businesses and promised to hold them harmless. Unfortunately, the House decided to wait 10 weeks before taking this bill up. We passed this bill on February 14th. The House passed it last night, and they loaded it up with so much, as we know from the earlier today when we decided to appoint a conference committee at the 11th hour. They loaded in so much at the 11th hour that it puts the entire program at risk. But you know what's really disappointing about that, Mr. President, is that the uncertainty has been keeping down wages for people who have been trying to get back into the workforce, because employers have to expect a greater payroll tax. We hear the average is a 30% increase, but we've talked to so many employers it's more. So to those who say we've missed the moment, I disagree. I think this is a bill that makes the moment. It builds upon exactly what we put in place last year, and it sets our Minnesota economy up to move forward and to thrive. So, Mr. President, I encourage everyone to vote yes on the bill tonight.
The Secretary will take the roll on the final passage of Senate File 4091 as amended. I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes aye.
Benson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes aye.
Thomasoni votes aye. I call on Senator Hurd about report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report nay for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes nay. Senator Hurd.
I'd like to report nay for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes nay. Senator Hurd.
I'd like to report nay for Senator Torres Ray.
Torres Ray votes nay. Senator Hurd.
I'd like to report nay for Senator Lopez Franson.
Lopez Franzen votes nay. Senator Hurd.
I'd like to report nay for Senator Port.
Senator Port votes nay.
That's all. Thank you.
All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 38 ayes and 27 nays, Senate File 4091 as amended does pass and is title agreed to. Reverting to the fifth order of business, reports of committees. The Secretary will read the reports.
Senator Rosen from the Committee on Finance, to which was re-referred Senate File Number 3249, a bill for an act relating to mental health, creating a mental health provider supervision grant program, reports the same back with a recommendation that the bill be amended as follows. And when so amended, the bill do pass.
Senator Johnson.
Mr. President, I move
Stand
that...
by, Senator Johnson. We got one more to batch it for you. The Secretary will read the additional report.
Senator Rosen from the Committee on Finance, to which was re-referred Senate File Number 3510, a bill for an act relating to higher education, reports the same back with a recommendation that the bill be amended as follows, and when so amended, the bill do pass.
Senator Johnson.
All right. Mr. President, I move that the committee reports read by the Secretary be adopted.
To that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. Moving to the sixth order of business, second reading of Senate bills. The Secretary will read the Senate bill number.
Senate File Numbers 3249 and 3510.
Bills are given their second reading. Moving to the 13th order of business, without objection, the following senators are excused from today's session. Senator Bach from 12:25 to 1 o'clock. Senator Dornick from 1:10 until 1:20. Senator Pratt from 1:10 to 1:20. Senator Weber from 1:10 to 1:20. Senator Port from 1:10 to 7:10. Senator Murphy from 1:10 to 2:45 p.m. Senator Abeler from 3:20 to the end of session. Senator Torres Ray from 5:15 to 5:45, and Senator Latz from 6:15 through the end of session. Moving to the 13th order of business announcements. The President will start. Members, I appreciate your indulgence on calling a very fast recess. We did have a member that had a situation that developed. I'm glad to report that it appears not to be a serious medical issue. I do want to recognize my executive assistant, Wendy, who sprung into action when she saw one of our members in distress. And I think, for the people at home, they don't understand. We fight like dogs on this floor. We will sometimes say things we may regret as we walk out the door. But in hindsight, we are all people. We are all Minnesotans. And I appreciate the fact that you indulged me, as well as the assistance lent by Dr. Klein and Senator Murphy. We sprung into action, and I'm glad to say that we all got an email from Senator Port that she seems to be just fine. So people at home should know that it isn't just screaming and yelling. It is, in many ways, a Senate family. So, announcements. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, President Osmek. I also want to recognize what happened this afternoon, beginning with Wendy. Without your discovery and your intervention, the situation might have been much different. And I know it was hard for you. And I really recognize, and we all do, what you did this afternoon for Senator Port. It was the first and probably last time I'll be in the ladies' bathroom with Senator Klein. But he was there and prepared and did beautiful work along with the sergeants. And if I ever have to move from here and into an ambulance, I want President Osmick directing the way. You did a wonderful job, and I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank you, and to thank the body for the real respect and concern and respect for Senator Port's privacy when she needed it. Thank you.
Senator Friends.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thanks, members, for a long day. On behalf of Senator Lopez Franzen, I also want to extend thanks to Senator Murphy and Senator Klein, also to the Sergeant at Arms, to you, Mr. President, to the staff at the desk, and to Wendy and all the staff. I'm glad to see Senator Port's doing well, and you took the words right out of my mouth. We can fight all day long, but at the end of the day, we're going to go home, men and women of Minnesota, and hopefully with a little bit of friendship. And that's on behalf of our caucus, too. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Further announcements? Seeing none. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Wednesday, April 27th at 11 a.m.
To that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The Senate is adjourned.